Oh.
How soon will what?
Hello, everybody. The house husband, congratulations. You are first. Gigliardo, what's up? Yes, it is a cool thumbnail. You made it. It's a pretty great thumbnail. Can't lie.
Weaponized robots come to conflicts. This question came from Artem. He asked, how soon will it be cost prohibitive and should a human stay in the loop? Okay, if you don't like killer robots, you might want to sit down. We've had them since the 1980s. The Aegis system, which is on American cruisers and destroyers, has been around since 1980. Aegis is a supercomputer that can conduct air defense throughout a naval task force. And it's completely automated. It has to be, because when you're shooting down missiles, you have to move at machine speed. The Patriot missile system is also a killer robot. When it detects incoming missiles, if it's in auto mode, it'll decide between shoot, look, shoot, ripple, and salvo. That's right, the computer decides on how to conduct the engagement. If you want to know how that works, the video about it is down here somewhere. So something like this is really nothing new. You just have to use AI for it to discriminate between a civilian farmer with a shotgun who's no threat and an insurgent with a rifle who is a threat. And I don't think cost is going to be an issue because this is a lot cheaper than a soldier who gets tired. It's probably not a bad idea to keep a human in the loop now, but that could change as AI gets better. How soon?
Fascinating.
Yeah, from South Jersey. Have you seen all that? Have you all seen that Daily Wire is attempting to make an adult cartoon? They threw a bunch of money at Adam Carolla. Megyn Kelly is in it, apparently. They've been plastering it on YouTube. Looks worse than Jerry Seinfeld's movie. Well, in fact, yes, we are aware of this. I saw this preview the other day. It premieres, I think, this Sunday, right?
Oh, pretty novel art style they got.
Now,
wow, yeah.
I think it was maybe this.
Oh, it already premiered.
Okay.
They're paying a lot of money for this, and they have some like legit actors in it who I think I have reason to believe that they didn't quite the actors are in it didn't quite understand what was getting into it, and now they're like having to do like publicity on things like the Megyn Kelly show and on the like all the right wing. But here's the interesting thing about this. This is a, like a Family Guy mix with, like all the cartoons are like family oriented, except for like they didn't get that. They think it's, when it's around, like when it's Bob's Burgers, it's really just they're a tent pole for the family. And when it's Family Guy, it's really just a tent pole for the family.
Right.
And they tried to copy the formula, but didn't quite get it.
The animation looks like what? So that's just like King of the Hill.
Yeah.
This looks like a neighbor of The Simpsons.
Yeah.
Yes! Headshot! Dad, my teammates can see your junk. You're welcome, ladies. First day of school means the bet is on. First one of us to get in the sun.
Sup, Mr. Butt Chump?
Ah, still got it. Rule number 1, no phone.
That does not seem funny in the least bit.
In the wood shop. Fish it out after class.
I found some really great school uniform options to avoid misgendering.
Ooh, what about
here we go.
allergies? Maybe
The one joke.
Days could be lactose intolerant.
No, we can't say intolerance. We have a zero tolerance policy for mentioning intolerance.
When I was a kid, men were men. Now everyone's wrapped up in feelings.
Real men stuff feelings down with red meat, cigarettes, and violence.
My name is Mr. Wolf. I solve problems.
You know what it takes? Balls. Eyeballs.
He's gonna say that we're too young.
Well, actually, I was going to say you're too fat. Keep my wife's name out of your damn mouth. You and Jerry.
I remember that.
Girl Scout.
Oh, topical reference there, too. Will Smith.
The wine. The bottle.
Don't make this a prison hug.
Richard Bircham.
Bircham?
Bircham.
Mr. Bircham. Hey, Bircham.
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 Bircham!
Watch Mr. Bircham, an all-new animated series from Daily Wire Plus.
Let the record show I'm a dick. Premieres May 12th.
So there's one character so it's about a teacher?
Yeah, he's a teacher.
Shop teacher.
Shop teacher.
That's it. So it's just him at the school. There's no family, as you were saying earlier.
Well, I have a feeling that there is probably something.
Well, you see the person, they say pass the wine, and she says pass the bottle. That's like their dinner table, you know.
Yeah.
But you'll notice from this deadline announcement from November 30th of last year, who is missing from the cast of this now.
What? They took out Candace Owens? You mean they canceled her
That's crazy.
from the actual cartoon? What?
Wow.
She had a
Dude, imagine being such a dumb bitch that, like, you've got a good, cushy job, and then you just decide to be a fucking crazy, wacko anti-Semite and get fired. Like, Candace Owens is so fucking stupid, dude.
She had a role and everything.
Yep.
So they wrote her out. They erased her.
What happened to Trio? Is he still in there?
Yeah, I think so.
Trejo.
Oh, Wriggle! Wow.
I know. I heard Rob Riggle in the thing, and I was well, maybe
I've heard-
He's still,
Yeah, I don't know.
you know, Trejo's at the end of the trailer. He's still in there, and then
Jay
you can hear
Moore.
Rob Riggle as well, and maybe
Jay Moore and Wriggle are the two people that I recognize as.
Kyle Dunnigan is also
And Patrick
a funny
Warburton,
comedian, but
too.
I think like all these, they they get paid to do a thing.
It's an
They
easy
don't
check,
really-
right?
Yeah. My guess is like you're gonna see how quickly it devolves into sort of just like a litany of sort of very narrow, sort of like can't read Dr. Seuss anymore.
there's gonna be like Dylan Mulvaney jokes about like Bud Light on there.
Also, I mean,
a year later.
I like the implicit thing here is that that you can't be edgy on adult cartoons from a political perspective. Like, I grew up with South Park. Family Guy had some pretty raunchy jokes in it.
Oh yeah, all of Adult Swim is
Yes.
I mean, early Bob's Burgers episodes are crazy compared to how tame they are now.
Oh yeah. But originally the pilot, and this is why I thought that I was gonna have like basically full on retirement money.
Meal ticket.
In the pilot, Hugo is chasing them because he is under the impression that they are cannibals.
Right.
And that the pilot is called, I think, like Human Burgers, and I can't remember. We did the pilot, and I'm like, this is going to be amazing, because I'm like the reporter in The Incredible Hulk, where by the end of this like 5-year series or 4-year series or 3-year series of The Incredible Hulk, the reporter didn't even have to do anything. He just like show up, and like they take one shot of him at the end of the show, and to show that he's still there in pursuit of them. And I'm like, I'm going to show up. I'm going to have like 3 words an episode, but I'm going to be in every episode. It's going to maintain the tension of them being, cannibals. So Hugo thought that they were cannibals, and they were. In the pilot, they were actually cannibals.
Yeah, it's crazy.
And then they were like, we like it, but not the actual cannibal part.
Turns out maybe that, and perhaps you were one of the rough edges that needed to be sanded down.
Well, I will say in my own defense that the guy who was the head of the studios at the time really liked my character. But then the show, like within like 2 or 3 years, sort of like pivoted to more focus on the kids.
Well, right. Regardless,
I don't know. Sam Cedar was a voice on Bob's Burgers. That's interesting. Do I like Family Guy? Family Guy has its moments, but overall, it's a pretty bad show.
I'm annoyed by the conceit that you can't be edgy on these kind of cartoon shows.
Well, that's what they say, but the bottom line is like all of these guys desperately wanted to be in Hollywood.
Totally.
And as much as they, it really is sort of just an interesting sort of like, almost intro psychology class to like, spend 15 minutes thinking about these people, because they rail on Hollywood elite and Hollywood types and this and that, and they desperately wanted to be one. It was really always like, you know, sort of just a high school dynamic for them in some weird way.
It really is. It really is.
Two videos people should check out. Jose at Jose Bird on YouTube. Jose not a J elsewhere has two videos. Bent Key, the Daily Wire's kid streamer, and reviewing Lady Baller's Daily Wire's.
Chop their wieners off.
You see China and Russia filling vacuums.
and,
It's concerning.
If China were to actually invade,
You see China.
All right, friends, it's T-Man, and I'm back with the one and only, you know who, Alpha Destiny. It's Alex Leonidas of Alpha Destiny, yes. He changed his name, finally, from Alpha Destiny to Alex Leonidas. You know, it has a ring to it, doesn't it? Alex Leonidas. With a name like that walking around, you gotta be fucking like boss, bro. Why the fuck would you have a name like fucking Alpha Destiny when you've got a cool name like Alex Leonidas? Hey, the 300, the wear of the 300s. Okay, man, let's review this video together. Let's see what Alex, the fitness slave here, says. The recruiting fitness...
Do you think Shapiro, Crowder, and Tucker are the big three on the left? No. Crowder is kind of a has-been fucking loser, and I don't think too many people like him anymore. Shapiro's, you know, Shapiro's big for sure. Tucker is, I don't know really if he's so mainstream, especially now. Like, he's really, really far right-wing.
Lifting slave, gym slaves here says. So Alex says, seated overhead press equals strong shoulders. It does it? Okay. Let's see how strong those shoulders are.
What's up, guys? In today's video, I'll be teaching you how to build big shoulders with the anterior delt press. Showing you...
He's going to teach you how to build big shoulders. His shoulders don't look so big.
what not to do, and then providing very easy form solutions.
Are you fucking kidding
first
me?
of all,
Yeah, how's that working for you, Alex? Because I don't see anything there. Is this him posing in a flex? I've yet to see Alex flex. He looks like Blaha. He's scared to flex because, you know what?
The fuck? He's fucking delusional.
Oh, wait, no, he has flexed. Damn it. He's got no lats, bro. Look, he's got no lats. He's got no arms. It's just, I don't...
By the way, like, this is the guy who's fucking saying this about fucking Alex. Does he have any? I think he still has some videos of himself. Yeah, here we go. Yeah, I think Alex kind of mogs you.
What is your opinion on post-mortem rights? Eating roadkill? It would have to apply to humans too. Even if we gave animals moral value once they're dead, wouldn't, for example, feeding dead humans to wolves be environmentally friendly, and outweigh the bad?
I don't have a problem with, I don't know, eating roadkill or dead humans.
Draw Gig as the Vitruvian Man. Include Giggly's Wiggly. At the bottom of the page is the phrase Gig in all of his splendor. Also Gig is blue, so make it blue if you can. Also if it's blue, make the tip of the Wiggly a nice pink color. Maybe a drop of cum leak.
Okay, I'll do that for you. Thanks for the donation, Gigliardo. Yeah, so I don't really care if people are you know, eaten after they die, I guess. As far as like rights after you die, I don't know exactly what rights you should have after you die, like whether you're buried or cremated or something. I think that's pointless and doesn't matter. I think you should be able to pass on your inheritance or estate or something like that. But thanks for the donation, Riley Jones. Aaron from England donated $3. Let me see.
I've been doing legs, so I'm gonna do some more walking, some volume loading because I need that to strengthen my core. So that's what I use it for. So I'll do it again. I already did it. It's kind of like
What? Walking to strengthen his core.
I'm already tired, and I've been doing legs, so I'm kind of burnt out. But I'll show you again on video.
He thinks this is doing anything.
Like a Hellcat.
Dude, Genetic Beast is fucking just a whack job. Eh. Alright, Gig has the Vitruvian Man. Eh. Let's see, Dodo donate $2. I'll check out those links in just a minute. Okay, Gig, there you go. That's you as the Vitruvian man with a penis that's blue with a pink tip and a little bit of cum dripping out. Hope you enjoyed that. Thanks for the donation, Gig.
Do you know Mars is red because it's rust? It's a rusted planet, and rust has the color of red. The whole planet, because there's a lot of iron on Mars, and red is the color of blood. Hence, Mars, the god of war. It might have life there, we're still looking. Venus, the goddess of love and beauty. And Venus, as an object in the night sky, is stupefyingly brilliant. Until you learn it has a runaway greenhouse effect and it's 900 degrees Fahrenheit, 500 degrees Celsius on its surface. It would vaporize you. So much for the love and beauty in Venus. So it's the least explored planet because of how hostile it is to our...
That is interesting.
What we call intelligent life, manifested by the great apes and other big-brained creatures, may be unique, but what's to stop another planet from having a branch in its tree of life that looks nothing like us, but is supremely intelligent relative to us? That their intelligence to us might make us look like worms to them. The audacity of us to say, let's search for other intelligent life in the universe. That implies we're intelligent. In the year 1900, everyone is trying to figure out what the future is going to bring. Someone who worked for the New York Central Railroad wrote in a special edition of the Brooklyn Daily Eagle, a big newspaper of the day.
Do reaction video Coach Kyle content.
Who is Coach Kyle? I'll look him up. Thanks for the donation, Darren Watkins. Mendham says he emailed you. Let me take a look. Following up on your comment on one of my videos, I'd like to take you up on your offer to debate value and realism. I have no preference regarding who hosts the debate, so if you have some routine, I'm willing to do it your way. Let me know a good day and time, Eastern Standard Time for you, and I can probably be available. Best regards, Gary. Sweet.
In New York, a pull-out section, what the world will be like 100 years from now. They got everything wrong. And the head of the New York Central Railroad in 1900, coming off the heels of airships, the railroad crossing the country, the Orient Express from Europe to Asia. We had steamships crossing the ocean. I quote, and this is somebody who worked for the railroad, we can scarcely imagine that advances in transportation in the 20th century will be as great as were those in the 19th century. That is the most boneheaded statement ever made by anybody. 3 years later, of course, we are flying. In the year 1900, everyone is trying to figure out... I'll make a prediction.
So we looked at clip embeddings, right, and we've talked a lot about you.
Has generative AI peaked? Okay, we'll take a look at that in a bit. Coach Kyle.
Any tips on how to reduce hemorrhoid size? Got a couple now and they're really uncomfortable. Owie owie owie. Help me VG. Also look at this thread of Peterson talking shit.
Hemorrhoids can flare up, so if you're straining really hard while you're taking a shit, that's going to cause hemorrhoid flare-ups. So making sure you eat a lot of fiber, drinking a lot of water, and squatting while you're taking a shit can relieve pressure from that area, and that can prevent hemorrhoid flare-ups and getting more hemorrhoids. Otherwise, you might have to get like surgery to like remove them.
But I thought it ended well, you and Destiny.
Yeah.
You know? Because you even said, like, hey, we're getting everything out here. We're trying to come to something, and sometimes you have to be a little unruly in how you seek it out orally.
Good evening, VG. I hope that you are doing great tonight. So, did you see that Jewish Jordan Peterson, aka Norman Finkelstein, had a debate on Piers Morgan Uncensored? Skip to 15:30.
Jewish Jordan Peterson. He's not Jewish Jordan Peterson. He's something much, much worse. Let me see. 15:30. Okay, we'll react to that in a bit. Thanks for the donation, finger my ass. I'm just emailing Amendum. I'm gonna see if he can do Thursday at 1 p.m. Okay, cool. Could you do Thursday, 1 p.m.? I'll host the debate live on my channel, but you can stream it and record if you'd like as well. I normally use Zoom and can send you a Zoom link. Cool.
You know,
the problem with I found that likely the most. I had the most qualms about that podcast of any podcast I've done. Well, the reason is see, I learned this when I was like 24. I learned that I had a proclivity to battle verbally to be right.
Okay.
Right. And that was a status thing. I'm right, you're wrong. So, you know, that redounds to my credit. I use my verbal intelligence as a weapon of dominance. Well, I stopped doing that when I was like 23. I thought, oh, that's the prideful worship of the Luciferian intellect. It's a real.
Jordan Peterson's a fucking idiot, and he lies constantly. Dude, I think he might actually suffer from, like, narcissism.
Really bad idea. Like, seriously. It's a seriously bad idea. And so I don't like talking to people who want to be right. And Destiny wants to be right. And so
he's upset that Destiny made arguments. Okay, right.
so I found it.
Wow.
It was out of my bailiwick.
Like, by the way, this is the guy who, like, was shouting from a tree that free speech in Canada is going to die because we're adding trans people to the Human Right Code. And then he's saying, oh, I don't like people who have to be right. Like, give me a fucking break.
Because
Oh my god.
There is a large amount of ejaculate in my pants right now. I'm at my friend's wedding. What should I do? 1. Ejaculate more? Or 2. Ponder.
Well, I don't think it's a good thing to store too much cum, so maybe you should try to cum down a pant leg and let the cum seep down into your socks and let your socks soak it up. Thanks for the donation, Darren. Bro, like, what's funny too is Destiny went super, super easy on him. If Destiny wanted to make him look like an idiot, he could have easily fucking done that. Jordan Peterson is so fucking sensitive, dude. The free speech warrior, the fucking guy who thinks trans people are corrupting children, like can't fucking handle when someone disagrees with him.
Usually talk to people who want to talk.
Yeah.
Right. And I can disagree with them. I disagree with Russell Brand about lots of things. We get along just fine.
Yeah.
Right. And the reason for that is that Russell talks and listens.
Yeah.
You know, he isn't hitting me with a hammer trying to be right.
Yeah.
And so I don't like those.
Yeah, so basically I only ever want to talk to people who agree with me. Meanwhile, Jordan seems to be in such an epistemic bubble that he thinks climate change is almost certainly a good thing for the planet, and that no real scientists seriously disagree with him.
So I truly believe, I believe this to be the case. If you took a dispassionate look at the data and you looked at the effects of carbon dioxide, the biggest effect clearly by likely an order of magnitude is the greening effect. It's like, well, is that good?
I think by greening effect, he means plants grow more when you give them more CO2. He knows, I know exactly what sources of information he's getting this from. He's getting this information from a oil company. There's a few oil companies that are paying for lobbyists to put out disinformation on climate change. One of those big sources of disinformation is that, well, increased CO2 in the atmosphere is actually going to make plants grow more, therefore it's going to help agriculture. That's only true if CO2 was an independent variable. So if CO2 increases without an increase in global temperature, yeah, plants would grow more. The problem is CO2 has a greenhouse gas effect, so with increasing levels of CO2, you also get increased warming, so the climate is hotter. There's also going to be less water, and in some areas, more extreme weather. So even though...
Shut up, stupid ducky, lol.
Alright, well, I apologize. Thanks for the donation, Lacey K. So, even though CO2 might be beneficial for plant growth, what's not beneficial for plant growth is extremely hot weather with a dry climate, which is not going to be beneficial for plant growth. Jordan Peterson is literally just getting information from oil industry lobbyists without actually looking at any of the fucking data. And he's such a fucking idiot. He thinks, oh yeah, he probably doesn't even realize he's getting this information from fucking lobbyists, and he has either no ability or no interest, or possibly both, to actually look at the data. Alan Wiltsius donated $2. Let me see. No. Oh god, I fucking hate chiropractors, dude. Chiropractors are such useless fucking grifting morons. Oh shit, I feel bad for the fucking animals that are probably going to be harmed by this. You have to be a fucking idiot to bring your fucking dog or cat to a chiropractor. Holy shit. Thanks for that donation, Alan.
Well, the opposite was what was predicted, and the opposite was regarded as a catastrophe. Okay, so the opposite of a catastrophe is good. There's more plants and crops grow better.
Crops are not growing better and there are not more plants. Like, why is he saying this when for the last few years there's actually been a huge grain shortage? There's been way less corn available, and that's actually raised food prices. Like, he doesn't even know this because, again, all of his information is coming from oil industry lobbyists.
I've never heard anyone make a credible case against that particular perspective. So I've talked to a lot of people now, a lot of very good scientists about climate change. And
oh, sure,
the
you
last
have.
person I talked to was Patrick Moore. Moore actually believes that if we wouldn't have started to burn fossil fuels, the plants would have started dying in about 500 years.
Oh my god, what a fucking idiot. As time goes on more and more, Jordan Peterson's arguments are just this, whatever this is.
Hell, it's like, have it your way, buddy. Can't you just, call the poor victims what they want? It's a byproduct of neural activity. It's why isn't your solar plexus conscious then? You can't have a wood-burning fireplace. It's like,
so what
these bloody nature worshippers. Oh my, everything's coming to an end. We have to act like there's an emergency. We have to lock everything down. We have to take everything from everyone. Why? So I can be seen to be the savior of the planet. You have to use pronouns. It's like, fuck you, buddy.
Yeah, this is psychotic. Peterson is a fucking deranged idiot. How to date tens if you're an average guy, the truth.
In this video.
Yeah, I love videos like this. Finger my ass, $22. Cops are here to protect us, am I right?
Hands are on my face! Hands are getting on my face!
It's the disturbing video of a mom in police custody.
Who is this guy? I want to suck him dry for some reason.
I don't know who you're talking about. You mean, Peterson? Thanks for the donation, Hollowbad.
As she's bitten by hundreds of fire ants. Today we're seeing new video just released by police that they say gives a fuller explanation of how things went so wrong. It began when mom...
Maybe, like, don't put her in a bunch of fire ants? Like, could you maybe move her?
Taylor Rogers made an illegal turn onto the school grounds to drop off her son. She's stopped by the Santa Fe, Texas Chief of Police, Ruben Espinoza.
There's no left turns, ma'am. They don't even allow walk-ups up front. So
I know, that's what I was doing, sir. Going this way.
She drives off, but moments later, Chief Espinoza learns that she's driving in reverse at the drop-off area.
She was in reverse, heading towards a school.
Dodo donated $2. UN didn't have the death toll. I didn't say that. I said they reduced it by 50%. The UN can't be trusted. The US has a veto. What's he gonna say?
And Al Jazeera spoke to a 13-year-old displaced Palestinian. Her name is Nadine Abdulatif, and she says she's...
No, they didn't have the death toll. They halved the amount of women and children. I believe that's what it was. UN revises Gaza death toll, almost 50% less women and children killed than previously reported. So it's not that the total death toll reduced, it's that Hamas was overcounting the amount of women and children that died and undercounting adult male deaths. That's what actually happened.
Been traumatized by being repeatedly forced to flee the fighting.
It was absolutely terrifying because we left people behind and we were terrified for them. Where are they going to go? How are they going?
UN numbers.
So,
Let's see.
folks, let's talk about the United Nations cuts estimates of women, children deaths in Gaza war in half. This, of course, is a very deceptive, dare I say, genocide-denying article title by the...
As soon as you say anything that goes against the narrative, really, the UN is genocide denying now.
United States of America today. And of course, you know, it's, I guess, unsurprising if you know a thing or two about the way they operate in American media. As a child actor, brother, how the hell does she know American? Okay, dude, come on. At least put a sarcasm or a hoggers or something next to your obviously sarcastic statements so that people can understand. And when you actually read the article, a very different reality is shown. But of course, that doesn't stop people from pushing, like Joe Scarborough, stop people from pushing this fucking bullshit. UN has estimates from women and children killed in Gaza. Apparently, the Hamas figures repeatedly cited are false. Someone said that article to me and said, I called your numbers were wrong. I responded, you might want to check your morality when you think that 10,000 civilians is a own or a gotcha. Yeah, exactly. It is ridiculous when people are like, see, it's only 8,000 children that were fucking murdered. You know who does that? Nazis. Imagine if they did that.
By the way, wasn't Hassan playing the same game with the amount of Israeli citizen deaths on October 7th?
For the Holocaust? No, they literally do that for the Holocaust. Nazis do. It is literally one of the first steps of genocide denial. What you think? Like, what do you think Nazis talk about? Nick Fuentes talk about like 6 million cookies in ovens. It's impossible to bake that many cookies. Like, what do you think he's talking about? It's calling into question the number of Jews.
By the way, this Holocaust revisionist comparison makes absolutely no fucking sense, because here they're just trying to actually have some sort of accurate estimate as to the civilian death toll. When it comes to Holocaust revisionism, the Nazis clearly and went to great lengths to document the amount of Jews they killed. We have... It's like a self-admission of guilt from the Nazis. So when you try to revise Holocaust numbers, that's just a sheer denial of fact.
Who's killed in the Holocaust. That's what that is, which is also ridiculous for two fronts. One, because it's well documented, but also two, let's say if it was 3 million, would that be appropriate? Like, would that have been, oh, well, I guess it's not as bad now? Like, what the fuck are we doing here? Obviously, that's not the case. Like I said, but Tal Hagen's on it. Update. A similar issue has arisen with an incorrect assessment of the recent Gaza casualty figures as reported by OCHA, OPT, Office, the UN Office of Coordination of the Humanitarian Affairs in the Occupied Palestinian Territories. OCHA didn't report a dramatic decrease in the casualty figures of women and children. It just now only reports identified victims. Here is the explanation. Palestinians reported fatalities include 34,735 numbers, which is 9,500 women. Hold on, I gotta zoom in. My eyes are bad. 9,500 women, 14,500 children. And by the way, I want to note once again that is also an undercount. Very likely an undercount, given the fact that the entire healthcare infrastructure and the reporting facilities for such things is completely destroyed by Israel. It's just, it makes it much harder to report adequately on.
So then, why would he trust Hamas figures? So he's saying this, but then how can he do anything to trust Hamas figures?
On these figures, because Israel deliberately destroyed that shit so that they could call into question.
Cool story. Okay, so Hassan's a fucking retard. Not surprising.
School where there's children walking into the school. I had no choice but to use my vehicle to stop her vehicle.
Y'all are scaring me!
He takes her down, and that's when she literally comes face to face with the fire ants.
Ants are on my face! Ants are getting on my face!
Photos show the extent of the...
Holy fucking shit! Yeah, they were on her fucking face alright. Holy crap. Dude, this is a fucking woman. They couldn't have moved her, like, a few feet?
The painful bites. How did you all not hear her say that these ants were attacking her?
You can clearly hear on my body camera video me telling officers to pick her up and put her in.
What exercise do you recommend for working glutes?
Squats are a very good glute builder. Deadlifts are as well, especially stiff leg deficit deadlifts. And elevated lunges are also very good. You can do glute hip thrusts, but they're kind of hard to set up. They're sort of annoying, and they're not as good as squats or the elevated lunges. So those are probably the best three. Thanks for the donation, Brap.
Sing this song as Svaria, throw in some jabs at the demon Luna if you can.
Alright, I will do that for you. I just want to finish this video first, but thanks for the donation, Vitamin A.
Inside the patrol car.
He says they reacted quickly when she yelled that she was being bitten.
By the time she made the
they clearly did not.
initial complaint of the ant bite, it was approximately 13 seconds where I informed the officers, pick her up and put her in the patrol car. So at that time when they tried, she became non-compliant again and they had to restrain her.
What do you mean non-compliant? There's fucking ants, like, all over her fucking face.
Again, she would have been lifted up off the ground much sooner if she would have just complied with instructions.
I also spoke to Taylor Rogers' lawyer, Randall Callanan. So there's a lot of things on the videos that the police have now released, the extended video, that show that your client was less than cooperative.
We're not saying that they didn't have a reason to stop her, but once again, there was no reason to put her into the fire ants.
Ants are on my face!
Well, that's pretty messed up. Yeah, fire ants are fucking cunts. They're actually an invasive species. They're native to the Philippines. They shouldn't even be here. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. So scared of breaking it that you won't let it bend, and I wrote 200 letters I will never send. Sometimes these cuts are so much deeper than they seem. You'd rather cover up, rather let them bleed. So let me be, and I'll set you free. I am in misery. There ain't nobody who can come for me. Why won't you answer me? The silence is slowly killing me. Like, why in the fuck won't she answer me when I tell her that I want to see my son, and then she's surprised I throw acid on her face? Girl, you really got me bad. You really got me bad. Now I'm going to get you back. I'm going to get you back. Your salty skin and how it mixes in with mine. The way it feels to be completely intertwined. Now that I didn't care is that I didn't know. It's not what I didn't feel, it's how I didn't show. So let me be, and I'll set you free. I am in misery. There ain't nobody who can comfort me. Why won't you answer me? The silence is slowly killing me. Girl, you really got me bad. You really got me bad. Now I'm going to get you back. I'm going to get you back. What did you fucking expect if you're not answering my calls and my messages? Obviously, I'm going to throw a Molotov cocktail into your fucking house, you fucking bitch. You say your faith is shaken, and you must be mistaken. You keep me wide awake and waiting for the sun. I'm desperate and confused, so far away from you. I'm getting there. I don't care where I have to roam. Why do you do what you do to me? Why don't you answer me? Why do you do what you do to me? Why won't you answer me? Answer me. I am in misery. There ain't nobody who can comfort me. Why won't you answer me? The silence is slowly killing me. Girl, you really got me bad. Really got me bad. Now I'm going to get you back. Get you back. If I didn't have to run to fucking Thailand, I would have gotten that fucking bitch with another fucking acid attack. Girl, you really got me bad. Really got me bad. Now I'm going to get you back. I'm gonna get you back. Girl, you really got me bad. You really got me bad. Now I'm going to get you back. I'm gonna get you back. Alright. Hope you enjoyed that. Thanks for the donation, Vitamin A.
Since your depression has lifted, now it's time to embrace your roots. The reason why you're depressed is because you haven't embraced your hood energy. You need to start being more black. Do-rag, gold grill, chandeliers on your bike, etc. Do it.
When I win the lottery, I'll get a gold grill and, all that shit. Thanks for the donation, Black Lotus. Dodo, donate $2, let me see.
We are used to thinking that malware infections on our computers affect data only. But Stuxnet showed for the first time that malware can actually affect the physical world. But subsequent cyber attacks have targeted other types of machines. For example, Indestroyer, developed by Russia-sponsored hackers, targeted industrial control systems and disrupted the Ukrainian power grid in 2016. Stuxnet showed that almost nothing is off limits to hackers intent on malice. For example, any kind of IoT device such as smart refrigerators, toasters, thermostats, TVs, all are or will be susceptible to attacks. Stuxnet demonstrated that even air gaps are not enough to keep hackers out. For example, it is not unreasonable to imagine that hackers could sabotage just about any kind of production line or industrial machinery, such as oil refineries, water purification plants, electricity production, pharmaceutical manufacturing, you name it. Essentially, anything controlled by PLCs could be affected. We are...
Yep, it's kind of worrying.
What Einstein said was this: if you don't have anything out in space, that's a flat space. If you were to take a planet, a ball, whatever it is, a rocket ship, and roll it, it would make a straight line in that space-time. Watch it up on the screen. I roll it, and it makes a straight line. But, according to Einstein, if you go and have a star, that star will bend space-time in that extra dimension that you can't see. See, you can't see it bent up over here, but you can see it here. In that bent space-time, if you roll the ball, see now it looks like it's going around and around that planet.
Yeah, interesting. What you think about this?
This is news that I certainly didn't see coming. Do you remember Roger Penrose's idea that the human brain uses quantum effects in microtubules and that those are the origin of consciousness? Yeah, that sounds pretty crazy. But, well, it seems that he was right, at least about the microtubules. What the heck are microtubules? Microtubules are big molecules, basically. They are essential parts of all cells in the human body and play a big role for signal transport in the human brain. They're polymers that combine two tubes and are made of smaller components called tubulin. So the tubes are made of tubules that are made of tubulin. It's tubes all the way down, people. Roger Penrose now has this idea that consciousness can't be explained by a computable process. So there needs to be an uncomputable element in what the brain does, and that, he says, can only be the collapse of the wave function in quantum mechanics. The collapse is when a quantum distribution of possibilities collapses to one actuality. His hypothesis is that this happens in the human brain, and that's what creates conscious thought. Why the collapse of the wave function? Because we know that all the rest is computable, so that's the only place you can hide something non-computable. The problem with this idea, as many physicists have pointed out, is that the human brain is a warm and noisy place, and those are generally not very welcoming to quantum physics. There's a reason that current-day quantum computers are suspended from 3 levels of shock absorbers and cooled to a few millikelvin. It's not just because it looks impressive, though there's that. It's because otherwise the quantum effects just go away too quickly to do any computing with them. For Penrose's idea to make any sense, you'd have to have quantum effects survive in the human brain at least until a neuron has managed to fire. And the human brain is ridiculously slow.
Ben donated $2. Let me see. The end of Daniel Larson, coming clean. Okay, we'll watch that later. Thanks for the donation, Ben.
Did you hear about two academics getting sued for rape? Also,
I did not. DG academics sued for rape and defamation. Claimed she was assaulted multiple times at the internet personality's home, first by 2 men who drugged her and then by academics himself. Like, since he hangs out with Fresh and Fit, it would not surprise me. They're all massive, massive woman haters, so I'll wait to see what happens with a lawsuit, but it wouldn't surprise me if it's true.
All right, from time to time, the same sort of nonsense comes up again and again, and once again, you know.
VG, I think that if you're gonna argue that animals deserve post-mortem rights, that means plant lives matter should also matter. Also, can you check this out? Should I support this? It's the Animal Justice Party of NZ. Do you think their beliefs are right?
You didn't give me a link, so I don't know why postmortem rights for animals logically leads to giving plants rights. But yeah, if you give me the link, I can take a look at that. Thanks for the donation, Riley.
I'm dealing with addressing this again. Here I am in my gym, which I spend seems like half my life out here, to be honest. And I've been, like I said, I've been training weights and lifting weights and being physically active now for 45 years. I'm 57 years old, and I've been, basically training my entire life. And so yesterday I put up a little video of me of bench pressing, and it was 305 pounds, which is, it's okay. It's nothing real.
Can you sing this to me, please? I'm lonely. Where's Christy?
I don't know where Christy is. Probably eating KFC somewhere. But I can sing this for you. Thanks for the donation in Kindu. Riley Jones gave me the link. Let me see. Thanks for the donation, Riley. Dedicated to advocating for both systematic change and simple fixes to promote animal welfare. Yeah, welfare doesn't give them rights. In addition to supporting policies that protect animals from harm, such as promoting non-animal testing methods and banning animal exploitation in entertainment, we also advocate for establishing a commissioner for animals. Commissioner for animals play a crucial role in advocating for the welfare of animals, promoting their rights, and ensuring that they are protected from harm. By supporting this simple but impactful initiative, Animal Justice Party hopes to create a more ethical and humane future. This is so prone to corruption. What the RSPCA, they have this incentive program to use certain slaughter methods. So if a meat producer wants to say, oh, this is ethical slaughter and shit like that, they'll pay a fee to the RSPCA. But the RSPCA is then financially incentivized not to go after its people paying these fees. So I don't know what they really mean by this. I don't think it really does much. There's already similar systems in place, but we know they're super prone to just corruption. Recognize the inherent value, dignity of all beings, regardless of their species. Reject the notion that animals are mere commodities or resources. Our belief is nonviolence is grounded in principles of compassion. Understand that violence perpetuates the cycle of harm, suffering, blah, blah, blah. Also extends our belief animal rights stems from the understanding that animals are sentient beings with their own unique capacities for feeling pain, fear, joy. Just as human beings have inherent rights, dignity, animals also deserve equal consideration and protection under the law. Okay, well that seems like they do advocate for animals having the same rights as human beings. That's a very cute deer. Yeah, I don't know what specifically you wanted me to read, but they look okay.
This isn't like that DXC girl who falsely accused the leader of rape. She got drugged and gang raped, went to the cops. The rape kit shows DJ Academic's semen inside her and he was recorded talking about the incident. DJ Ac also defends Drake.
Yeah, so he probably did it. Probably did it. Kind of weird. Yeah, it's kind of weird that after consensual sex, a woman would go and do that. Pretty unlikely. Thanks for the donation, though, Grandam. She my little Clementine, ain't all tall, but she mighty fine. And her jeans just don't fit right. Shawty got me in love. She my little Clementine, baby girl got some dynamite. Southern girls are just my type. Shorty got me in love. Smell like daisies, but she ain't got her dukes on. Clothes half off, I don't need a coupon. Love the way her moon shines on the futon. I only ring my southern belle with a button. Shorty went and dropped $1 for my new song, Touch Toes Tuesday, get her groove on. Death threat. Never stressed cause my baby keeps a tool on. She's a line dance leader, looking fine as hell, blue jeans and a beater. Shorty got the juice and she loved me when I squeeze her. Summertime Clementine ain't nothing sweeter. She may like my little Clementine, ain't tall but she mighty fine. And her jeans don't fit right. Shorty got me in love. She my little Clementine. Baby girl got some dynamite. Southern girls are just my type. Shorty got me in love. When her sundress hit the floor, yes ma'am, got me singing country songs, goddamn. And a home-cooked meal, that's my favorite day. When it's time for dessert, she just sit on my face. She tans like Clementine, she's the juiciest, ripest. Got her on the no-fly list. Small town, she ain't got a lot of mileage. Good lord, these southern girls are righteous. Tennessee short whisper in her ear softly. Got some Zans on me, she can't get off me. Then she took some whiskey straight to the face. That's the time and the place that I knew it was fate. She my little Clementine. Ain't tall, but she mighty fine. And her jeans just don't fit right. Shawty got me in love. She my little Clementine. Baby girl got some dynamite. Southern girls are just my type. Shorty got me in love. That was a terrible song. Thank you for that.
Impressive. Quite anybody knows anything about bench pressing knows that a 300-pound bench press is really no big deal. Now, I mean, granted, I'm 57 years of age. I got long arms. It's pretty good for me. I mean, I've never was a great bench presser. Pretty happy with that. But of course, that prompted some, basically I'll call him a beta loser, to say, well, you must be taking steroids or testosterone replacement, and that's the only way it's possible because, and this is why, because I tried carnivore and I didn't gain muscle. In fact, I lost muscle. And therefore, because I lost muscle, therefore you have to be on drugs. You have to be cheating or deceiving people. And my response to that is, go fuck yourself, kind of. Because, listen, this is a beta loser mindset. Now,
what happened to Veggies for Thought? I have no fucking idea, dude. Out of nowhere, he just dropped off the face of the earth. Don't know what's going on with him.
Certainly, I've trained my whole life. I've been very vocal about being anti-drug. There's an article back from 2008 where I set a
Andrew Tate interview with former Mafia Kappa Michael Franzese. Could be interesting.
Hey everyone, welcome to another.
I don't think I'm gonna watch this. I'm a little worried with Andrew Tate interviews. I got a copyright claim on another Andrew Tate interview that I reacted to, so I'm gonna skip this. It's probably fucking stupid anyway, but yeah, I don't want to get another fucking copyright strike from a fucking Tate interview. Thanks for that donation though, Mr. Balls.
Andrew Tate interview with former Mafia Kappa Michael Franzese. Could be interesting.
Okay, I don't know why you sent that twice, but thanks again for the donation, dude.
American deadlift record at a place called USA Powerlifting, which rigorously tested for drugs. They were one of the most aggressive organizations out there. Anybody knows anything about powerlifting, particularly the ADFPA, the American Drug Free Powerlifting Association, which later merged into USAPL, was very anti-drug, and I've been that way my whole life, and I still am today. As far as testosterone goes, certainly the stigma around taking testosterone is much reduced from what it was. And despite that, I could easily say, well, I'm 50, it's normal for me to take testosterone, and no one would really bat an eye. And yet I still don't take this stuff because I don't need it. I literally don't need it. I'm strong. I wake up every morning with a heart on. I mean, it's not like I'm
oh, well, good for
deficient.
you.
Now, When people say, well, your testosterone labs were low on one test. Well, let me show you something else. This is a nice video from a guy named Mendel Henselman talking about the fact that literally testosterone can be low and you can still have tremendous effect depending on how sensitive you are to this. And that's what I believe is going on in my situation. I don't care about having low or high testosterone. I literally just care about what the results are. Do I wake up?
So, I think it's pretty clear Shawn Baker isn't actually following a carnivore diet. He probably eats bananas and potatoes and shit and just doesn't tell anybody. There's some evidence to suggest that. Also, around the time when he got his testosterone labs, his muscle mass was melting. He was hypogonadal, really, really, really low testosterone, and he was losing all of his fucking muscle mass. It wasn't until like a year or two ago where he started gaining weight again. So he probably just went off the carnivore diet and has been eating some, plant foods at least here and there. And that helped him get his testosterone back and get a bit more energy so he can train a bit harder.
With a heart on, do I have decent libido, and can I put on muscle? That's all I care about. I don't care what the number is. So take a listen to his little video here.
Is because people differ not just in how much total hormone they have, but also how much they can use that hormone. And we see in research that there are mediating effects of androgen receptor density, androgen receptor protein content that result in people being able to use the amount of testosterone that they have to a different level.
Sure.
Shouldn't be on. I think it's well overprescribed. I think it's a medical.
Base plant-based Nutellars. I actually thought that Masab interview was on one of JP's better videos, but what's up with his face, lol? Yeah, I guess he kind of looks a little bit like Donkey. Also, you must delete one from existence. Soy milk, seitan, watermelon, caffeinated drinks. I would say caffeinated drinks. I don't think I could live in a world without watermelon. Soy milk is also pretty dope, and I also really like seitan. Thanks for that donation-based plant-based.
Just turned 26 today. But because I'm on a cut, I'm going to celebrate by indulging in something healthy such as a giant bowl of strawberries.
Sounds like a good idea, Sengoku. I don't like strawberries personally, but, berries are always a good option. Thanks for that donation, dude. How old am I going to be? My birthday's next month. Am I turning 33 or 34? I think 33.
You don't realize that college campuses erupted with the kids demonstrating for Hamas? They are in with the...
Is your screen hanging on a wall and you have only a very tiny desk where your mouse and keyboard just fit on? Because I never see your head leaning on one or more hands. Don't you never have the urge to do like most normal people?
I have a pretty big desk. So I don't know what you mean. Like my desk is fairly big. But thanks for that donation, Keegang.
The terrorists?
They were for the Palestinians.
Well, it's sort of the same cause. Why, are you?
I'm on the side of the kids.
Did Bill Maher just say, he just proudly conflated Hamas with Palestinian civilians?
Well, gee, when the majority of Palestinian civilians support Hamas and support October 7th, it's kind of hard not to conflate the two.
The same cause. If you're protesting because you're enraged over the slaughter of literal children in Gaza, well, that must mean that you support Hamas. That's what he said. But as you heard, Bill Burr...
Oh my god. Whatever, dude. Young Turks are just fucking stupid, bro. What the fuck ever.
in its firing. Even the most basic estimates say that it wouldn't work out. Penrose originally didn't say anything about specifically how these quantum effects should come about in the human brain, but he later teamed up with Stuart Hameroff, a neurobiologist who had this idea that it'd be the microtubules. The microtubules, Hameroff convinced Penrose, can basically synchronize due to quantum effects, and that helps the quantum effect survive for long enough to play a role in conscious thought. That still doesn't explain what any of this has to do with consciousness, but at least that'd make it plausible that the collapse of the wave function plays any role in the human brain. I've heard more than one person say, what a pity that Penrose fell for this crazy Hameroff person. But well, I've met both Penrose and Hameroff, and they're both crazy, of course, but neither of them is stupid. So what are we to make of this microtubule business? Now comes this new paper from a group that doesn't seem to have anything to do with either Penrose or Hameroff, and they say that they have clear evidence that these microtubules actually do display real quantum effects. More specifically, it's a process called superradiance. It basically requires the molecules to have quantum links to each other to achieve a larger emission of light. They first built a computer model for how the tubulin molecules combine to microtubules and how they would absorb light. Then they also tested this in the laboratory, and they found good agreement. Both theoretically and experimentally, they say that yes, these tubules can display quantum effects. They didn't actually test it in a cell, just in a solution, but it's at room temperature, and they say the superradiant effect basically doesn't care about the environmental noise. This is very interesting, just because it's an example.
Let's see, the only path to $2 did name the trait, debunk guy, respond to debate offer. No. He has not responded to my debate offer as of yet. Let me just take a look at my email again. So, I'm going to be debating Amendham on Thursday at 1. So he agreed to that, so that's cool. Yeah, I don't have any email from that, name the trait debunk guy. That dude's a fucking idiot.
¿Cuánto es de la coca? ¿Cuánto es, amigo? A ver. Ay, qué bonitos dientitos. Saludo a los matracas. Ay, qué bonito. Gracias.
That's a really fucking cute pig. Oh my god, so fuzzy. Look at his big oinker. Look at that nose. Oh my god. Wow, I need a beaver. I want him. I need this guy. That's amazing. Oh my god. Dude, look at these fucking beavers, dude. Holy shit, they're fucking cute. Oh. Wow. Oh my goodness. Wow, he's prancing. Oh my god. That looks like a happy deer. That's amazing. That's special. What a good deer. Thanks for the donation, The Only Path.
For quantum-enhanced effect that seems to be unexpectedly robust. I'd be surprised if not the quantum computing people will try to use it. Another interesting part of the paper is that they say that the quantum effects in these microtubules can do something else, which is that they become much more efficient at absorbing ultraviolet light and redistributing it to lower energies. That is, they basically protect cells from the potential potential harm of ultraviolet light. In the press release, the researchers say if these quantum effects fail, that might play a role for degenerative brain diseases. I'm somewhat skeptical about this, but then this isn't my research area. What does any of this have to do with consciousness? Nothing really, though last time I looked we did need brain cells for consciousness. There seems to be a big logical gap between there are quantum effects in human brains and quantum effects create consciousness. Though, come to think of it, maybe the time has come for a quantum consciousness startup. I recently read a paper saying that large language models are currently totally dominated by English language text. It bothers me because I believe that speaking in a different language with different words and different grammar does give you a somewhat different view of the world. I've recently been brushing up my French with Babbel, and no, je ne regrette rien.
That's interesting. Could be quantum effects in your brain.
Video I wanted to discuss with you guys what it actually takes to date really hot women. I'm talking about the girls that are 9 out of 10, 10 out of 10, the highest quality women possible that you have.
Really weird statement there. Girls who are good looking are the best quality women. Because, yeah, looks are everything, right? Oh my god. Bro, if you're the type of person who's watching a video like this, there is no fucking hope for you. You have fucking problems if your only priority when it comes to dating is just dating the absolute best looking girl you can possibly date.
Access to in your area. All right, what does that actually entail? Because I want to give you guys a quick disclaimer. It's not just about pickup. It's not just your game. It's not just say the line and you're going to get that girl. That's fucking bullshit, dude. I know that there's a lot of gurus in the industry that primarily talk about, well, if your game's tight or if you get into a big enough social momentum or if you do this crazy tactic, you're going to get that girl. And the reality is, guys, is that to actually get a girl of that quality, and I can say this because I've been going out every day in Brickell, Miami, only going up to the hottest women. All right, I've been doing this every single
Yeah, he says this, but then he blurs their faces.
day. And what I can honestly say is that if you really want to attract the highest quality women into your life, you need to also become the 10 out of 10 version of yourself.
Like again, he's conflating quality with just looks. Hey, there's plenty of shitty, crazy, messed up fucking good looking people that you wouldn't want to date.
On all levels, though. With women, when we look at them, we're pretty much evaluating them based on their looks, for the most part. As you start to date girls more long-term, you'll start to realize very quickly it's not just about the looks. Ideally, you're going to need a combination of personality, some level of compatibility, some chemistry, somewhat of aligned goals for it to really work out long-term. So if you're a dude, you're going to need to have all of these different pillars maxed out. And that means your look, your financial situation, your lifestyle, your network.
Oh, this is fucking stupid. Just talk to fucking girls that you think are interesting. That's all you have to do. There's plenty of very attractive women who preferentially date, like, guys that aren't quite as good looking because they know they're less likely to cheat. There's plenty of really good looking girls who don't care so much about how you look like, and they care more about your personality, chemistry you have, shit like that. Like, again, especially for the audience of, like, idiots who are insecure fucking vapid morons who are watching this sort of content, why are you fucking telling them, oh, well, you have to be, like, 7 feet tall, a rich millionaire, and be, like, a Hollywood celebrity in order to date, like, a 10 out of 10 chick? Like, no, you don't. Just talk to fucking girls. Like, that's all you gotta fucking do.
Communication, your confidence, your charisma, your vibe, like all of these pillars should really be maxed out as a dude. And if you're a guy that's watching this video and you're like, well, that's fucking bullshit. Like, why do girls not need to do all of these things either? Like, why do they just need to work on their look? Why do they just need to be hot? It's like, dude, shut
Okay, so he knows his audience is 15-year-olds.
The fuck up, okay? Shut up. If you want to be a girl and play the easy game, like, go do whatever you need to do to, like, make that happen. But I'm just telling you how it is. As a dude, you really need to work on all of these things. And the good news is, maybe it's a harsh truth, but it's good news in the sense that you can actually work on all of these things. You should be building up all of these different pillars. Now, some of you guys might complain about that idea, but what as you enjoy, because you don't have more earlier, get your ass in the gym, get your ass on the fucking treadmill, control what you're putting in your body until spinning. I put good vibes and good energy out into the world. And then when I eat that, I'm okay with my look. I was never fucking hideous.
Oh, damn, he's short.
I was never fucking hideous, but I just wasn't nearly as good looking as I am right now because I really went harder in the gym and I went harder with my diet. I went harder with my discipline, and I'm starting to feel more attractive. I know I'm more attractive. The world has that.
Okay, this guy's videos are fucking garbage.
On April 30th, 2024, Daniel Larson's life was forever changed. A sudden communication blackout from Daniel to his management team signaled that something was awry. A call with his manager Clark would confirm the gravity of the situation.
Oh my god, I'm doing okay. The feds pretty much got me.
The feds got you?
Yeah, this time the feds got me. I went to probation yesterday, and sure enough, the feds were there, and they charged me with 7 counts of, threats from the threats that I made.
7 counts of threats?
Yep, under federal court.
Holy shit.
Yeah.
So this shit.
The tone in their voices make it clear. This was not no ordinary arrest or incident. The implications were major. The violence and threats in question originated from one of Daniel's notorious YouTube channels, and for legal reasons, we cannot show the full posts, but they have been reposted multiple times on Reddit. Consisting of explicit threats and self-incriminating admissions, these posts raised grave concerns among viewers. Law enforcement surprisingly reached out to members of Daniel's management team requesting proof of his threats. Members promptly provided the gruesome posts, ultimately giving officials the final piece of evidence needed to arrest Daniel. It turns out issuing
Finally. Oh. That jackass needs to be fucking locked up, dude.
threats against the White House, police stations, family members, and more is never really a smart move. Daniel now faces severe federal charges for these threats. And when the indictment was revealed, fans knew the end was drawing near, as did his management team. If you've followed Daniel's story, you know he had a quote-unquote management team for years, groups of trolls who pranked and fed him misinformation, which his gullible nature led him to believe. If you've watched the Daniel Larson files, you're aware that a relentless individual named Clark has been managing him. Larson Leak interviewed Clark back in December.
He's gonna get what's coming. A couple of my really close friends will say, yeah, like you're weird or whatever, but then like, there's always that one, I don't know if you guys have the same thing, but there's always that one girl that likes Daniel that's just like hot as fuck.
Fearing Daniel could be transferred somewhere unreachable, a pivotal decision loomed. The management team that had been trolling him for a staggering 9 months decided it was time to come clean. Daniel would have to confront the reality that his fantasy world was never authentic. On May 6, 2024, Clark, Daniel's longtime manager, made one final phone call, revealing the truth about everything. I present to you the final moments of Daniel Larson.
And follow facility instructions to register this number as a private number. To consent to this recorded call, press 1. Hello?
Okay, Daniel, I need you to listen completely for the next 10 minutes, and I need to talk to you, okay? I need you to not interrupt me, and I need you to be fucking serious right here, because this is probably the only time, it's one of the most important things I'm ever going to tell you. All of this has been, it's fake, man. I mean, I'm not Clark, I'm not a lawyer, I don't work for Interscope. Grace doesn't want to talk to you. The only reason Grace knows you is because she thinks either you're a predator and creep, and the only time you've ever talked to Tina was because she was telling you to back away. I mean, it hurts to say UCLA was fake, Interscope was fake. Every single thing that we did, it was fake. I mean, none of that was real, Daniel. I mean, and I can't keep leading you on here. And to be honest, you do need to learn your lesson. And I know we've acted like friends for the past 9 months. But really, you're a sick guy, man. And I tried to give you the benefit of the doubt. And I would see you send those to 15-year-old Sky Brown, say your things.
Yeah, Jesus.
You need to get some help. And I've been recording everything. We even worked with McDougall for a while. And I'm done. It's over, man. There isn't anything else to say. I've been lying to you. I've been faking fucking everything. Grace doesn't even know if she knows who you are, she thinks you're a weirdo. And yeah. I mean, and I get some circumstances, but at the same time, you really are a menace to the streets of Colorado. I'm a 20-year-old kid from St. Louis in community college, and I know literally nothing. So, I am going to say I won't be answering any more calls anymore. This is probably the last time we'll ever talk. But you don't. That's the thing, Daniel. You keep convincing yourself, Grace and all that. It's not, she doesn't want you. I've never talked to her in her life. How do you think all our calls end up on the internet, too? I mean, you're fucked, and it's over, you know? I'm sorry, not really at the same time, because this has been the fucking weirdest 10 months of my life, and I've had to been talking to a pretty much pedophile for that whole time while also hurting my image. I even got fired from my fucking job in real life for this, Daniel. So, no, I'm in the middle of the most important call of my life right now.
To be honest, I kind of knew that you were and that's why I kept questioning everything.
You can hear Daniel speechless, sighing over the phone as Clark breaks the devastating news to him. Without allowing Daniel much chance to express his feelings, Clark abruptly hung up. The call lasted 16 minutes, but mainly consisted of Daniel's muffled responses as Clark repeated himself. Other management members felt Clark should call Daniel again to properly hear him out, but it might have been too late. The following day, when one more call was scheduled, Clark went radio silent. After hours of silence, Clark resurfaced with concerning messages in the Discord group. He shared a screenshot of a text from Bob Proctor that read, "Daniel wants to talk to you. He says he got in a fight. Sorry for the intrusion." It appeared Daniel had gotten into an altercation with other inmates, and everyone urgently wanted Clark to call Daniel immediately, but he didn't comply. Clark later revealed he had just gotten fired from his job for being quote-unquote too drunk. With the lore's finale in his grasp, Clark ghosted the group, leaving other members stranded without warning. After attempting to persuade Clark to redo the final call, he reluctantly agreed.
Recorded and may be monitored. If you believe this should be a private call, please hang up and follow facility instructions to register this number as a private number. To consent to this recorded call, press 1. To disconnect, press.
Thank you for using Securus. You may start the conversation now.
Hello?
Hi, Daniel.
Hi.
Okay, so
Sorry, before you say anything, I want to tell you that I am extremely sorry. And I want to try to fix our friendship.
I mean, it's not just, I feel like you have a lot of people to say sorry to, mostly, not just me, more like Bob and the restaurants and all the people that, even Grace, in a way, for tormenting her and her family for the past couple years.
I agree, and I will take the blame, but I want to fix everything. You know, we all make mistakes, and, you know, we all make mistakes, and it's how we move forward. Right? And it's how we make progress.
I agree, and I know that Bob's been talking to you recently, so I hope you said sorry to him and everything, because I'm surprised he's even still talking to you after everything that went down.
I understand. And, you know, with Grace, I also understand what you said about it.
And that starts with me being honest, too, and I regret even all the fake Graces and all that. Yeah, that wasn't right to do for Grace, too, because I don't know her in real life, and I know she was probably not happy with people pretending to be her for the past couple years. So that does start with us, too. But, I mean, the way you took it was a little too far in some ways, and, I mean, and I do think...
I do agree.
Yeah.
You know, we've been in contact for so long now, you know what I mean? I want us to be friends.
I mean, you do understand everything I told you, though, in the last call. Like, all of this has been pretty much made up. I know it's hard for you to know, but you got to realize that before the trial, before they think you're crazy.
Right, and, you know, I agree.
I mean, and
I do have to say that I do kind of know I know what my public defender is going to ask tomorrow, but I don't know if they're going to approve it this time or the next court date. But I do know that we're making progress in the right direction.
Okay, well, I think this was a good conversation, but everything starts with a couple sorries here and there. Do you have anything that you want to say to, like, everybody out there? Like, because I'm guessing people are going to get these phone calls through that, so you should, if you want to explain yourself to everybody on Reddit.
You know, what I want is I want an apology to the entire fan base, and not only his fan base, but I want, you know, an apology going out about the leading of the phone call and stuff like that.
And just everything, even Sky.
Like literally everything at this point. You know, I mean, if we go into detail, it's going to be way too much right now.
True.
You know what I mean? And we're on a timed phone call with, you know, money going through. I'm to a point to where, like, I want to try to fix this with everything, and I want the real truth to be heard.
And the truth will be heard, Daniel. So I gotta go, but I'm out. See ya. Clark out.
That may have just captured Daniel's final moments of outside contact. These charges appeared dire, marking the end of potentially all of this, the whole entire story, the end of Daniel Larson.
That guy is an absolute menace. He needs to be fucking locked up for the rest of his life. He cannot function in society.
I'm Kusari. I want to thank Flexburger for having me read this for you guys. It's really awesome being able to work on projects with the community. So, yeah, you guys can check out my channel and all that.
Well, I guess that's that. Expect mega deaths. Norman Finkelstein. Alright, Dodo, Donatillers, we have to watch this. Let me see.
I'm Wes Ball, director of Kingdom of the Planet of the Apes. This is a little sequence in the very beginning of the movie. After our trio of apes here, Noah, Sunit, and Ayab, have just had a little adventure, and they're on their way back to their village, where we get to meet the life of Eagle Clan, kind of works in their culture. And the goal was really just to set up a world that was wonderful that was ultimately going to be forever changed when the course of events kind of leads to performance. And then I have to go and then reduplicate those shots without the apes, which is where I choose, whatever performance I choose now gets dropped into the scene itself, right? So this isn't something where we just kind of animate the characters after the fact. We're actually on location, and they're there in their digital costumes, essentially, acting out, everything you see on camera. With the exception of, say, background action. There's a group of apes in the background playing what we called monkey ball. An interesting process.
Yeah, that's interesting, Dodo. I've had that happen to me before. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Thank you, Piers.
Well, to debate, I'm joined from New York by Professor Norman Finkelstein, political scientist and pro-Palestine activist, and from Efrat in the West Bank by Yishai Fleischer, the spokesman for the Jewish community of Hebron, and Minister Ben Gvir's former advisor for international affairs. Well, welcome to both of you. Dr. Finkelstein, let me start with you, if I may. We are on the verge, it seems, of an inevitable full-scale invasion of Rafah. Prime Minister Netanyahu has made that clear. It's also clear that America, Israel's biggest and most powerful ally, is extremely concerned about this. In fact, Secretary of State Antony Blinken has said not only does he think it's a big mistake for Israel to do this, but he believes that the war on Hamas is not really working, that Hamas is now regrouping in the north anyway. And so on every level, from the American assessment, this is something that shouldn't be happening. What's your response?
Well, I can't speak to the military situation because I have no professional knowledge of it. I can't speak to the humanitarian situation. The International Crisis Group, a very respected mainstream organization, put out a report about 3 weeks ago.
Tommy Kunwar donated $2. Do you like Chef Cowdy? No, I don't. He's kinda just stupid. Thanks for the donation, Tommy Kunwar.
In which it says there is no middle ground. If there is an invasion of Rafah, there's going to be mass hunger, mass starvation in at least northern Gaza.
Here we go. Oh, there's gonna be starvation, there's gonna be a famine. People have been saying this over and over and over again since it started, and it just never happens.
And perhaps elsewhere. And they were emphatic about the fact that you have to make a choice. Either suspend the invasion or accept that you're going to cost the lives of thousands and perhaps more than thousands of civilians in Gaza. The second point I would make is that, at least as of the last few days, the Undersecretary for Humanitarian Affairs, Martin Griffiths, has said that no aid is coming through to Gaza anymore, that Rafah has been shut
Well, that is a total lie.
down, that Karam Shalom has been shut down, and that Gaza is now in a position where it was a few weeks ago when Israel was effectively not admitting any humanitarian aid to Gaza. So at a humanitarian level, should there be a full scale, there is an invasion right now and large numbers of people, I guess the current estimate is 300,000. Large numbers of people have been displaced. Displaced where is unclear because it's unclear where to go. But if there's a full-scale invasion touching the core of the Rafah refugee population, then one can, at least according to the International Crisis Group, expect mega deaths.
Ishai Fleischer, I watched Dr. Phil's interview with Prime Minister Netanyahu last night, and he was emphatic, Netanyahu, that there would be no stopping Israel going into Rafah and that they had to do this because Hamas had to be eliminated. But it would seem from American intelligence that Hamas is already regrouping in the north of Gaza, which surely should be of significant concern to Israel, shouldn't it? If the strategy is simply not working and Hamas is regrouping now in areas that were thought to have been places where Hamas had been removed, doesn't that suggest this military strategy is not working?
First thing, Pierce, I want to thank you so much for having me on the show. And I also want to use this opportunity to wish Israel a happy 76th Independence Day. Tonight we celebrate that. Israel is the most exciting project of the Jewish people in 2,000 years. So this is a big deal for us. Today was Memorial Day. Now it's Independence Day.
Oh, shut up.
And so, I really appreciate the chance to speak about these things with you today on your important show. With regarding to Gaza and the Hamas war, okay, so we're going to have to fight them in Rafah. And if we have to fight them in the north, we'll do that as well. We're in a war. We're in a war. We're not here to just give it up right now just because it's not working here or there. We're at a war with people who have dug tunnels 15 stories deep, people who want to destroy the state of Israel. That is their charter. It's a religious charter. They say that they want to get rid of all of Israel, starting with Gaza. And if we...
What chair do you have? That shit looks comfortable as hell.
It's a it's a recliner. I'm not familiar with the exact model, but I got it from Leon's. It's synthetic leather, of course, but yeah, it is comfy. Thanks for the donation, Scardini.
We have to pivot to the north. We'll do that. The Jewish people are used to conflict. We've been through a lot of conflicts throughout our history, 3,000 years of conflicts, but we're still here. So if we have to go north, we'll go north. It doesn't. What follows from your question is not that we should just give up and not attack in the south. It just means that we'll have to move on our attack north, and we're going to deal with this thing because we have no other option. And I want to remind you, Piers, that it's a proxy war as well. If we lose this thing, we're going to lose it to the Iranians who just declared that they have a nuclear bomb. We have to fight this. We have to prosecute this war to the end and send a signal to the Middle East that we're not joking around.
Okay, let me play you Antony Blinken, Secretary of State, what he had to say on the weekend shows in America.
We're seeing parts of Gaza that Israel has cleared of Hamas, where Hamas is coming back, including in the north, including in Khan Yunis. As we look at Rafah, they may go in and have some initial success, but potentially at an incredibly high cost to civilians, but one that is not durable, one that's not sustainable. And they will be left holding the bag on an enduring insurgency because a lot of armed Hamas will be left, no matter what they do in Rafah. Or if they leave and get out of Gaza, as we believe they need to do, then you're going to have a vacuum, and a vacuum that's likely to be filled by chaos, by anarchy, and ultimately by Hamas again.
Now, Ishai Fleischer, the problem is America is, as I said, America is Israel's biggest ally by far, also biggest supplier of military hardware, which President Biden's already said he's going to stop a lot of that going to Israel if they go into Rafah. But to have the Secretary of State of the United States expressing such concern about the military strategy, surely that has to concern you, doesn't it? Because ultimately, if you kill all these innocent civilians...
It's all a PR game. Like, Gaza is an extremely small territory. It's like, yeah, okay, fine. You might see some Hamas members able to escape and go north. Yeah, then fucking kill them. I don't know why they're making this seem as though, what are you gonna do? They keep moving from there to there. Okay, then kill them.
Civilians in the process of getting rid of Hamas, but you end up not getting rid of Hamas. That is a failed war, isn't it?
Okay, so first thing with regarding to civilians, we have to remember that civilian deaths is actually part of Hamas's strategy against us. They want Israel to kill a lot of civilians so that Piers Morgan can ask, hey, what's going on with the civilians? So that the Anthony Blinkens can give Israel a hard time. So that is in their interests. They are actually going against the Geneva Convention's stated laws that you're not supposed to put in civilians in front of.
Yeah, but Israel is
an
also
incoming
killing.
army in
Israel
order
is
to
also
block them.
killing thousands of civilians. You accept that?
Yeah, yes, we are because we're in a war.
What's the suggestion here? Oh, well, if a military force is using human shields, I guess you can't go to war. You're just encouraging terrorist groups to use this strategy.
War.
Right.
We're in a war. And we basically, it's like this, Pierce. If we don't do it, then basically we are sending the war onto the next generation. We're just passing the buck. We're kicking the can down the road. It means that my children are going to have to prosecute the next war. We've already seen that. We've already had many wars with Gaza. This is like war number what, like 5? So if we don't take care of this business, they're going to come stronger at us. They're going to declare victory. We can't.
I watched your recent Kick or Keep. You mentioned you had ASPD. Is this true? If so, what compels you to follow an ethical code despite your lack of empathy? If you have no empathy, why be ethical in scenarios where you'd benefit from being unethical?
Yeah, I was diagnosed with antisocial personality disorder. It doesn't mean I have no empathy, it's that I have a lack of empathy relative to normal people. So I certainly have empathy to animals, and I can think logically, and I can have a moral code. It's just that I have a lack of empathy relative to normal people. But thanks for the donation, Scare Theater. Appreciate the donation.
We can't have that. We can't have Iran be victorious in Gaza as it has been in Yemen, as it has been in Iraq, as it has been in South Lebanon. We can't have that. So this time, October 7th is an opportunity to clean house and to make sure this doesn't come back again. Now, people on the more right-wing part of the spectrum believe that Israel should actually hold on to Gaza and have minimally military presence there, if not more. Because if we just back out of there, what happens is the next Hamas or the next evolution of Hamas will take over. So yeah, Pierce, bottom line is it's a war, and we got to fight it.
Right, Norman Finkelstein, Ishai Fleischer said this.
I wonder if I can briefly respond to that.
Yes, you can, yeah.
Thank you so much. I think there's a bit of a misnomer here by designating what Israel's aim is to simply impose a major military defeat on Hamas. I have no doubt that that's correct. However, I do believe that what you're describing, quoting Anthony Blinken, as a failed strategy is only half correct because Israel has another goal. The goal is to finally solve the Gaza question for once and for all. As the other person said, there have been many high-tech Israeli massacres in Gaza. It's actually quite a large number, more than 5, but I won't bother with the figure. And the goal right now is not just to mow the lawn in Gaza, but to extirpate, pull out from the roots every blade of grass.
Interesting. Also, you were right about Ezel. I've been emailing him about a live discussion with him, and he's been a total dick. I told him I've rescinded my offer. He doesn't seem capable of having a good faith discussion.
Yeah, he only wants to use it as an opportunity to lie, obfuscate, and promote himself. The guy is a complete narcissist. I think he uploaded another fucking video of his girlfriend,
Here's
too.
a fun fact: Kingdom of the Planet of the Apes just made $135.4 million at the box office, while Ryan Gosling's action comedy The Fall Guy just bombed, grossing only $103 million worldwide.
Oh, how much was Planet of the Apes made? That doesn't seem good. Yeah, that sounds like a bad opening weekend. Only 131 million. Dude, that movie had to have been, like, insanely expensive
Hi
to make.
Richard. Drawing request. Draw a picture of Tom Cruise shoving the very last Palestinian child into a wood chipper. Palestine is finally free.
Yeah, I don't know. Thanks for that donation, Dodo. Tom Cruise shoving the very last Palestinian child into a wood chipper. I can do that for you. Let's see. Ugh. Yeah, he
actually have any.
Yeah, he made her upload another fucking video about the whole cheating thing. And she's talking about killing herself, which is a great sign. Let's see. Tom Cruise profile.
Nope, the budget for Kingdom was only $160 million.
160. Okay, they probably spent a fuck ton of money on advertising too. I guess it's just the opening weekend. But I guess we'll see. We'll see how it goes. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. I am interested in seeing the movie. It actually does look cool. Alright, let's see. Tom Cruise throwing a Palestinian child into a wood chipper. Oh, whoops. Low battery.
For that drawing request of Tom Cruise, do you think that these versions of him would be easier to put into the drawing request? Lol, just a suggestion.
Give me one moment.
Wow, a movie about apes just beat a Ryan Gosling movie, let that sink in.
Yeah, that could be easier to draw. I'll just stick with the photorealistic attempt for right now. Oh yeah, and South Park. Yeah, the South Park one looks good. I need like a profile shot though. Thanks for that donation, finger my ass. Movie about apes just beat a Ryan Gosling movie. I mean, if it's a bad Ryan Gosling movie, it's not surprising. He's a really good actor, but I mean, the movie's shit. The movie's shit. Thanks for the donation, though, dude. Appreciate it. Okay, it's kind of looking like him. I think we're getting there. His chin is a little too low, maybe. Yeah, there we go. That looks good. Okay. Yeah, it's not bad. It's kind of Tom Cruise-ish. Okay. I think it's a pretty good fucking profile of Tom Cruise, gotta say. Um, 34 to $2. Did you see the Jubilee video with Greg Doucette and Myron from Fresh and Fit on fat people versus fit people? It's really interesting. If so, what are your thoughts? I didn't see it. I can't react to it on stream because Jubilee is copyright claiming like everybody's fucking video if they react to them. So I can't watch that on stream, unfortunately. But since it's Myron and Greg Doucette, it is probably fucking stupid. So yeah. But Thanks for the donation, dude. And what does a wood chipper look like? Let me see. Wood chipper. Okay, there's my masterpiece.
I wonder how Ryan Gosling felt when he found out his film bombed to a movie about apes of all things.
Yeah, I'm sure he wasn't happy about that. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. So there's Tom Cruise shoving a Palestinian child into a wood chipper. Hope you enjoyed that drawing. Thanks for the donation, dude.
In Gaza. That is to say, to make Gaza unlivable. And in terms of that goal, which is separate and discrete from the goal of inflicting a military defeat on Hamas, that goal is coming close to achievement. They have made the north of Gaza and they have made central Gaza unlivable. Those landscapes can now be described as a howling wilderness. The only area of Gaza which is not physically unlivable, that is the only area that has
Take a
not
fucking drawing class, holy shit, your dog Finn can draw better than that. You sleep at night? By the decree of the gods you shall repent by getting your fucking eyes checked. Dance like you mean it.
Okay, I'll do my best. Thanks for that donation, Black Lotus. Oh.
Baby, 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 no, I want you. Want you. Baby, 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 no, I want you. Want you. Baby, 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 no, I want you. I treat you like my lover, be your first stick and butter. I love you like my brother, I put you over others. I treat you like my
I tell
cousin.
you what, he felt those dang dirty apes.
Yeah, for sure. Thanks for that donation, Dodo.
I love you, no discussion. I treat you like my muffin. It's either you or nothing. Baby, 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 no, I want you. Want you. Baby, 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 no, I want you. Want you. Baby, 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 no, I want you. Want you. Baby, 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 no, I want you. Baby girl, let me go and show you something real. Baby girl, I like the way you smile at your grill. You got a second, girl, just tell me how you feel. When we hooked up, we ain't have no reason. Baby girl, your beauty reminds me of the seasons. Baby girl, trust me, you got me, I'm never leaving. You really got me thinking that I'm dreaming. For you and your love, you know that I've been feeling. Baby girl, with you, I'll never keep a secret. Baby, I love your attitude, treat you good with gratitude. Oh, that's good, yeah, that will do. I'll do anything just for you. Baby, baby, no, I want you. Want you. Baby, 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 no, I want you. Want you. Baby, 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 no, I want you. Want you. Baby, 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 no, I want you. I treat you like my lover, be your first ticket.
All right. Hope you enjoyed my world-class dance moves. Thanks for the donation again, Black Lotus.
Completely reduced to rubble. The only area is Rafah.
Yeah, Gaza isn't completely reduced to rubble. That's just a lie.
And so when Prime Minister Netanyahu says he wants to finish the job in Rafah, that
Icefish isn't a troll. He genuinely tries to make good music videos.
in my opinion, yes, it does include a component of trying to defeat Hamas. But the bigger goal, in my opinion, judging from what the Israelis have said, their bigger goal is to make Gaza an unlivable place. And so the people of Gaza, in the words of Israel's former head of the National Security Council, Giora Eiland, the only choice that will be left to the people of Gaza will be either to stay and starve or to leave.
You know, Lindsey Graham, the American senator.
That makes no sense because, again, Gaza, like nowhere, no one accepts Palestinian refugees. So what he's really saying is, oh yeah, Israel just wants to exterminate all the Palestinians.
Gave an interview also at the weekend. I want to play a clip from that, Norman, and come back to you for your
No,
response.
Jasmine did not leave. Now, I haven't picked my main in T8 yet. I still haven't really played much of the game.
To this, because he raises an interesting point.
Well, why is it okay? Well, can I say this? Why is it okay for America to drop 2 nuclear bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki to end their existential threat war? Why was it okay for us to do that? I thought it was okay. To Israel, do whatever you have to do to survive as a Jewish state.
Senator, again, military officials say the technology has changed. But let me ask you about how all
these
of this
military
could
officials
impact.
that you're talking about
Let me ask you
are
something.
full of crap.
I mean, strong words there. Now, I think it's been misinterpreted as him saying that he wants Israel to use nuclear weapons. He didn't say that. What he was saying was, if it was deemed morally acceptable, as many felt it was, albeit horrendous death toll, but to end the war morally defensible for America to deploy nuclear weapons in Hiroshima and Nagasaki, then why is it not morally defensible for Israel to do whatever it needs to do to eliminate the threat of Hamas, given that Hamas is on record after October the 7th as saying they wish to do the same thing again and again and again and have a charter which when it was first written, said their obligation was to get rid of all the Jews.
I think there are a couple of aspects.
Listen to Not Like Us Kendrick Lamar on Y. It's not copyright protected, thanks BTWD's nuts.
Oh, I've already listened to this. It sucks.
Niggas, certified boogeyman, I'm the one that up to score with him. Walking down whole time, I know he Rose came home, y'all didn't deserve him neither. From a line, get your first street cred.
It's just a shitty diss track.
Aspects to that question. The first aspect is I don't think there is a broad consensus outside the United States, leaving the U.S. apart. I don't think there is a broad consensus that it was morally acceptable to drop atomic bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki. In particular, you could say that the Hiroshima question is debatable, but I don't believe anybody seriously argues that Nagasaki was morally defensible.
Can we not get too much into World War II?
Necessary.
Let's talk about our situation now.
Yes,
we got
that's
some
fine.
serious things to deal with right now.
That's fine.
Let's get to it.
Right, I'm trying to be.
Let's not get into academic mumbo jumbo. I understand, but let's get to it. The bottom line is that Israel is a tiny country, and if you look at the map, you'll see we're a tiny Jewish state within. That's right, but we got to get to it and not talk about Nagasaki or Hiroshima. What's the difference? The point is we're a tiny Jewish state within the Arab Muslim world, and if we don't defend ourselves, then we're an ethnic minority. We're an armed ethnic minority.
Let Norman Finkelstein respond, please.
Piers, you have to decide whether you're the moderator or he's the moderator.
No, I'm the moderator.
You asked me a question direct. Okay, well then I'm trying to be responsive to your question.
Yeah, I understand.
So now on the question of Israel and Gaza, either you do or you don't accept the laws of war, what's called international humanitarian law. If you do accept the laws of war, then Israel has to abide by those laws of war, and the fundamental law of war is called the principle of distinction. You have to distinguish between targeting civilians and targeting combatants. So I don't believe Lindsey Graham is correct, except if in his opinion, he said Israel has to do what it has to do. That's his essential argument. But that means, as I understand him, Israel doesn't have any obligation to obey the laws of war.
Well, okay. Let me just say on that, Norman. On that, just to clarify, he wasn't advocating that Israel should break international law. He didn't say that. And I would throw back at you, I guess, this point, which is: do you now, or maybe you have always done, but do you accept that Hamas broke international law, given that it was the governing body of Gaza at the time, that when it committed the act of atrocity with its terror attack on October the 7th, that was a breach of international law? You accept that?
I would say there are two aspects to that question. Under international...
Do an impression of the guy on the left talking about how he goes through the process of taking a shit and wiping.
My next door neighbors, who are barbaric apes, who should leave this apartment building and stop terrorizing us. They have not been wiping their behinds, and they have been leaving an awful smell in the hallway. So, if I may educate these barbaric simpletons, these absolute morons, these irretrievably stupid, ignorant apes. First, you grab the toilet paper from the toilet paper holder. You then wipe, preferably from front to back, so as not to push any feces on your testicles or vagina or whatever form of genitalia you may have. You then proceed to wipe with more pieces of toilet paper until there is no longer any feces residue left on said toilet paper. You then flush it down the toilet and you wash your hands, you barbaric animals, you simpleton Philistine pricks.
All right, there you go, Goat. Thanks for the donation.
Law, there is no law on preventing people living under an occupation from resisting that occupation using armed force. Under international law,
Pierce, for God's sake,
it is
he's on record as stating that he was jovial at that day.
Ishai, I will let you respond. Just let him finish the point. I'll come to you.
All right. Let's get to it. All right.
However, in the course of its armed resistance to the illegal Israeli occupation of Gaza,
Hench Herbivore, despite his debate-dodgy reputation, has been on a carnist roasting spree for a while in his shorts, and done a terrific job. Worth checking out some.
Going out on a carnivore diet.
How to get pissed like lions do.
It was my birthday, so I'm heading out with the lads to celebrate.
When he greets his friends, do you think he sniffs their bums? Like a lion does?
Now, I don't drink anymore, I just stick to water, so soda water.
Well, good for you, but that's not how cats drink. You should be lapping it up out of a saucer.
500 gram ribeye and some bone marrow on the side. If you're low carb and do drink, the best option is to stick to clear alcohol, lowest in carbs like vodka or gin.
Carnivores don't consume potatoes or grains.
With a low sugar mixer.
Wait a minute, you criticise some vegans if they include processed foods, saying they're full of chemicals and nonsense. Yet you're adding a mixer full of chemicals and nonsense? I suppose lions do that as well.
Going out.
Anti-vegans. Were it you in the victim role, you'd be pleading with us to try harder. If you can't find it in your heart to stop victimizing animals, at least try to step out of your egos for a moment. And stop trying to obstruct kind people from doing what deep down I'm sure you know is the right thing. You're better than that.
Whatever. Good for him. Thanks for that donation, Lolo.
it broke the laws of war to the extent that it targeted civilians, and the evidence thus far indicates that massive atrocities occurred on October 7th. However, we have to distinguish that, which was clearly a breach of international law, from the right of a people under occupation to use armed force to end the occupation.
Okay, let me...
Occupation. Like, what the fuck does he even mean by any of this? Like, if he's talking about the border wall around Gaza, the only reason that exists is because of Hamas.
Go to Ishai Fleischer. I mean, on that point, do you agree with Norman Finkelstein's assessment of what happened there?
First thing, October 7th was a horrific massacre. There's no international law that's going to back that. But we know, and you had this on your show, we know that Norman Finkelstein celebrated the murder of Jews. He's on record. You tested him. You saw that he was not telling you the whole truth. You know, he said, I, for one, will never begrudge. It warms every fiber of my soul. The scenes of Gaza's smiling children as the arrogant Jewish supremacist oppressors have finally been humbled. So forget international law. He's
Whoa, Finkelstein is a piece of shit. James donated $2. Let me see. West Bank, Ramallah, Palestinians kill 2 Israeli soldiers. Palestinian mob killed 2 Israeli soldiers, dumped their bodies in the street after the pair were captured with 2 other servicemen Thursday in the explosive West Bank town of Ramallah. Yeah, well...
Now take my $3 and look at this cat's fucking beautiful chonky face, you son of a bitch.
Okay, I'll do that in just a moment. Thanks for the donation, Oakout. Yeah, they do this, and then when the Israeli military retaliates, captures these people, puts them in a military prison, oh, we're victims, oh, the oppressors, like every fucking time. This is the Orthodox Jewish Jesus.
Want to tell the Rebbe the words of the new song that we're singing with Mashiach, right? So I'm just going to read him. Am Yisrael, have no fear. Mashiach will be here this year. We want Mashiach now. We don't want to wait. Okay?
Yeah, I mean, that's probably what Jesus looked like. Thanks for that donation, James. Oh my god. Whoa. I don't like that girl. She's being a little too rough with that kitty. She's just upsetting that kitty. Fuck that bitch. That's a really nice, beautiful kitty. Too bad she's, he or she is with this fucking dumb bitch. Thanks for the donation, out goat.
Happy that Jews were murdered. You know, that there was some soldiers that they were murdered, their male members were cut off and put in their mouth, and then the terrorists took out the phones and sent pictures of that to their mothers. All right, what are we talking about here? Let's get back to common sense. We have a war here against an intractable enemy that wants to destroy Israel. Even President Biden, who's not a big fan of this war, has already said that Israel has not done atrocities, is not committing a genocide. That's already passé. Even Norman Finkelstein's beloved ICJ basically did not go into saying that Israel is doing atrocities. They kind of bunted and said, please be careful in the future. That's it. So now we're fighting an intractable enemy. As I said before, it's a proxy war as well. And it's not an occupation. Very sadly, my nation, Israel, in 2005 gave away land. I was there. I was there with Arabs. I was there with Arabs and Jews in Gaza in 2005 when my army came, the Israeli army came and took us out of there. The Arabs there begged us. I still remember their hands through the fences like this. They said, don't leave. You don't understand who's going to take over. Now, what Norman Finkelstein is going to tell you is that all day long Israel is committing atrocities. If you go to Telegram, you could see the videos of Hamas shooting civilians and women yelling, you have destroyed our lives, you have destroyed our land, you have killed our children. Hamas is a cynical organization. Its leaders are billionaires.
I feel like Bill Burr is just doing shtick here cause he's known for being a huge shtick on podcasts. But people think Bill Maher got owned by him here.
Yeah, I think we already saw this clip.
Demonstrating for Hamas. They are in with the terrorists.
They were for the Palestinians.
Well, it's sort of the same cause. Why, are you?
I'm on the side of the kids.
Yeah, that's easy to say. You know, no one wants to see kids dead. This is a war.
That was very brave of you to say that.
This is a war. No, I'm the one who's actually brave on this.
Pat yourself on the back.
It's easy to say I'm for the kids. Who's not for the kids?
Well,
it comes down to real hard-nosed decisions. Like a country.
Stop talking like you're a general.
A country got attacked. Israel got attacked.
I'm not saying that they didn't have a right to go back. I'm just sitting there going like, how do I look at what?
They're the only country in the world that they get attacked, and then as soon as they counterattack, it's like, well, we got to stop this shit now. Don't attack them. There's a very simple solution to all this problem in the Middle East. Stop attacking Israel.
Hey, you
Stop
just solved
attacking
it.
Israel.
You just solved it.
I actually did.
There you go. That's fantastic.
Anyway.
All right.
We don't need to get onto that.
Let's go to Russia and the Ukraine. How do you solve that one, Bill? Let me hear your hard-nosed decision about that. Well, let me ask you a question. How is war still legal? With all this shit that's been canceled.
Legal.
Why is that still fucking legal?
Would you like a real answer to that? Because for something to be illegal, you have to have the capacity to enforce it. And you can't enforce against war, or else you have to go to war with the country that's going to war. And we don't want to go to war with Russia over Ukraine. What would be the sense of making it illegal? Oh, that's really going to stop Putin. No. To stop people from going to war, you have to also put boots.
Bill Burr did not make a point. Thanks for that donation, Israel's based.
Its whole thing is to make Israel look bad. It has no care for its own civilians. It steals the food that comes there. There's been thousands of tons of food that has come there, okay? But they steal it. They keep it for themselves. So what are we talking about? Let's just get back to common sense. We have a terrorist organization. It's controlling a piece of land. We're fighting them, trying to minimize civilian casualties. But yeah, it is war. It is war, and we're fighting it. Yes, they're putting their children in front of our munitions on purpose. And that is a very sad situation, but we cannot stop prosecuting this war. For us, it's existential. We are a tiny ethnic minority in this region.
You're tiny in geographical size. You are enormously powerful, actually, in terms of military power and in terms of political power.
And you see what happened,
and you have as your number one ally the United
down.
States of America, which is the most powerful superpower in the world. In January this year, your former boss, Ben-Gvir, argued that the departure of Palestinians and re-establishment of Israeli settlements is a correct, just, moral and humane solution to this war. I mean, that cannot be right, surely. I mean, the solution to long-term peace is not going to come down, surely, to Israel filling Gaza with Israelis, is it? I mean, that would surely cross a line which nobody would think could be remotely achievable in terms of a sustained peace.
This is a big question, Pierce, and a good one, an important one, which is really a much bigger question about how do we move forward. First thing is, we have a war with a jihad. We don't have a war with Arabs. We don't have a war with Palestinians. We have a war with jihadists. Jihadists, they control the landscape because they're very violent. Mostly they're violent against their own people. I know this firsthand from Hebron. I cannot tell you how many examples I have of Arabs that want to make peace and relations with Hebron. I have excellent relations with many Arabs in Hebron, and yet they are persecuted by the Palestinian Authority, in Gaza by Hamas. Why? Because they want to move forward in normalization with Israel. Israel wants to normalize in this region. At the end, we are not very different than the Arabs. We have a similar DNA, we have a similar language, we have a similar religion. We're the children of Abraham. And some people are recognizing that that's the way forward. That's the Abraham Accords. Okay, that's the UAE and Morocco, maybe even Saudi Arabia in the future, in the near future, I hope. We have a way forward, and the way forward is a way of peace. What is peace? A strong Israel on its land, on its ancestral homeland, surrounded by Arab states on their lands. And those states together working together to make the Abrahamic region successful and thriving. But there are elements that are jihadist elements. These elements want to undermine that. They want to destroy normalization. They're against Israel. They're also against moderate Arabs. They're against Christian Arabs, Arameans. When I speak to non-Jewish residents and citizens of Israel, like Druze, like Cherkessim, like Arameans, like Bedouins, like pro-Israel Muslims, they all say the same thing to me. You have to be strong against the jihad. You got to crush it, or else it's going to take over. It first and foremost crushes the average Arab, the average decent person who wants to normalize with Israel. So the answer is like this. Fight with the jihad. Be bad to the jihad so that you can be good to the good people. That's the way forward.
Okay.
It's not to be wishy-washy, to back up, and to let them take over.
Let me go to Norman Finkelstein. Your response to that proposal?
I'm not sure what the proposal is. What I hear is a lot of statements that seem to be completely detached from reality, at least as I understand it. Let's start with one of his earlier statements. He said in 2005, when Israel was redeploying its troops from inside Gaza to the periphery of Gaza, the people of Gaza were begging the settlers to stay. There were approximately 8,000 settlers in Gaza at that point, and they controlled about 30% of the land. The 2 million Palestinians in Gaza were given about 70% of the land at that particular moment. Number two,
Norman, I just want you to know what I'm talking about from experience,
the head
not
of
from
Israel's
theory.
national...
I was there. They talked to me.
Sir,
I was there.
You really have to act as peers. Many of these Israelis...
Nick Fuentes donated $2. Why do Palestinians always say they are Semites? It's an obsolete ethnic group, and anti-Semitism is defined as I think he meant to say special against Jews.
Shalom, my name is Rudy Rockman and I'm here at the 2019 APAC Policy Conference.
I have a conversation because I can't get into wrong things.
Not Middle Eastern. Yeah, physical.
I have no idea. I've never heard of any Palestinians calling themselves Jewish, so... Thanks for that donation, though, Nick Fuentes.
Think the whole world is the West Bank and Gaza, where they get to control everything. So you really have to remind him that this is a civil conversation.
Want Israel to stay and be strong. Don't change the topic. It's very simple. I just said to you, I was there. I saw them with my own eyes. They talked to me.
Yeah,
They said, don't give up this land. And the same thing that Al Bedouin said, don't give up the Sinai to the Egyptians.
Let Norman finish. Because he listened to you.
Just stick to the facts.
Norman did let you speak and then responded afterwards. Afford him the same courtesy.
You got it.
I'm angry. Just tried to debate my pro-Palestinian sister on it and tried to say Hamas and plastics are same thing. She responded with ha ha ha. Then I said she was stupid, then she said agree to disagree. How fucking stupid, not even interested to learn.
Hamas and plastics are the same thing? What do you mean? I don't know what you're trying to argue with your sister. Thanks for that donation, Riley.
Today in the Council of Trent, we're going to take...
Trent Horny $20 is Trent Horn based.
Today in the Council of Trent, we're going to take a look at transgender insanity, starting with a video that was shown to 4th graders at Bramlett Elementary School in Georgia. So the video shows a chicken Muppet and 2 dog Muppets, one of whom is wearing a rainbow collar. The normal dog asks rainbow collared dog if he wants to do dog things like chase their tails or sniff stuff, to which rainbow dog says,
Actually, I like to play with yarn. Yeah, it's fun. Yeah. Or I like to clean my paws like this. And you clean your face too. Yeah. Or we could practice purring like this.
Purring?
Yeah. And we could try to meow. Meow.
The normal dog then tries to get help from Ms. Social Justice Warrior.
Miss Madison?
Oh, hey, Gulliver, you're back.
This seems like a really nice, sweet video just teaching kids about tolerance and acceptance of people who just want alternative lifestyles.
You find Barry?
Yeah. We've got to talk.
He seems like a nice guy.
Oh, great guy, great guy. He thinks he's a cat.
He thinks he's a cat?
Yeah. He's over there talking about yarn, and purring, woof, and licking.
Well, that's okay, isn't it?
Well, I think you should talk to him.
About what?
Well, about being more like a dog.
Gulliver, you're really struggling with this.
It's weird.
It's not weird, just different. I couldn't ask Barry to change who he is. That would make him really sad.
But...
Gulliver, accepting people for who they are is a very important skill. We accept you for who you are.
Notice the contradiction that the teacher says we have to accept people for who they are, but she absolutely refuses to accept normal dog's normal reaction to a dog who is deluded and thinks he's a...
Okay, this guy's a fucking retard. He is just stupid. Thanks for that donation, Trent Horny.
So, at the point where, according to the other speaker, the people of Gaza were begging the Israelis to stay, according to the head of the National Security Council at the time.
I meant how Palestinians and Hamas are the same. Whoops. She also refuses to go vegan. We have a bird and she showed it butter chicken and said this was one of your cousin, ha ha ha. And I told her off.
Yeah, that sounds like your typical pro-Palestinian virtue signaling bitch. Hopefully she chokes on her next meal. Thanks for that donation, Riley.
Giora Island, and this is March 2004. He described Gaza as, quote, a huge concentration camp. So I find it a little bit far-fetched to believe
read one Israeli? Because I
that
keep
the
hearing you mention
Please don't
Giora
interrupt.
Island. Have you read anybody else? Like
Ishai,
one guy, that's the guy? That's the guy
Ishai,
you're
let
gonna
him
keep quoting
finish.
over and over again?
Please
One
let
guy?
him finish.
Sorry. Sure.
So I find it a little bit far-fetched that the inmates of a concentration camp would be begging for the guards to stay in the camp. That to me is an unusual.
Yes, because it's far more preferable for Hamas to, be murdering gay people, trans people, anybody who is a political dissenter, barbaric punishments for crimes like chopping off people's hands. That is far more preferred than an Israeli occupation force. What a fucking jackass. Joden-based Peterson donated $2. Is Mr. Peterson based? Let me see.
I want to go talk to Peterson. Peterson, do you have any comments on the Nazi presence at your protest? The presence of Nazis and white supremacists assaulting people at your protest. Do you have any comment on that?
Yeah, I don't like Nazis.
Then why
were they here? Well, how can I answer
Are their views in alignment with yours? At some point you have to realize.
That's a foolish question. Look, if you want to know what my views are.
I've watched all of your videos.
Yeah, I've seen this. Whatever. Jordan Peterson's a fucking idiot. That person who filmed the video is a fucking idiot. If you're going to criticize Peterson, you can criticize him on a lot. But if you're going to accuse him of being a Nazi, it's a really retarded way to attack him. You can criticize him for being a fucking bigot, sure. You can criticize him for being a liar, a fraud, a charlatan, a pseudo-intellectual, but, just accusing him of being a Nazi is just insanely lazy and stupid. Thanks for the donation, Jordan-based Peterson.
It's an unusual scenario. Now, this talk about the people, Israelis reestablishing illegal settlements in the illegally occupied Gaza Strip, that to me, there is a problem there. I was reading an interview yesterday with an expert on the subject. Israel has deposited, as of now, there are about 37 million tons of destruction, about 37 million tons in Gaza right now, which means it would take.
What? Is he trying to say there's 37 million tons of rubble that has to be cleared?
According to this expert, it would take about 10 years to clear the rubble in Gaza before you can even
we will clean it up, Norm. Don't worry. We're going to clean up Gaza because we want it. It's beautiful. We're going to make it beautiful again.
Okay.
Make Gaza beautiful again. That's the slogan. Don't worry about it. We'll take care of it.
Thank you very much. You'll probably
no, it's
ask
not for
the
you. It's for us. It's not for
community.
You. We live here. This is
the
for us.
International community. Yeah. Well, actually, on the subject of living there, I did spend quite a lot of time between 1987 and 1993 in Al Khalil, which is sometimes called Hebron, and it's again rather far-fetched to believe.
4,000 years.
Yeah. Right. Well, it's Al Khalil.
It's okay. Go ahead.
Peterson cries about his convo with Destiny and other assortments of unhinged clips from a recent podcast. It is a thread with multiple clips.
Somebody already sent me this, and we've already reacted to it. Jordan Peterson basically complains that he doesn't like it when people disagree with him. That's really what it amounts to. Thanks for the donation, Norm Finkelstein.
Al Khalil is the Arabic name for it. It came about 1,400 years ago. It's been Hebron for 4,000 years. Jews have been living there for 3,700 years.
You see, you have a problem, sir. The problem is you want to discard what the international community has to say in the subject. Under
I don't have a problem.
law,
I am very, very plugged in. There's many people in the international community that are with us. If it's Geert Wilders in Amsterdam, if it's President Trump who recognized the legality of Jewish presence in Judea and Samaria, certainly in Hebron, we've been there for 3,500 years. I think somewhere in international law they could figure out our rights in this ancestral city.
Right. Under international law, the whole of the West Bank, including East Jerusalem and Gaza, are occupied Palestinian territories. So under international law,
it's
sir,
our ancestral land,
or I should
and we're going
say
to keep living there, and nothing is going to stop us.
Under the International Criminal Court Rome Statute, sir, you're a war criminal because you are illegally settling in occupied Palestinian territory. You should be prosecuted under international law as a war criminal.
That is, well, many
That's
people
the
disagree
law.
with that. Many legal
That's
scholars
the law,
disagree with
sir.
that. That is not the law. That is not the law. That's
Well,
the law
no,
according
actually,
to...
sir,
as Benny Morris said
with
about
all
you, Finkelstein is a notorious distorter of facts and of my work, not a serious or honest
Okay.
historian, right? It's on your Wikipedia
Okay.
page. So do me a favor. You're not going to tell me exactly what the law is. You're not even a lawyer. I'm a lawyer. And it happens to be that we have every right to live in our ancestral homeland. We won that land in defense of wars, which is an international law principle. We purchased the land, which is the simplest principle of free markets. We bought it from Arabs. The three religions all recognize the Jewish people as living in this land. If it's the Quran, the Christian New Testament, the Torah, they all recognize this is from this land.
But what nobody, all right,
and
but
even
Ishai,
international
if I
law.
may jump in, what people are not accepting are the continuing attempts by Israelis to expand the settlements. Almost nobody I speak to thinks that is anything but a deeply inflammatory thing to be doing.
Can I remind you again, Pierce? Pierce, this is this little white thing.
You know, you don't need
that's
to
our
because
tiny land
when
in
I
this
went,
region.
well, okay, listen,
It's
let me explain.
our ancestral
Hang on,
land, Pierce.
let me explain. When I went to Jerusalem about 12 years ago and interviewed Prime Minister Netanyahu in Jerusalem, he showed me a very similar map that was hanging behind his desk, and he put his thumb on Israel and he put his hand on all the much larger Arab countries. I get it, but what it doesn't show is the reality that Israel is the most powerful country in that region in terms of its military, and certainly in terms of its support from the United States. So this idea that it's a tiny, impoverished little part of land is a mischaracterization. But my question to you again, Ishai, is this.
Pierce, it's not a
how
mischaracterization.
does it help?
I never said impoverished.
Hang on, let me finish.
I never said that.
Let me ask you the question again.
Go ahead.
Which is, how do you justify the expansion of settlements, given that almost nobody I've spoken to on this show thinks that this is anything but inflammatory?
Oh my gosh, Pierce, for God's sakes. First thing, I never said the word impoverished. We're a powerful little country, great. But look what happens when we drop our guard for 1 minute. They cream us. Let's be real about what happened. We got creamed. And now we're fighting a war to fix that wrong that happened. Okay, that's number one. Number two is Judea and Samaria, the West Bank so-called, is the heartland of the Jewish people. It's where we're from. Our whole DNA, everything, our language is based on these places. We're from these places. This was called the Jewish state 2,500 years ago by the Persian Empire. It was called Yehud Medinta, der Judenstaat, the Jewish state. This is the heart of our land. Yes, Israel has not formally annexed Judea and Samaria, but it holds on to it as territories. There's 500,000 Jews, so-called settlers like myself, who proudly live in the ancestral homeland. This is where we're from. This is where we're going to stay. Nothing is going to get us out. And no amount of international law mumbo-jumbo, no amount of academic gobbledygook is going to get rid of simple, plain history. And many people, including the Trump administration, recognized our rights. So we're talking about big America. You've said to me now on the show 3 times, you said to me, you know, America's against this war. There's many Americas. Right now, it's a Biden America. Tomorrow, it might be a Trump America. A Trump America recognizes our right. So we're going to be paid.
This isn't the greatest response to the issue of the illegal settlements. A better response to this is Palestinians were offered a land for peace deal, and they rejected it. So if Israel wants to build settlements in the West Bank, well, again, Palestine rejected the land for peace deal, so get fucked.
Patient, as we have been for 3,000 years. We're going to be strong, continue to build our third Commonwealth, which is celebrating 76 years of independence today. Mazel tov, we say. And we're going to keep going. So don't give me this stuff about that we're not going to live in Hebron. Hebron is where we're from. Our forefathers and mothers are buried there. That's where we're going.
Before I go to Norman for a response to that, do you believe then that a natural extension of your logic is that you should also be entitled to the whole of Gaza going forward? Is that your belief? That actually, that is all, do you believe that is all Israeli land?
Absolutely. Pierce.
Okay, well
I
then...
was one of the people...
Okay, but then...
Wait, let me finish. You asked a big question.
That's a massive
You asked a
question.
big question. It needs a real answer. That's right, and it's a fair question. You're right. And the answer is simple. 2005 disengagement was an awful mistake. We should control that land and govern it. Again, it's a tiny piece of our tiny land. And of course, pro-Israel, non-jihadist Arabs and others, Palestinians, Muslims, whatever they want to be, that don't hate Israel should live there and be successful there.
But what right? Sorry, I'm sorry,
like
but listen,
Jews live in
Ishai, what right does Israel have to just take over Gaza, having obliterated it?
PLS, draw a picture of this cockatiel. PLS, make it so good and in color that my fucking cockatiel will fucking realize it's another cockatiel. Do it in cooler as well. Make it very good.
The drawing requests are $5. So if you give me an extra $2, I might grant your request. Thanks for the donation, Riley. Pierce just asked a really stupid fucking question. What right does Israel have to, obliterate Gaza and then rule over it? Well, let's see. Palestinians keep electing authorities that are fucking terrorist assholes. It's a huge security threat to let Palestinians govern themselves, and it would clearly benefit the Palestinian people if there was an Israeli government in place ruling over them. So that would be the right. Like, I don't know how that's a worse scenario.
We're not taking it over. There was never a Palestine
you can defend
there.
Listen,
no.
You can defend yourself against a terror attack.
There's never.
This surely is exactly the kind of occupation that Norman was talking about, only on a massively bigger scale. You're unashamed about it. You want to occupy Gaza.
You're not talking today.
Yes, that would be a good thing. Please explain why an Israeli occupation in Gaza would be a bad thing.
Oh, Fick, I messed it up. He's some extra money.
Okay. I can do that for you. Let's take a break and draw some stuff. It's a really nice cockatiel. Hey, Prim Prim. Prim Prim. What are you doing, Prim Prim? Oh, there's BMO. Hey, what are you kitties doing? I have 2 cat butts on my desk. Let's see. BMO, what the hell are you doing? BMO, stop trying to steal my cookies. BMO. The hell is this? Cockatiels are so goddamn cute. Thanks for the membership, Vegan Vega, George, Texas. Appreciate it. I wonder if there's a feather pen. Textures. Dodo donated $2. Let me see. Yesterday at New York University, the student led a teach-in on how North Korea has never formally recognized Israel, has always been an ally of Palestinian self-determination and resistance, and actively armed and trained the Palestinian resistance for decades. So while the U.S. is here training IOF with police, North Korea is training Palestinians. Oh, shit.
So which side do y'all think North Korea supports, Palestine or Israel? Just guess. It is Palestine. The DPRK has actually never recognized the state of Israel. They have always upheld the right of Palestinian people to self-determination and resistance. And this is beyond moral and rhetorical support. The DPRK has actively armed and trained Palestinian resistance for decades. That includes the people.
We have college students supporting North Korea because they've supported Palestine.
PLO, the PFLP, and the DFLP have trained troops by the DPRK. So while the U.S. is here training the IOF with police, the North Korea is training Palestinian. So which side do y'all think?
Holy fuck, dude. These people are absolutely unhinged fucking nutcases. Hundreds of American students submit to Islam by getting on their hands and knees praying during the Islamic prayer. Oh my god. Well, our society's fucked. Biden's Build Back Better. Red Lobster abruptly closes at least 50 restaurants, including 14 in New York and New Jersey. 56-year-old restaurant chain considers filing for bankruptcy due to rising costs, yet Democrats want you to think that Biden is doing a great job. Dude, it's Red fucking Lobster.
Endless shrimp and cheesy biscuits may be gone. Red Lobster quietly shutting down stores all across the country, including right here in Western New York.
In what appears to be a nationwide occurrence. Ramon Garcia tells me he found out he lost his job at the Hamburg Red Lobster not from corporate, but from the cook.
I'm not thinking nothing of it. I'm getting calls after calls this morning, and he called, my boy Don called me. He's like, oh yeah, you should come in right now. I was like, why? I'm off today.
Hamburg, the seafood sign for Red Lobster.
So Red Lobster shuts down, therefore Biden bad for economy. That sounds about right. What is fucking wrong with people, dude? Holy fuck. Like, I cannot get over just how fucking stupid everybody is.
Do your best imposdian of singing the Quran mock it lol. Make it at least a minute. While singing in that style, bring up and mock their beliefs as well.
Okay, just give me, one moment here. Kind of want to just fill in some of this bird stuff first. This is really, it's kind of a hard one to draw. A little weird. Something like that. Okay, Basmele Ramanirahim Azbula Minusterajaim Rabozidimilim 9-year-old girls, sex with children. Alamahodullah Allahu Akbar, fly plane into building. Subhanallah Lamado Lillah Akbar. Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar, Wala Hilyawlamid. As Togu Farala Rubeli Mini put a suicide vest on children, Zulibi Manatatuhuli, Astugarufuhula, Asalume Lakuam Wara Matula Wow Bakarotu, Walakala Salam, beat your wife. Fi amana Allah insala mashallah jazuhu lakala wahazaha, don't masturbate. Alright, there you go. Thanks for the donation, Riley Jones. Appreciate it.
Would you eat a pistachio for $1 million?
Yeah, I think I would eat a pistachio for $1 million. I don't see why I wouldn't. Do you got $1 million for me to eat a pistachio? Thanks for the donation, non-wib. It's a really good dinosaur. His body needs to be a bit thicker. Yeah, something like that.
I feel bad for how hard this drawing is and also for your impression $10 on the house. You're doing great, smile smile smile.
Well, thank you, sir. Appreciate the donation, Riley Jones. Drawing bird feathers is very fucking difficult. I don't really know how to do it. This is definitely the most difficult part that I don't think I'm really gonna get right. The weird cockatiel feather head thing.
Your hard dick length gets 2x longer or 2x shorter. Which would you choose?
Guess 2x longer. I wouldn't want it shorter. Thanks for the donation, dude. Appreciate it.
The change from soft to hard length in the new Jubilee dick size video is crazy. Guy with low soft size had a huge jump, but dude with the biggest soft barely changed. 23-22 for soft and 25-22 for hard.
Well, I think I've already seen this.
How many?
4 days ago. I can't react to this on stream, but yeah,
she-
there's no correlation between flaccid and erect length. So that's not surprising to me. I already knew about that. Thanks for the donation, dude. Appreciate it.
Yeah, there's no correlation, but dude, the lowest soft guy was 1 fucking inch, and it went to 6 inches erect. But the biggest soft was like over 6 inches and only went to 8. I feel bad for that dude with the 1 incher of a chick accidentally walked in.
Yeah, that'd suck. That would absolutely fucking suck, dude. I'm sure the girls who were measuring were giggling about that guy. Thanks for the donation, dude. Thinking that's looking pretty good. Gotta say. Pretty good. I think I know what's sort of missing here. I think this should probably go out more. Yeah, it's a little better. What do you guys think? I think that's pretty good. Not bad. Don't think I'm going to color this, but I would say that's pretty good. It's a nice little cockatiel.
You're not talking today to one of the liberal Jews. You're not talking to a government spokesman.
Clearly.
You're talking to one of the settlers. Right. I am talking to you about what we think is right. What we think makes sense also in terms of how to manage this region.
But the problem is,
if you give up your land to the jihad, they attack you.
Yes, but the problem is you are sounding genocidal in the sense that you want to get rid of...
You're sounding genocidal because you want to live in peace and not have an Islamic Jihad state attack you. Yeah.
Well, you want to
genocidal? Did you not hear me say... Pierce, I respect you tremendously, so don't put silly words in my mouth.
Okay.
You know, really, truthfully, I watch you, and I love your work, and you open things up for a lot of people. Don't say silly things. That was very silly. I never said anything about genocide. Holding on to a piece of land, holding on to minorities. Every power in this world has minorities inside of it. Every country that's a big country has other minorities, other peoples inside of it. Did I say we should genocide the Arabs? We have a fight with the jihad. I said, and it's on tape, I hope you play it, I said that minorities that are non-jihadists, that are pro-Israel, are going to be successful in this land.
Yes, but
I want them to be successful, just like the Druze and the Cherkessim and the
I would
Armenians.
simply ask you,
genocide,
what
where
right,
would you even get that?
Ishai, what right does Israel have to occupy Gaza after this? I don't think you have that right.
It is our historic homeland. Look it up in Wikipedia. You'll see what is the Jewish story in this place. It was ours 3,000 years ago. It was ours 2,000 years ago. Herod built whole cities in Gaza. One of the most ancient mosques in Gaza was before that
Let me go
the ancient
to
synagogue. It's our ancestral land.
Let me go to Norman. Norman, you've been waiting patiently. So your response to this, where Ishai has made it absolutely crystal clear, he believes that there should be a complete occupation of Gaza by Israel.
No, not an occupation, a sovereignty, an Israeli sovereignty.
Well,
it's the same thing.
And certainly first the military one at first step.
Norman.
I would say that he has one thing correct, and that is I agree with the Israeli Information Center for Human Rights in the Occupied Territories, the organization known as B'Tselem, which stated about a year ago that actually de facto there is only one state. There's only one state between the Mediterranean and the Jordan River, and that one state is based on the principle of Jewish supremacy. And what B'Tselem wrote in that report was that what B'Tselem appears. As I said, there are some Israelis who get confused and think the whole world is the West Bank and Gaza. I wish you would remind him that we're having a civil conversation here and I have the right to respond.
Yes, you do. You do.
Thank you so much. So within that one state, namely between the Mediterranean and the Jordan,
New Frank vids to watch.
I don't know if there's new Frank vids. Let me take a look. Nope. No new Frank vids, unfortunately, for you, Sam. Thanks for the donation, though, dude.
B'Tselem said it's effectively an apartheid state where the Jews have, in that state, the Jews have privileges and rights which are denied to Palestinians. In the case of Israel, they're second-class citizens. In the case of the West Bank, they have no rights whatsoever apart from those that they're given under international law. Let's say they don't have the essential right to vote. In the case of Gaza...
Yeah, they don't have the right to vote because they're not fucking Israeli citizens.
Roughly, you can say 1991, they've been immured in effectively, as Giora Island put it, they've been immured in a concentration camp. And now the question is, how do you resolve that situation?
This is embarrassing.
And there are three possibilities. You can try to just subordinate that Palestinian population forever. That's one possibility. A second possibility is you can make Gaza and the West Bank uninhabitable and hope the people, by hook or by crook, leave. And the third possibility, as you put it, was genocide, or as Prime Minister Netanyahu
and there's no possibilities
put it,
that Arabs can live in
Amalek.
Israel? Is that what you're telling me?
That is fine. Evan and I had to bail on that Frank vid last night. You sound tired.
Yeah, I am a bit tired. I would like to, chill and take a night off, but, you gotta do what you gotta do, James. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Actually, Arabs cannot live in Israel? That's it? The only answer is genocide? You can't have... We have 2 million Arab citizens in Israel. It's only genocide. It's the only option. That is just hot air. It's just hot air. It's just... There's no truth of the matter. It's just TV bluster.
Okay, let Norman finish his point.
So, if your other guest is saying that he would accept the slogan in South Africa, one person, one vote. If that's his position, I think that's a reasonable position, but he should be clear about that, since half the population between the Mediterranean and the Jordan is Palestinian Arab, and likely, given current birth rates, the majority between the Mediterranean and the Jordan will be Palestinian Arabs. Is your other guest stating, and this would be useful for your audience, is your other
Norman, my
guest
name is Yishai.
stating
It's okay. It's not the
that
other guest.
he
just Yishai.
supports
It's okay.
one person, one vote between the Mediterranean and the Jordan, and he accepts that the majority over time will be Palestinian Arab? Does he accept that?
Okay, Yishai?
Fabulous. Thank you very much. First thing, Norman, again, my name is Yishai. It's easy to remember. But in any case, I remember your name. Isn't that nice? I want to tell you that finally you got to something serious, because you now say there is an option other than genocide to actually become citizens of the state of Israel. Okay, we can talk about it. I wrote an article in the New York Times called A Settler's Vision for the Future of Israel. I outlined 5 alternatives to the two-state solution. I talked about pathway to citizenship. I talked about residency. I talked about Israeli Arabs, or so-called Palestinians, having a right to vote in the next door Palestinian state called Jordan, remaining here as residents, but actually voting in their country, Jordan, right next door. I laid out a lot of options, and those options are to be discussed.
Yeah, but
absolutely.
as I
But the point is,
understand
I was very happy. Hold on, I was very happy, Norman, that you were able to reach a conclusion that there's an option other than genocide, and that Arabs can actually live within Israel. But I want to ask you, Norman, just remind me, how many Arab democracies are there in this world?
I don't ask for the right to vote in Canada. I'm an American citizen. I don't ask for the right to vote next door in elections in Canada. What I was asking you...
Well, like, by the way, what's funny is Palestinians went over to Jordan to ask for military support when they, started the Intifada. So, again, make your bed, lay in it.
We can discuss it. That's why I wrote an article with
slogan
options.
in South Africa of one person, one vote for the entire population between the Mediterranean and the Jordan. That seems to me the democratic solution.
That is
Do you
something
accept
to
that?
discuss, and that is at least, I'll tell you the truth, Norman. That one I accept as being a reasonable proposal. I don't like that proposal, but I accept that at least being a starting point, as opposed to the farce that you said before, which is that there's only genocide.
Gentlemen,
the Jewish people are going to live here, Pierce.
Given it's taken us about 45 it's taken us 45 minutes, but we finally got to a place where there was at least a tiny fragment of agreement, which seems to me a sensible place to leave this debate. But thank you both very much indeed for, as always, giving both sides in a strident way, and I think the viewers will learn a lot from that. And I appreciate you both joining me. Thank you.
Thank you, Pierce.
Finkelstein sounds like an absolute fucktard every time he opens his mouth, dude.
Using generative AI to produce new sentences, to produce new images, and so on and so forth, to understand images, all these kind of different things. And the idea was that if we look at enough pairs of images and text, we will learn to distill what it is in an image into that kind of language. So the idea is you have an image, you have some text, and you can find a representation where they're both the same. The argument has gone that it's only a matter of time before we have so many images.
Apparently these scumbag retards even wrote "Queers for Palestine" on the walls somewhere. I hate these people for validating bigoted murdering terrorists.
Let me take a look.
And this is Royce Hall. This is the theater building at UCLA. This is an iconic building. I love architecture, and I think this is just a gorgeous building. And look at what's happened to it. These are the steps.
Yeah, there we go.
Just spray painted. And I want to show you the arches in here, because these are iconic images.
If you think that African greys are great at mimicry, then check out this bird species mimicking ability also. Check this.
Let me take a look. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I've seen those birds before. Man, birds are so weird. Thanks for the donation, finger my ass. Colored the cockatiel I just drew a little bit. Here. Colored. Chicken burp.
We train this on, and such a big network and all this kind of business that we get this kind of general intelligence, or we get some kind of extremely effective AI that works across all domains. Right? That's the implication. Right? The argument is, and you see it a lot in the sort of tech sector from some of these sort of big tech companies who, to be fair, want to sell products, right? That if you just keep adding more and more data, or bigger and bigger models, or a combination of both, ultimately you will move beyond just recognizing cats and you'll be able to do anything. Right? That's the idea. You show enough cats and dogs and eventually the elephant just is implied. As someone who works in science, we don't hypothesize about what happens. We experimentally justify it, right? So I would say if you're going to say to me that the only upward trajectory is going to, the only trajectory is up, it's going to be amazing, I would say, go on then, prove it and do it, right? And then we'll see. We'll sit here for a couple of years and we'll see what happens. But in the meantime, let's look at this paper, right, which came out just recently. This paper is saying that that is not true, right? This paper is saying that the amount of data you will need to get that kind of general zero-shot performance, that is to say, performance on new tasks that you've never seen.
Japanese culture is so amusing.
Well, that looks pretty retarded.
What do you mean birds are weird? Take it back or. I'm gonna jack off to gay porn and yell I hate Christy.
Well, birds are weird, but they're a good kind of weird. Thanks for that donation, Poppy Mango.
Huh. This looks like Spooner Street, only something's not quite right.
According to the Multiverse Guide, this is a universe where the United States never dropped the atomic bomb on Hiroshima. So the Japanese just never quit?
メイちゃん、プッスまた最低だよ。
お父様の願いに従います。
俺がおならしただよ。彼がおならした。こっけいいね。おかしいかなよ。
こんにちは。セックス大好きです。じゃあね。
僕は君を好きでしかない。
お前なんか大嫌いだ。でもやっぱり好きだよ。
あなた様のチンチンに献上いたします。
俺のチンチン、2時間前に過ぎた。
Well, I think I've seen enough. Let's get back to our universe.
Oh, that's good old family racism.
Is going to be astronomically vast to the point where we cannot do it. Right? That's the idea. So it basically is arguing against the idea that we can just add more data and more models and we'll solve it. Right? Now, this is only one paper, and of course, your mileage may vary if you have a bigger GPU than these people and so on, but I think that this is actual numbers, right? Which is what I like, because I want to see tables of data that show a trend actually happening or not happening. I think that's much more interesting than someone's blog post that says, I think this is what's going to happen. So let's talk about what this paper does and why it's interesting. We have clip embeddings, right? So we have an image, we have a big vision transformer, and we have a big text encoder, which is another transformer, a bit like the sort of thing you would see in a large language model, right? Which takes text strings, my text string today, and we have some shared embedded space. And that embedded space is just a numerical fingerprint for the meaning in these two items. And they're trained, remember, across many, many images, such that when you put the same image and the text...
More burb.
Let me take a look at these burbs. Whoa. What the hell's going on there? Oh my god. Haru. That's a really good burb. Wow.
그러니까 구간이 치명이기 때문에 이미 뭐 비밀을 잘 지키고 있는데 뭐 이런 내용들을 굉장히 잘 자기가 지키고 되게 잘 수행했다고 보거든요. 해종경제도 황의를 계속 함께 일하면서 능력을 인정받았습니다. 이런 황의가 지신 선수 일을 잘했고 또 비밀을 잘 지켰다는 증거인 겁니다.
That's a really goddamn good burb. I'll show you a really good burb. That's a good burb. That's what I call a good burb. Thanks for the donation again, PP.
Text that describes that image in, you get something in the middle that matches. Right? And the idea then is you can use that for other tasks, like you can use that for classification, you can use it for image recall. If you use a streaming service like Spotify or Netflix, right, they have this thing called a recommender system. A recommender system is where you've watched this program, this program, and this program. What should you watch next? Right? And you might have noticed that your mileage may vary on how effective that is. But actually, I think they're pretty impressive for what they have to do. But you could use this for a recommender system, because you could say basically, what programs have I got that embed into the same space of all the things I just watched, and recommend them that way, right? So there are downstream...
Finger my ass, don't need to tell there's even more burbs. Let me see. Man, burbs are interesting. Ooh. That's a good burb. Holy shit, that's a good chicken. Unhand that chicken, you evil child. That is a beautiful chicken. Thanks for the donation, finger my ass.
Tasks, like classification and recommendations, that we could use based on a system like this. What this paper is showing is that you cannot apply these downstream tasks for difficult problems without massive amounts of data to back it up, right? And the idea that you can apply, this kind of classification on hard things, so not just cats and dogs, but specific cats and specific dogs, or subspecies of tree, right? Or difficult problems where the answer is more difficult than just the broad category, that there isn't enough data on those things to train these models in an effective way.
I've got one of those apps that tells you what specific species a tree is. So is it not just similar to that?
No, because they're just doing classification, right? Or some other problem. They're not using this kind of generative giant AI, right? The argument has been, why do that silly little problem where you can do a general problem and solve all your problems, right? And the response is, because it didn't work, right? That's why we're doing it. So there are pros and cons for both, right? I'm not going to say that no generative AI.
Houston Chronicles donated $2. Just arrived back into Houston after 2 years, and God shit has gotten worse. The traffic has gotten worse. Fat bitches have the worst attitudes. People floor it on the highway like there's no tomorrow. At least Houston is spacious, but fuck this lol. Yeah, Houston is a really, really bad city. Most American cities are fucking terrible, but Pretty much the entirety of Texas is awful. The urban sprawl in Texas, Arizona is just fucking horrendous. Thanks for the donation, though, Houston.
AI is useful, or no, or these models are incredibly effective for what they do, but I'm perhaps suggesting that it may not be reasonable to expect them to do very difficult medical diagnosis because you haven't got the data set to back that up. Right? So how does this paper do this? Well, what they do is they define these core concepts, right? So some of the concepts are going to be simple ones like a cat or a person. Some of them are going to be slightly more difficult, like a specific species of cat or a specific disease in an image or something like this. And they come up with about 4,000 different concepts, right? And these are simple text concepts, right? These are not complicated philosophical ideas, right? I don't know how well it embeds those. And what they do is they look at the prevalence of these concepts in these data sets. And then they test how well the downstream task of, let's say, zero-shot classification or recall of the recommender systems works on all of these different concepts. And they plot that against the amount of data that they had for that specific concept, right? So let's draw a graph and that will maybe make it more clear, right? So let's imagine we have a graph here like this. And this is the number of examples in our training set of a specific concept, right? So let's say a cat, a dog, something more difficult. And this is the performance on the actual task of, let's say, recommender system or recall of an object or the ability to actually classify it as a cat, right? Remember we talked about how you could use this for zero-shot classification by just seeing if it embeds to the same place as a picture of a cat, the text, a picture of a cat, that kind of process. So this is performance, right? The best case scenario, if you want to have an all-powerful AI that can solve all the world's problems, is that this line goes very steeply upwards, right? This is the exciting case. It goes like this, right? That's the exciting case. This is the kind of AI explosion argument that basically says we're on the cusp of something that's about to happen, whatever that may be, where the scale is going to be such that this can just do anything, right? Okay? Then there's the perhaps slightly more reasonable, should we say, pragmatic interpretation, which is like, just call it balanced, right? Which is, but there's a sort of linear movement, right? So the idea is that we have to add a lot of examples, but we are going to get a decent performance boost from it, right? So we'll just keep adding examples, we'll keep getting better, and that's going to be great. And remember that if we ended up here, we have something that could take any image and tell you exactly what's in it under any circumstance, right? That's kind of what we're aiming for. And similarly for large language models, this would be something that could write with incredible accuracy on lots of different topics. Or for image generation, it would be something that could take your prompt and generate a photorealistic image of that with almost no coercion at all. Right? That's kind of the goal. This paper has done a lot of experiments on a lot of these concepts across a lot of models, across a lot of downstream tasks. And let's call this the evidence.
I thought you were going to call it pessimistic then. But
it is pessimistic also, right? It's logarithmic. So it basically goes like this, right?
Flattens out.
It flattens out. Now, this is just one paper, right? It doesn't necessarily mean that it will always flatten out. But the argument is, I think, that, and it's not an argument they necessarily make in the paper, but you know, the paper's very reasonable. I'm being a bit more cavalier with my wording. The suggestion is that you can keep adding more examples, you can keep making your models bigger, but we are soon about to hit a plateau where we don't get any better, and it's costing you millions and millions of dollars to train this. At what point do you go, well, that's probably about as good as we're going to get with technology, right? And then the argument goes, we need something else. We need something in the transformer or some other way of representing data or some other machine learning strategy or some other strategy that's better than...
What were your thoughts on this?
Let me see. Making racist gestures towards a black woman. Oh. Acting like a monkey? I don't know, that's a bit of a reach. Yeah, that's a big reach. I don't know. Thanks for the donation, Triple D. I don't really think anything of it.
Than this, in the long term, if we want to have this line go up here or this line go up here, that's kind of the argument. And so this is essentially evidence, I would argue, against the kind of explosion, possibility of that. Just you just add a bit more data and we're on the cusp of something. We might come back here in a couple of years, if you'll still allow me on Computer File after this absolute embarrassment of these claims that I made. And we say, okay, actually the performance has improved massively, right? Or we might say we've doubled the number of data sets to 10 billion images and we've got 1% more, right, on the classification task, which is good, but is it worth it? Well, I don't know. This is a really interesting paper because it's very, very thorough, right? If there's a lot of evidence, there's a lot of curves and they all look exactly the same. It doesn't matter what method you use, it doesn't matter what data set you train on, it doesn't matter what your downstream task is, the vast majority of them show this kind of problem. And the other problem is that we don't have
Houston Chronicles donated $2. As far as being a vegan, Houston does have some good vegan spots. May consider staying here for a bit, then moving to Austin, Vegas, or Phoenix, Arizona. I'm a nomad, so I like traveling a lot, but I heard Phoenix is pretty vegan, great place to work. There's some really, really awful areas in Phoenix. I had friends that lived in Arizona, and they would not go to Phoenix, period, because one friend of mine got his car stolen from there 3 fucking times. So, I don't know. But thanks for the donation, Houston Chronicles.
a nice even distribution of classes and concepts within our data set. So, for example, cats, you can imagine, are over emphasized or
represented?
Overrepresented, yeah. Overrepresented in the data set by an order of magnitude, right? Whereas...
Finger my ass, $22. Let me see. Oh my god.
Would you like to introduce yourself?
Wow. You got a seed.
Are you famous? Alright, how about some animal sounds? Can you do a red wolf? How about an owl? The pretty songbirds? How about a rooster? Can you do a horse?
Oh my god.
Good. Can you fall down? Did that hurt? Can you do a cat? How about a dog? Can you bark? Fly on the spaceship?
You spent so long on that drawing, so here's some more. $5 for a drawing request. That hard is that unfair? Maybe you could change the donation requirement to fit how hard it is. I feel bad. Can we watch some fails memes for a bit of a laugh?
Don't feel bad. I actually like drawing, and I like some, I like doing challenging drawings that are, like, attempting to be a bit more realistic, so I like it. I like doing that occasionally. And if you send me some fail videos, we can definitely react to them. Oh, look who's here. Mwah. Look at this. See this? This is a cat. It's a very good kitty. Prim Prim. Oh my goodness, I love you so much. Love you so much. So nice. So nice having you here, Prim Prim. I love you. My big gray kitty. This is my kitty. He is mine. I love him. Yeah, you're special. Love my little kitty.
And shoot the lasers? Can you do water? How about a knock at the door? Can you help me start the car? Einstein, can you help me call the dogs?
Come here, come here, come here.
Good. What do you say it's time to go?
Bye.
Wow, that is a really sweet parrot. That's amazing. That parrot can sing. Oh, wow. I really love these parrots. They're good at cracking nuts. That is a good parrot. Thanks for that donation, finger my ass.
Specific planes or specific trees are incredibly underrepresented because you just have tree, right? So, I mean, trees are probably going to be less represented than cats anyway, but then specific species of tree, very, very underrepresented. Which is why when you ask one of these models, what kind of cat is this or what kind of tree is this, it performs worse than when you ask it, what animal is this? Because it's a much easier problem. And you see the same thing in image generation. If you ask it to draw a picture of something really obvious, like a castle, where that comes up a lot in the training set, it can draw you a fantastic castle in the style of Monet, and it can do all this other stuff. But if you ask it to draw some obscure artifact from a video game that's barely even made it into the training set, suddenly it's starting to draw something a little bit less quality. And the same with large language models. This paper isn't about large language models.
Why are you shedding
the same
so
process
much?
you can see actually already happening.
My
If
God.
you talk to something like ChatGPT,
My fuzzy
when you
boy.
ask it about a really important topic from physics or something like this, it will usually give you a pretty good explanation of that thing because that's in the training set. But the question is, what happens when you ask it about something more difficult, right? When you ask it to write that code, which is actually quite difficult to write, and it starts to make things up, it starts to hallucinate, and it starts to be less accurate. And that is essentially the performance degrading because it's underrepresented in the training set. The argument, I think, is, at least it's the argument that I'm starting to come around to thinking, if you want performance on hard tasks, tasks that are underrepresented on just general internet text and searches, we have to find some other way of doing it than just collecting more and more data, right? Particularly because it's incredibly inefficient to do this. Right? On the other hand, these companies they've got a lot more GPUs than me, right? They're going to train on bigger and bigger corpuses, better quality data. They're going to use human feedback to better train their language models and things. So they may find ways to improve this, up this way a little bit as we go forward. But it's going to be really interesting to see what happens because, will it plateau out? Will we see ChatGPT 7 or 8 or 9 be roughly the same as ChatGPT 4? Or will we see another state-of-the-art performance boost every time? I'm kind of trending this way. But, it'll be exciting to see if it goes this way.
Take a look at this puzzle devised by today's episode sponsor, James.
That's interesting. I've heard the argument from a few experts saying there's literally not enough data on the planet to actually effectively train these AI models, so it might be true.
UCLA. I mean, you always see the students sitting in the arches. Look at the doors. They are blocked.
Yeah, gee, I wonder why the police were called to get rid of these fucking students.
They are just sprayed.
Unfortunately, it's farm animals, but just take it as it is.
What's this fucking asshole trying to ride a pig for? Hope that pig fucking eats him.
It's trying to headbutt me, bro.
Hi, Stuart. Yes!
Oh, baby goats are the best. Wow. Oh my god, he's dancing. How's my handsome boy? Hmm? Oh no. That's a really sweet chicken. Oh my god. What the fuck? Oh my god. Gee, these people are pieces of shit. Ooh, that's a nice turd. Oh, poor goat. Oh no.
Oh no.
Oh. Oh my god.
Oh my god.
These are some nice goats. Oh, poor goat. Oh no, poor babies, they're sliding. Why are these assholes not helping the animals? Oh, poor little goats. Oh no, they're fainting. Oh, afraid of a bunny.
Hi. No.
Wow, that's a beautiful horse. Oh my god. Scratching his butt.
What are you doing?
Wow.
I'm Jason Kinsey, and this is life.
To think this is funny and laugh meanwhile they end up on your plate. Fucking disgusting.
Yeah, it's sad. It's really fucking retarded how all these people are like, oh my god, look at these animals, cute, so funny, and then they fucking eat them. It's really fucked.
The moment.
I like watching goats talk.
Hey.
I'm not your mom. Your mama went to work. The fence. Hi, Eric.
Ready? Do you want to sing?
My god. They're like tiny little people. That's a good goat. All the goats I've met have always been nice.
Spray painted. All of these archways are spray painted. If we
Nighty night, Jesus Christ. Sweet dreams.
walk behind this way, you can see law enforcement there at the end, waiting to close in on that final holdout. But check out this area. It's heartbreaking to see this building this way, spray painted everywhere. But these arches, Marnie, this is where you often see students sitting here, studying, enjoying the wonderful California weather. But absolutely heartbreaking to see Royce Hall like this. But let's look out through the arches right now. We're hearing another announcement to the final holdouts to please surrender.
Thank you for watching. Go to newsnationnow.com to find.
On September 4th of 2015, Men's Health published an article entitled, "Why You Can't Keep Your Hands Out of Your Pants." The article is a science-based exploration of the phenomenon of men just casually grabbing their junk. And I'm not necessarily talking, playing with yourself. You're sitting around, you give it a little grab. You're just sitting around, you give it a little grab. People don't really talk about it, but it's a thing that you do. And you catch yourself doing it, and you're like, what am I even doing here? One of the theories that was presented in this article is that this is some kind of evolutionary instinct to protect yourself. If you're at home trying to relax, it stands to reason that you'll be more relaxed if your junk is protected. Vanessa Van Edwards, who researches human behavior, told them, you can think of the hand there like insurance against a friend who might give him a nut jab, or a kid who accidentally hits a ball at them.
My groin!
It's an instinct that served us well throughout evolutionary history. But if you watch my channel long enough, you know that not everyone shares our same self-preservation instincts. So for today's video, let's take a look at men who have mutilated themselves in horrifying and sometimes comedic ways. This video is sponsored by Cook Unity. The past year or so, I've gotten really into cooking, but sometimes I just don't have the time. If I want to eat something right, first order of Cook Unity meals, stuffed guts in theater, war, make you feel like you're among. Stuart Abel, war was a dead body in there and people are running. Stuart in theater and a team that make you feel like you're among friends. No, what he was looking for was a knife, and he found it in Zizi's kitchen. Stuart McMahon, who is one of the nearly 200 witnesses to this incident, explained it to The Sun. This guy came running in, then charged into the kitchen, got a massive knife, and started waving it about. Everyone was screaming and running out as he jumped on a table, dropped his trousers, and popped his penis out. Then he cut it off. I couldn't believe it. The staff were really upset and there was blood everywhere. I just picture that one bar scene from The Wizard of War where there's a dead body in there and people are running in like a circular cartoonish manner, jumping over the dead body and whatnot, except now they're jumping over the penis. Police incapacitated the man with tear gas, then they collected his pecker from the floor. It was put on ice and he was rushed to the hospital for reattachment surgery, which was apparently the first of its kind in the UK. Although he did make it to stable condition, it's unclear whether or not the reattachment surgery was a success. A urologist who spoke to The Guardian noted that if it didn't take, they may have to cut it off and do it all over again. And if it did work, he'd have still lost sensation.
This video still makes me laugh every time I watch it, lol.
You're not convinced you can get enough nutrients on a plant-based diet? Where am I getting my nutrition? I don't know how to eat food! Someone please teach me how to eat! Truly sorry for having so rigorously and at times perhaps anonymity indicated. What is this? Oh my god! Alex is vegan! Oh my god, he's eating broccoli! Natural, this is quite embarrassing, blah blah blah, humbling. You're not kidding.
Yes, one of my most base takes. Thanks for the donation, vegan linguist.
And need a penis pump for the rest of his life. After the procedure, the man would undergo a psychiatric evaluation, although as one person who spoke to The Sun noted, he's clearly not a well boy. Our next penile self-harm story is a bit more accidental, and it happens over a very long term. In a Reddit thread entitled, TIFU, by not cleaning my penis for 16 years, a user named FewNotice9304 details his journey of self-discovery. At the age of 16, he got interested in porn a lot older than a lot of his peers. And up to that point, he had basically no exposure to other men's tunnel snakes.
Tunnel snakes rule!
And it was only at this point that he realized that his didn't quite look like theirs. Because most of the men in the porns he was watching were circumcised, whereas he was intact. But he did see some with uncut men, and he noticed that they were able to just retract the foreskin. He had never thought to do that. So, monkey see, monkey do, he tried to do that. But he couldn't because it was so tight. This is a condition known as phimosis. It's relatively common at a young age, but
I had phimosis. I had to get a circumcision.
You usually outgrow it. Sometimes people are circumcised to treat this, but it's typically not necessary. Sometimes though, you're not born with it and you develop it as a result of infections or injuries or scars or whatnot. In any case, FewNotice decides that he's just going to try and loosen it up himself. I finally started to make progress, but I began to notice a white material under my foreskin. At first, he thought this was just pieces of dried toilet paper. But he would look it up and learn that this was called smegma. But he noticed that, unlike the descriptions he found online, his smegma was very hard. He compared the texture to clay, and he just keeps picking at it. I kept going further, and larger chunks became visible. It was like an iceberg, where initially—
Ooh, that's fucking bad.
only the tip is showing, but there's a lot hidden underneath. I noticed that each chunk was painful and tender to take off. I got further and further down the head, where eventually, one shower, it slipped all the way down. And that's when he finds the biggest smegma deposit of all. It was burning. My penis head had never been exposed properly.
Can you react to this? Just the skit parts. It's an old video of yours.
Oh yeah, I fucking love this video. It was great. Yeah, the Sikhs.
Hey bro, I don't need no helmet on my head because I know with this turban, the one and only God is watching over me. Oh shit! Did you see that? Take that, infidels! Bitch, you're going to suck on this dick?
Please take note that the joke you just witnessed is not racist, as religion has nothing to do with race. It is merely culturally insensitive. So from...
Yeah, that was great.
They want to wear a helmet?
I was gonna wear a motorcycle helmet, but then I thought this twirly hat. This twirly hat's a lot more fun than a motorcycle helmet.
Now, when I first heard this, I thought...
That's fucking good.
Their non-existent god.
Oh, where am I? Is this paradise?
Yes, my child. You died in a motorcycle accident and now you have reached the gates of paradise.
Oh my god. This is unbelievable. Does this mean I'll be able to see my parents again?
No. You can't go into normal heaven. You're going to retarded heaven. We can't have you getting hurt in another motorcycle accident again, can we?
Hi, I didn't wear a helmet on my motorcycle either. But this place is really fun. They have all kinds of games like Mousetrap. I can't get it to work though.
2 days.
That's some good shit. Thanks for the donation, vegan linguist.
And with the shower water on it, it was so painful. But I kept pushing through to get all the smegma off of the head. It was like it had formed its own map onto my penis, with indents on the head I still have today. And then he noticed the discoloration. Parts of what was now exposed were purple and swollen, while other parts were gray and completely numb. He had a theory on why this was. I was devastated. I could only guess that the gray part was for me sleep fucking with it erect under my stomach face down. And as my penis grew, the hard smegma was constantly rubbing it and damaging the nerves, hence the gray. The swollen purple was most likely from the more recent masturbation. Why did he spell masturbation like that? Masturbation, where I'd forcefully jerk my penis, but not realizing I had clay rubbing the head. He expresses anger at his father for not teaching him better, anger at himself for not knowing better and possibly stunting his own penile growth, and anger at other men for not having harmed themselves in this way. He notes that in the following years the purple reduced a bit, and the gray parts are still gray, but there's increased sensation now. He also noted though that certain acts such as receiving head can be painful. He describes this first time and having his legs shoot up in pain. We joked about it later.
Jesus.
Did you see this Mike the vegan vid? Thoughts?
Hey, it's Mike here, and today a new study from one of Nature's journals is leading to headlines such as experts find cavemen ate mostly vegan, debunking paleo diet, which of course ruffled some feathers. Anyway, let's get to what the researchers say. They say, quote, our analysis showed that these hunter-gatherer groups, they included an important amount of plant matter, wild plants to their diet, which changed our understanding of the diet of pre-agricultural populations. There's been a lot of debate about how much meat was eaten by our ancestors, and well, I don't think it matters as much in terms of what we should eat today. What we should eat today should be what's healthy for us and what the research shows is healthy. And in terms of a plant-based diet, we see lower disease rates, etc. Stuff I talk about all of the time. But I'm no indication that any of these authors are vegan, and there's several of them which have used roughly the same type.
Yeah, not surprising. You're gonna find populations of ancient hunter-gatherer cultures that eat a variety of different diets, so, you know. It's not surprising. Thanks for the donation, my friend VG.
Later, like, damn, the head was that good? It jolted life into you? But I hate breaking it to girls, I don't enjoy it. He ends with a PSA to educate your sons and potentially yourself. Although as one commenter pointed out, it could have been worse. You could have found out during your first time. The smell or taste would have been life-changing horrific for the girl. And honestly, at first, this story was sounding kind of phony to me, because I mean, how could you go 16 years of your life and not notice that something was wrong here? But apparently, a few commenters had a similar situation. Like, I guess this is more common than people realize. Same shit almost happened to me, but I managed to salvage it when I was like 13 before it got bad. Couple Google searches later and it all made sense. I guess I should count myself super lucky that I got hit by a giant wave at 14/15 while surfing that somehow made mine fully retract for the first time. By the time I realized why my crotch was feeling so weird, it looked perfectly clean from the salt water, lol. And it's not just these two, there's several comments in the replies from people who learned at a surprisingly old age that they should have been cleaning themselves all these years. And which also gave me the terrible thought that there might be someone watching this video who is just realizing this because of this video. It's not your fault though, it's your parents' fault. I mean, maybe it's your fault a little bit. The next story comes to us from the proud nation of Ghana. Land of beautiful, horrifying movie posters. Like the Tales from the Internet one I have for sale in my store. You know, as a kid, I always thought sleepwalking was something just made up for cartoons. It turned out that quicksand was a thing that they were really exaggerating. Sleepwalking is quite real, and often quite dangerous. But of all the real-life instances of sleepwalking, this is probably the most horrifying one that I've heard. So one night in August of 2022, a 47-year-old farmer named Kofi Ata was preparing dinner for his family. As a farmer, he has access to some of the freshest meat possible. So he takes his knife and he kills one of his goats to prepare for dinner. Then he wakes up, and there's blood everywhere and his balls hurt. As it turned out, he had not slaughtered a goat. Rather, he had slaughtered his own wiener. He starts screaming in pain and his neighbors rush to his aid.
Yeah, good. Fucker deserves it.
And upon finding the horrifying scene, they call his wife, who rushes home to see him holding on to his schmeckle and bleeding out into a pot. She puts a diaper on him to try and stop the bleeding. Well, you know, there's some people in the world that would be like, God, I wish that was me. And then she brings him to the hospital where he receives fluids and injections, and they were able to save his life, but you have to wait a bit until getting reattachment surgery. It's important to note that throughout all this, he hadn't even realized what he had done. Until he got to the hospital, he was perceiving all of this as still being part of the dream. But it's like Jamie Josta said, when I wake up, the real nightmare begins. Our next story isn't as graphic, but it's a classic tale of a guy trying to find new and exciting ways to get off and it going horribly wrong. TIFU by spraying Afrin nasal spray up my penis. So Afrin is a nasal spray that's used for treating allergies and congestion. It's a bit more advanced than a simple saline rinse, like something you'd get from a neti pot or a Navage. And I just considered the possibility of someone putting a Navage in their fucking pee hole, which if you don't know what that is, it's like a nasal irrigation thing with suction. So if someone tried to do that, they would probably, what's the term? They would give themselves like a urethral prolapse, which honestly would be an incredible name for a band. In any case, Afrin isn't just a saltwater rinse, it's a medicated spray, which also means it has more risk of side effects. The poster begins by explaining his reasoning for doing this. I thought that, since it clears up your nose so well, maybe it would clear up the penis in a similar way.
You, sir, are an idiot.
As in, widen the inside of the urethra so cum could shoot out with less resistance. Basically, I wanted to make some epic cum shots. Turns out it doesn't work that way at all. You know, this guy is trying to come up with his own ways to have a big cum, and he never came across the advice to just take zinc and L-arginine. The thing about Afrin though, the way it works is that it's a vasoconstrictor. It reduces irritation by shrinking your blood vessels. Great for a stuffy nose, not ideal for sexual activity. So he's about to get it in with his girlfriend and he sneaks off to the bathroom to fill himself up with Afrin. He's all set to cocoon this girl on a load like those trapped women in Duke Nukem 3D. But instead, he couldn't get hard because that's how Afrin would work in that situation. Constricting your blood vessels down there is the opposite of what you want. So of course he explained to his girlfriend why this was happening, and she makes fun of him for it to this very day. Honestly, I'm just in love with his reasoning here. That you could come bigger if only you weren't so stuffed up. Now, when I was working on this video, there was a particular story that I remembered from so many years ago. It's a story that scared me off from using psychedelic drugs because a guy in an LSD-induced rage just cuts his dick off. So I was looking for that particular story, and then I found that this has happened so many times. When you look for it now, the incident that seems to come up the most is one in 2016 France. A group of people were having some sort of get-together in an apartment, and one guy had taken LSD, and he was having a bad trip. He had what witnesses described as a fit of madness. During the fit of madness, he attacks his girlfriend, who had light injuries that needed to be treated at the hospital. He had also at some point partially severed his penis. None of the reports elaborate on how partial, but I'm just picturing, like, you ever bite a sausage, but you don't get all the way through the casing, so it just kind of dangles? Something like that is what I'm thinking. The most horrifying part of that, though, it's not really clear when he did that. He might have wandered off to the bathroom, did it in there, and then pulled his pants back up, and it's just getting smushed all around. The fit comes to an abrupt end when he jumps out of a second-story window. He's not okay. Although he did manage to survive the incident, the permanence of his injuries is unclear. Then you have another situation in 2017 in Chicago. This one has ample photographic evidence, which I mostly can't show you. Police received reports of a naked man on a drug-induced rampage a block away from an elementary school, and he's walking around and bleeding from his crotch as he had previously, as the Sun put it, cut off his todger. According to witnesses, the man began clothed, and then he stripped naked and began bashing in windows and houses and cars. The police arrive at the scene, and he immediately charges at them yelling, "Get out of here, bitch." In a rare occurrence, onlookers are yelling at the police to just shoot the guy. This time though, they actually managed to subdue him with a taser. He was taken into custody and it's unclear what happened to him after. There's another high-profile case like this though that actually gives us more insight into what happens after. On April of 2014, a Wu-Tang Clan affiliated rapper named Christbearer had reached a low point in his life. He was hit with restraining orders that would prevent him from being able to see his children. Needing a way to cope, he turns to drugs. He already had drug problems, but this situation just took him to the next level. And in an interview with Vice, he speaks about what happens next.
PCP is something that can alter reality. You can see something. It's like knowledge. You can see something, and once you see that, you can't never go back. It's like you can be exposed to too much truth, and it can make you nutty. So that night when I had some PCP, I was watching cartoons, and to me, for some reason, life turned into a cartoon. And I had 3 baby mothers, and I had restraining orders on me so I can see my kids. But I figured, man, I keep on having these babies by these girls. And I was thinking they just got a groupies, and then once they have these babies by me, I'm trapped. And they say, hey, I'm gonna need this amount of money for you to be in their life. It started being like society that was just dragging me down into a vortex that I could not stop. Women say, men think with their little head too much. They always think with their little heads. So I said, you know what? I got something for these bitches. I'm gonna cut off my little head and I'll be forced to only think with my big head. And that was clear as day to me, and I acted upon it.
Shortly after the incident, he also spoke to E about how in control he was. Yes, I was doing drugs that night, but I was in complete control, he said. I cut it off because that was the root of all my problems. My solution to the problem was the realization that sex is for mortals, and I am a god. Those kinds of activities got me into trouble, and I came here to be a god. After working with a psychiatrist following the incident, he came to realize that he had been dealing with severe depression. And like a lot of people, he was using drugs to mask his mental health issues. He also spoke about how he now felt that mental health issues aren't taken as seriously as they should be in the hip-hop community. In another interview with Vice, he also commented that his mental health was made worse by the media frenzy and mockery by celebrities he once admired. Specifically, he calls out Charlemagne. He also notes that although he was a Wu-Tang affiliated rapper, he was basically only known by fans of underground hip-hop, and then all of a sudden he's cast into the mainstream by these insane circumstances. Because of this, he laments that if it was this bad for him, it's probably even worse when things happen to mainstream celebrities. It was initially reported that doctors were unable to attach the part that was cut off, but later it was said that he underwent multiple procedures and did maintain some function. In a BBC documentary, he explained, "When I'm actually having the act of sex, it's not like, oh, I wish I still had my shit. It's like, I'm in there, like it used to be." In 2020, he would get married. And in speaking to TMZ, he noted that everything was in fact fully functional now. He also reflects on the incident once more. "I'm the only man who ever did what the FK I did, and I'm proud of it. Because why? In the annals of history, I don't think you got anybody who ever did it. I might have made the biggest mistake ever in history, but I'm proud of that." Clearly from this video, he's far from the only one. but he's definitely by far the one that's given us the most insight into the person's perspective. And as much as I'd like to end this video on that relatively positive note, I believe that I actually did find the exact story that traumatized me all those years before. It happened in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, all the way back in 2003. An unnamed 34-year-old man with mental health issues.
WTF. What kind of college would allow this sexist, misogynistic, bigot give a commencement speech to a bunch of graduating students?
Let me take a look.
Ladies present today, congratulations on an amazing accomplishment. You should be proud of all that you have achieved to this point in your young lives. I want to speak directly to you briefly because I think it is you, the women, who have had the most diabolical lies told to you. How many of you are sitting here now, about to cross this stage, and are thinking about all the promotions and titles you are going to get in your career? Some of you may go on to lead successful careers in the world, but I would venture to guess that the majority of you are most excited about your marriage and the children you will bring into this world. I can tell you that my beautiful wife, Isabel, would be the first to say that her life truly started when she began living her vocation as a wife and as a mother. I'm on this stage today and able to be the man I am because I have a wife who leans into her vocation. I'm beyond blessed with the many talents God has given me, but it can
Hear that, ladies? Just make babies. That's all you're good for.
not be overstated that all of my success is made possible because a girl I met in band class back in middle school would convert to the faith, become my wife, and embrace one of the most important titles of all, homemaker. For the ladies present.
What a fucking loser, dude.
And also
Thanks
a
for that
history of
donation, finger
self-harm
my ass.
attempts, including stabbing himself in the head with a pair of scissors, had taken some kind of hallucinatory pills. Then one night, he wakes up with voices in his head. Not the Randy Orton style of voices telling him to RKO somebody out of nowhere. Instead, the voices are saying, cut your dick off. Who is he to doubt the voices? So he cuts it off. Then he wraps it up in a piece of cloth, and then he cooks it and eats it. Shockingly, he did survive this ordeal, although he would have permanent issues urinating. I actually came across a similar story in Japan, but this act was much more deliberate, done by a performance artist named Mao Sugiyama. Like the foot taco guy, he serves it to people, but there's actually a lot more to this story that it merits its own video, so I guess subscribe to see that one in the future. But anyway, that's all for now. If you like this video, check out my video about—
That is some crazy fucking shit. Let's see.
I think we are on. So this came to me just this morning. I woke up to this, where one of my viewers asked me if this was true, that China had sold a Patriot system to, or that Ukraine had sold a Patriot system to China. So the first thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to get a little strange days on this guy. So I'm going to take this. I'm going to do a live takedown. Let me show you why this guy is lying. You know what? I'm going to even put it in here. Let me show you why ALT, Alternative News, is lying. I actually don't know if he's lying yet, but I'm so confident that I'm going to be right on this. And if I'm wrong, I'll get up in my face in front of everybody. All right? So let's go with this. Now, so this is, when I say strange days, there was this movie, Strange Days. So in this movie, they had Liam Neeson in it, or it was by James Cameron. Yeah, here it is. It wasn't Liam Neeson. It was Ralph Fiennes, Juliette Lewis, Angela Bassett, Tom Sizemore, and basically Strange Days was about this this future Los Angeles where people engage in a drug called playback, where you could record your memories and then play it back, and people could experience like robbing a shopping mall or whatever, right? Well, there was this one scene where this guy is a psychopath, and he decides to murder a woman. And he murders this woman by putting the receiver hat on her, like the receiver for this drug on her, and then he puts the transmitter on himself, so the woman can see him killing her in real time, because that was part of his thing, you know, his psychopathy, psychopathy. And you know, so this guy can watch me take him down in real time. So I'm pretty sure I'm correct about this. But by the way, I have a hard stop at 8:30, 9:30, because I have a meeting. So this says, this photo from China purports to show an American Patriot system as being transported to a factory for analysis and re-engineering. So this is the picture. Now, couple of things pop out here. This is the the Transport Erector Launcher. So, a Transport Erector Launcher is it's just a can. It's the launcher platform. So the Patriot missile system, it's composed of 5 basic systems, and here's some of it here, I think. So you have, open the image, a new tab. So you have the oh my god, I forgot. This is the ECS. You know what? Let me move this over to my whiteboard, and I'll show you guys. So right here, we got the open up. Where's my whiteboard? Show screen. All right. So right here, you have the ECS. This is the Engagement Control Center. All right. And then you have the power plant, and this is the antenna mast unit. All right, so those are 3 items. Then you have the Patriot radar system. Patriot radar system. This is the Patriot radar right here, and back here is the launcher, the Transport Erector Launcher right here. I should let Habitual Line Crosser know that I'm doing this video. So. This has always been kind of a thing where people say, "Oh, Ukraine is corrupt. They're actually selling weapons." So this is a common Russian narrative that we're selling weapons to Ukraine, and we're gonna Ukraine is corrupt and they're just making money off these weapon systems. But here's the deal: there's not a lot to be learned from the Transport Erector Launcher and the cans. There's not that much to be learned from these things. If you really wanted to learn something, what I would want to get my hands on is the radar. Like that you might learn a thing or two. But just about every country has its own surface-to-air missile system. And I don't think there's anything particularly special about these particular launchers. And you know what? Now that we're here, I'm actually going to ping Habitual Line Crosser and just let him know that I'm doing this right now. He might get a kick out of that here. Crosser. I don't think it's particularly something Ukraine would do because Ukraine would want to keep these things. The second thing it kind of smells is it's a TEL. It's a Transport Erector Launcher. There's really not a lot to be learned from this. I mean, yeah, I would want it. But let's look at some other things that smell. The first thing that kind of smells is this person, Alternative News. So right there, pro-peace, anti-MSM lies, anti-imperialism, anti-racism. Okay, I'm picking up what you're putting down there, bub. So we got one of those guys who's like, well, I'm the real news. He says he's a journalist. Look, man, I'm going to tell you something. How the hell does this person have 108,000 followers and I got like 30,000? I guess it just
should you start smoking for nootropic benefits? No. Just take lozenges.
So let's take a look at this Transport Erector Launcher. So the first thing that pops out at me, I'm gonna have to put this. I'm gonna drop this in my whiteboard. So the first thing that pops out at me is this. That you might not be able to. Oh, let me throw this on my whiteboard. So the first thing that pops out at me on this is this. Damn it! Screenboard. First thing that pops out at me is this. I'm 99% sure that this says inert. All right, the word inert. So that's either a training can or that's just some kind of I don't know. So it could be like the Chinese copied something they thought was important, right? Like if you're I've heard of I'm sure there's cases where if someone is given a copy of a weapon system, they're going to copy it cut by cut, in the machine tool, and they won't even make improvements. Like they'll even copy the mistakes, right? Like that's how you know you're copying someone's. That's how you know a teacher's copying someone's homework, right? They even copied the mistakes. So I think that this case right here is a case where and let me save this and save the image. So I could be totally, absolutely, 100% wrong about this dude, and if I'm wrong, you're going to see it live. So let me move this image over here. Try to zoom in on this image. Yeah, I am 99% sure that says inert. So it could be one of those cases where China they grab something and are like, well, let's make it look like it. Yeah, I'll tell you another thing it could be. There's a movie industry in China. Could be a prop. Could be a prop. Could be a Vismod. I don't know if Vismod meaning visual modification. If you remember the movie Courage Under Fire. So if you remember this movie, Courage Under Fire, there was a scene with a bunch of tanks in Courage Under Fire. And the tanks in this movie, these tanks are not real M1 tanks. They're, was it Chieftain tanks? Well, I'll show you can tell. You can tell by, oh, there, all right. Since just says Centurion tanks. So look at the road wheels. Count these road wheels, all right? The truth is almost always in the little details. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 road wheels. And then on the M1 Abrams, like the straight M1, there are, let me move this out of the way so you guys can all see. So, oh wait, let me put up the whiteboard. All right, I'm gonna do that again because I'm an idiot. So let me move this tank over here. This is the bad part about live streaming, right? I'm not Destiny. I'm not as good as he was. All right, let's count these road wheels, right? So this is the M1 tank from Courage Under Fire. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 road wheels. M1 tank is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 road wheels. All right.
What do you think about Dr. Ravi saying it's okay to buy products with lanolin-derived D3 because the demand is low or it doesn't contribute much to the wool industry? I think this is bullshit and goes against vegan principles of not exploiting animals.
I don't know how much it actually contributes to the wool industry. It's probably, if I had to guess, extremely, extremely minor. Like, if you have a goal of not supporting a rights violation and you're buying a product that wouldn't conceivably prevent a rights violation, I don't really see an issue. There's not many situations where you would have to buy a product that has fortified D3 in it. So I would say, if you can avoid it. I know there's certain pet foods that have like lanolin-derived D3. If you have a certain type of animal, you may... like, that may be your only food. Like, but, other than that, I'd say, yeah, just get plant-derived D3. But it's not something I'd personally really worry about. Thanks for the donation, Ask Myself.
So right away you go, hey, that's not an M1 tank. Also the driver's hatch, you don't really see the driver's hatch like you would here. So there are some things that they get wrong even when you're making a movie. So someone in the chat just said, isn't it possible that it was captured? And I would say no, because these Patriot systems, they're a strategic level asset. These Patriot systems are not on the front lines. Like, they're not 2 miles in back of the front lines. They're miles, kilometers, many kilometers from my European viewers. Ethan just wrote me back. He said, what? All right, let me just say, this doesn't look like a Patriot system. And all right, where is that guy on Twitter? So, and we'll go through some more stuff. First guess Taiwan, the canister say inert. All right, so even this guy says the canisters say inert, meaning the training rounds. So what else here? So I'm gonna save this again because it was in downloads all the time. All right, so now I am gonna grab the download and I am going to give it to Ethan. Oh shoot! So Ethan can take a look at this, and he can take a look at this as well. All right, so a couple of other things that kind of pop out at me. Then let me throw this back up on the whiteboard. So one option is that this might actually be Taiwan and not China. This might be actually in Taiwan. So the way to do that is through the license plates. So we're taking a look at Taiwanese license plates, vehicle registration plates of Taiwan. So here is the license plate of the truck trailer. Shows screen brush right here. There's a license plate of the truck trailer. It looks red and blue, maybe. So let's take a look at vehicle license plates of Taiwan. Military vehicle is... oh, so that's interesting. Maybe that's it. All right. So what else we got here? So this kind of smells. The lights. Look at these lights. These lights don't really match what is on an American launcher. And I don't believe American launchers have dual rear road wheels. So that's kind of interesting. I almost wonder if this is from China. I wonder if China just grabbed like a regular truck trailer.
Shitnicka.
Let me take a look,
It
Black
looks
Lotus.
like we're making more progress in the psychedelic realm. The FDA granted breakthrough status on a new product. I'll explain what all of this means. I'm Dr. Tracy Marks, a psychiatrist, and I make mental health education videos. In early March, the Food and Drug Administration granted breakthrough therapy status to the company Mind Medicine for its development of a drug that is derived from LSD for the treatment of generalized anxiety disorder. Their latest phase 2 trial showed that one dose of MM120 showed robust reduction in anxiety symptoms starting by day 2, and that improvement lasted for at least 12 weeks from that single dose. This is huge. It's these kinds of findings that get the attention of the FDA to step in and say, okay, this looks good. We'll fast track the approval process to help you develop this further. Let's back up a minute and review what LSD is. The chemical name for LSD is lysergic acid diethylamide. It's derived from lysergic acid, which is found in the fungus ergot, which grows on rye and other grains. So even though LSD is a synthetic compound, its origin is naturally occurring. Psychedelic compounds cause dissociative and reality-altering experiences when they are consumed, and there's a handful of them that are being widely studied for use in treating psychiatric syndromes. Some of the others are psilocybin, DMT, MDMA, and mescaline. This research drug called MM120 is a salt form of LSD. Exactly what it does to the brain to reduce anxiety isn't completely fleshed out. It's complicated, but here are a couple of proposed mechanisms. One is through enhanced neuroplasticity, which is the brain's ability to form new neural connections. We believe these new connections allow you to change thought patterns and emotional processing. And these kinds of changes allow you to adopt new perspectives and reduce rigid patterns of negative thinking that are associated with anxiety. Another possible mechanism is changing the activity of your default mode network. We all have a default mode network, which is the part of the brain responsible for generating thought when we're not actively thinking about something. It's like your personal tape that runs in the background and takes over your inner monologue when your mind wanders. People who are prone to depression and anxiety tend to have more negative thought loops that keep them worrying and stuck inside their heads. Psychedelics are thought to either turn down the volume really low on this tape or wipe it clean altogether, allowing you to reprogram your thoughts. Now, you don't need medication to reprogram your thoughts. You can do this on your own, but it takes a lot of introspection, discipline, and patience. These medications give you assistance by clearing out the junk and letting you lay down new thoughts on a clean slate rather than needing your new thoughts to be louder and more prominent than the old ones. This almost sounds too good to be true, but these findings are real, and it's what the companies are finding in their clinical trials. We're seeing these kinds of results because of the mechanism of action of these drugs. They work at the rewiring level and not at the replenish brain chemicals level. That's how most of our current medications for depression and anxiety work. So back to Mind Medicine and this breakthrough therapy designation. When should this drug become available? Well, there's still probably some years to go, but this designation will speed up the process. Here's a general breakdown of the road to FDA approval. First, you have discovery of the agent. This discovery process itself may take years. Then there's preclinical research to establish a proof of concept for the drug. Does it work like expected? If it looks promising, the company will submit a new investigational drug application. Once their application is approved, they start the clinical trials that are broken into 3 phases, 1, 2, and 3. Each phase uses larger and larger groups of people. If all goes well with all 3 phases and the drug is shown to be effective and safe, the company will submit a new drug application. If the FDA approves the application, the company can start the process of making the drug available to the public. Mind Medicine just finished phase 2, and they expect to start phase 3 later this year. And for comparison, Lykos Therapeutics, formerly called MAPS, was granted breakthrough therapy designation for MDMA to treat PTSD in 2017. They completed their trials and submitted their new drug application in December 2023. The review process is expected to be complete by August of this year. Compass Pathways is developing psilocybin for treatment-resistant depression and general depression. They were granted breakthrough therapy designation.
Dude, it's so weird. They want to make a legalized psilocybin medication, even though mushrooms exist. Like, it's so strange.
In 2017 and 2018, respectively. They are currently in phase 3 trials. Applying for NDA will be their next step once these trials are complete. So we're making progress with this world of psychedelics. MDMA will be the first of this group to make it to market and the second psychedelic used in clinical practice. Ketamine is the first one. Now, if all of this sounds like the devil's work and you find the idea of using drugs to change your brain distasteful, here are some natural options for enhancing neuroplasticity: physical exercise, meditation and mindfulness. Omega-3 fatty acids, they reduce inflammation and enhance BDNF levels. Curcumin, the active compound that's found in turmeric. Flavonoids, the compounds found in dark chocolate, blueberries, and green tea. Deep sleep, socialization and new experiences, and then intermittent fasting. Most of these interventions work through activating brain-derived neurotropic factor. BDNF is a protein that works like fertilizer in the brain. It helps nerves grow and connect to each other and helps prune bad nerve connections. Although these options don't replicate the psychedelic experience, they can offer sustainable, long-term benefits to brain function and mental well-being. Take a look at some of these other videos that I have talking about these now.
That's interesting. Like, from my personal experience with psychedelics, they've been massively fucking helpful for my mental health, so they could be a really big breakthrough treatment for a lot of people.
Trailer and painted it. Oh, Shawn said, Ryan, check DM on check DM. It might be private. Renew Patriot missile contract, service contract. All right, contract. All right, so this looks like it's paywalled. All right, so this is interesting. So U.S. and Taiwan have agreed to the island's Patriot system. So if you look at the rear, this probably isn't Taiwan because look at these lights right here. All right, you guys see those lights? These lights are totally different than these lights here. So let me move this over here, and I'll try to open this up. But oh, man, so you look at these lights, and come on, screen brush. All right, you look at this. This is a typical U.S. Army light. You look at this. That is not. And I can't see the rear wheels, but I'm 99% sure the Patriot TEL has only one set of road wheels. I also I don't know what that is. That's kind of interesting. And I don't see a generator over here because there should be a generator on the side of the transport erector launcher, and there's no generator on the side.
Mike Donatillers, would you agree with the notion that women are more sensitive to criticism than men, generally speaking? Yeah, I would say generally speaking. There's a reason why the fat acceptance movement is almost entirely, like, 99% women. So, yeah. I would say generally speaking. Thanks for the donation, Mike.
Side here. So, hey, no, dang! The cans. All right, you know what? Let's go to divots. So, what I'm going to do now is, let me throw you back into the combination right. So, Patriot launcher. All right, so what I'm looking for now is I want to make yeah, you see this? All right, let me throw this up into this window here. All right, so I want you guys to look at the rear wheels. So you see how there's only one road wheel, or one wheel on the trailer, and there's a generator right here. This has two road wheels in the rear, and there's no generator. At least I don't see a generator there. So I don't think this is either a mock-up or I don't know, it's something. It could be a movie prop. Again, I don't know what this thing here is as well. Oh, wait. Doing it again. All right, look. Here's the Patriot. Look at the one road wheel here, and there's 2 road wheels on this. Look at the lack of a generator here. You have a generator here. So that generator, these Patriots, you put them out in the field or whatever, and these generators are these diesel generators, and you have a hot crew. They go around to every single generator, and they periodic, like this hot crew, they just go around troubleshooting all of the TELs, the transport erector launchers, and they add fuel into those things as well. The taillights aren't right. Let's look at the cans. All right, look at pack 3.
So this was probably just a movie prop.
Yeah, look at those cans. All right, so you see how these cans have bolts, or at least artifacts, right? Here, let me throw this up in here again. Doing it again, guys. All right, let's go to whiteboard. And I don't know if you can see this, but let me make this full screen. Let me take out a picture. All right, so this could just be part of the manufacturing process. But look at, I guess these are the welds that actually hold these cans and hold the rear of the can on for the pack 3, and it doesn't look like the welds are correct on this as well. So that is a 4th thing that's wrong. I just noticed the tire is flat. So I mean, maybe that's weird that they would do that. I find that kind of strange. Also, let me open this picture again. Maybe we can get a read off that street sign. That might be a little too much, because I can't read Chinese. I don't know if anyone. Tinjan F-38 Super. Wonder what that is. Is that a? There's a lot of trade between China and Taiwan. So rough, accurate. It's a Isuzu. Okay, so it's an Isuzu. I don't know if that really gives me anything to work with there. This says Zuhao. Yeah, pretty much it. I think that this. Oh, you know the other thing we should do. Let's see. Normally I do this first. So the first thing I'm going to do, or normally the time, I'll tell you this. Anytime there are multiple exclamation points, that is probably your first clue. So let me throw this in here. Anytime there's multiple exclamation points, or what's that guy's name? Kim.com has said something, it's probably a lie. There are more and more reports about the delivery of China of a Patriot complex secretly captured by Russia and Ukraine. Dude, I'll tell you something. If they captured that, it would be all over the freaking news. It would be a major. It's so far behind. That might be a better. The fact that this right here is red and blue kind of leads me to believe it's Taiwan. It's in Taiwan. Man, I wish I could grab a license plate off this. Thing. You look at this antenna. So we're at the whiteboarding the weld antenna for the launcher. So the launchers, they're connected via like fiber optic cable, like plug-in cable. But they also have like an antenna that comes up from the launcher. So let me go back to DVids here. Download photo. You know another thing? I don't see any handholds. On here. You see the handholds on this thing? There's a handhold right here. There's a handhold right here. I think this is a bunch of BS. I think that this is a training mod, and people they want to have this narrative. All right, so habitual line crosser got back to me. He said, I think the connectors in the back are wrong, and that lettering is a city in China. Got to hop off. Analyze with my tangos. Frank.
Can someone please explain to me why being fatphobic is a bad thing? Being is disgusting and unhealthy, period. Is someone who gets chemotherapy cancerphobic? Or wearing sunscreen skin cancerphobic? Society is completely pussified.
I don't think discriminating against fat people is a good thing, but like people say it's fat phobic to go on a diet or recommend people lose weight for health reasons. Like it's just insane. Thanks for the donation though, Kid Boo.
Eurovision Song Contest means many different things to many people. To me, it generally means sitting in a dark room and ignoring social media to prevent my head from literally exploding. But for reasons that will always baffle me, it's one of the biggest TV events in the entire world with hundreds of millions of deluded viewers. This year it was overshadowed, like so many things are, by protests about the Israel-Hamas war. And leading the charge was a charming non-binary gothic witch, their words not mine, called Bambi Thug. The Irish entry was ordered to remove pro-Palestine slogans from their costume, but didn't hold back in media interviews before and after the main event.
Fuck the EBU. I don't even care anymore. Fuck them. The thing that makes this is the contestants, the community behind it, the love and the power and the support of all of us is what is making change. And The world has spoken. The queers are coming. Non-binaries for the fucking win.
The queers are coming. I see. Well, thousands of pro-Palestine demonstrators picketed the event in Malmo, demanding that Israel's act be removed from the competition and calling for a boycott. Personally, I would boycott Eurovision in its entirety, albeit probably for very different reasons. Well, Greta Thunberg was, of course, there.
Oh, here we
by
go.
Police. That seems to be her full-time job these days.
Yeah,
People are getting arrested.
Greta Thunberg's a fucking terrorist supporter.
Meanwhile, Israel's entry, a 20-year-old singer named Eden Golan, was loudly booed and heckled by the audience in the arena after being shunned by many of her fellow contestants in the build-up to the show. Whatever. Well, whatever your views on this Israel-Hamas war, it should surely be self-evident that it's ridiculous to blame it on a 20-year-old woman simply trying to perform at a song contest. And to the palpable fury of those who campaigned against her, it spectacularly backfired. Once votes from the viewing public across Europe and the world were added to the total, Israel surged up leaderboard. More countries gave Israel a maximum 12 points from public votes than any other entry. The song has now reached number 7 in the entire world on iTunes.
Also, I should completely be able to shake someone for being fat. The same way someone should be shamed for not brushing their teeth, not showering, being an alcoholic, etc. Why do we draw the line at fat? It's because society wants to reward gluttony.
People can live their lives however the hell they want. So if you like food and you have your own priorities, I don't know why you should be shamed for that. I think you should be shamed for violating the rights of others. Otherwise, I think it's stupid. Thanks for that donation, Kid Boo.
Israel supporters say it's emphatic proof of a silent majority. Critics say it shows Eurovision has no moral compass. Well, one thing is certain, it lays bare one of the most startling hypocrisies of this protest movement. Many of the Be Kind Brigade were furious that the pro-Palestine Dutch entry was kicked out of the competition, even though he allegedly verbally abused a female producer. Bambi Thug then performed with satanic imagery, wearing an X-rated bikini in the colours of a trans pride flag, which he'd earlier waved on camera. And many of the Eurovision superfans who called for a boycott are very stridently pro-LGBT, and the other letters, of course, I can never remember. The irony, of course, is that Israel is pretty much the...
Are you gonna game this stream? Will you play COD? Play COD? COD play? Play COD?
Not entirely sure yet. We'll see how the evening goes. Thanks for that donation, though, Nut Muffin.
Only place in the Middle East where gay people have any rights at all. I've got a pretty good idea about how a Bambi Thug concert would go down in Gaza. It definitely wouldn't be winning any public votes.
Yeah.
Well, joining me now, comedian James Barlow said he was moved to tears by Eurovision this weekend. Well, as was I, had I watched it. The thought of it reduced me to tears. Israeli writer and activist Hem Mazig, host of Novara Live, Michael Walker, and the drag artist Crystal, who boycotted Eurovision over Israel's inclusion. All right, well, thanks all of you for joining me.
Yes, the only country in the Middle East that gives gay people rights.
Alright, so if I don't like showering, wiping my ass, brushing my teeth, and I'm a stinky motherfucker, I shouldn't be shamed for it? Bullshit. If you're a Twinkie addict, you should be shamed to oblivion and be sent to a fat concentration camp to lose weight.
Alright, well, you do you, Kid Boo. I'm sure you'll make many friends that way. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Bar, you reduced to tears. You said, I keep thinking of all the artists...
Yeah, Israel's the only country in the Middle East that grants gay people rights, and then you have gay people, like, trying to boycott Israel. It's fucking retarded.
Delegations, production, and people working behind the scenes who spent their lives building up to this moment, only to be thrown to the wolves by the EBU not taking appropriate action. You said this was over the EBU now disqualifying Israel when the lyrics of the song were originally deemed political. Here's what I don't get about this. Why should Israel not be allowed to compete in Eurovision?
Because they've murdered over 33,000
Well, they were
people.
the subject of a terror attack.
but they've murdered 33. At what point do we? They've lost the moral high ground, Piers. This isn't okay.
Right. But just to be clear, a country that suffered a massive terror attack should not be allowed to have a contested Eurovision Song Contest.
I'm saying that if you murder 33,000 people...
What about October the 7th?
October the 7th is horrendous.
Right.
Awful. One of the
Why
worst
should that
attacks in
country
human
not be
history.
allowed to perform in a Eurovision Song Contest?
Because they have murdered... There's nuance here that you're missing. They've murdered 33,000 more people. You can't just excuse that by, oh, well, there was a terror attack. There's a line in the sand you have to draw.
It is just so nauseating hearing people just say, oh, they murdered 30,000 people. Yeah, because it's not like they're at war and there's national security threats that justify any of it. Yeah, you're just supposed to be victims of a terror
Would
attack.
you rather live in a world where slavery was brought back but everyone was vegan, or have a world where there's no slavery and everyone on a carnivore diet?
I would rather live in a world where there's slavery but everybody's vegan. The reason being there would be fewer rights violations taking place. So, animal slavery also matters, and yeah, if everybody was on a carnivore diet, well, animals would be enslaved. So, yeah, I'd rather have a world where everybody's vegan but there's still slavery. Thanks for the donation, Kid Boo.
You ban Ukraine for responding to Russia invading them.
I think it's a completely different conversation.
Would you ban Ukraine?
Piers, you're trying to equate two different things.
I'm asking you, Ukraine have killed a lot of Russians responding to the illegal invasion of Ukraine. Should they be banned by your criteria?
I mean, they haven't killed...
Well, hang on. I will come to you.
This is a good point. They haven't killed that many children. It's a completely different...
They have killed a lot of people.
But Piers, it's not as
Oh, okay, so it's okay if you kill adults. That's good to know.
simple as that, and you know it isn't
Well,
as simple as that.
it's interesting.
It's not. Look, there's
your
hypocrisy, of
your
course.
moral line on this.
I
seems a little
understand that,
skewed.
and there is a lot of hypocrisy, but this is quite a difficult thing to just...
Yeah, that's a really good start to a debate, admitting that you're a hypocrite. Rather than revising your position, just admit you're a hypocrite and continue acknowledging your hypocrisy, but not changing your fucking stance.
answer, and a question like that is not helpful. It's divisive for no reason.
All right, Hen, I think there's a lot of hypocrisy generally about all this, but I just think fundamentally, why would Israel be banned? I don't understand.
I mean, that's the level of the dehumanization that we have reached to. I mean, a British person would sit here and tell you that because of the actions of Israel, they should be banned from everywhere. I mean, a British person, have you looked at your history? Have you looked at what your country is?
Bahrain, Cyprus. Okay, I don't know if Cyprus counts as a Middle Eastern country. Egypt, Turkey, Lebanon. So I know people from Lebanon, and gay people do not have rights there. I knew a trans woman who was from Lebanon and left the country because she was getting persecuted in that country. Turkey, I'm not so sure. Egypt, I think they have a policy where you can't be openly gay. Let me see. Gay rights, Egypt. Homosexuality is legal itself, illegal under morality laws with punishment up to 17 years with hard labor, fines, deportation. So, Egypt does not recognize homosexual relationships as legitimate. Egyptian law only recognizes a marriage between man and woman. Until 2001, the Egyptian government refused to recognize that homosexuality was the sexual identity for some of its residents. And after 2001, it only did so to brush off criticism from human rights organizations and foreign politicians. Culturally, most Egyptian citizens are Muslim, which impacts prevailing social biases and attitudes. Traditional Islam morality does not condone homosexuality. Polling data suggests that only a minority of Egyptians support LGBT rights. This is why Egyptian parties, human rights NGOs, do not express public support for LGBT rights. One of the few Egyptians to publicly support LGBT rights has been Mashar Sabri, along with his human rights efforts. In August 2021, the Central Bank of Egypt was forced to confirm that rainbow holograms due to appear on new Euro 12 euro banknotes were a secure watermark. Yeah, dude, you do not have LGBT rights in Egypt. I don't know where the fuck you got that. Report published by Human Rights Watch elaborates upon the country's treatment towards LGBT people, titled Egypt Security Forces Abuse, Torture, LGBT People. The report's main findings include entrapment of LGBT people via social media platforms, prolonged detainment and torture of sexual gender minorities in state custody. Yeah, where the fuck did you get that stupid idea that Egypt has fucking LGBT rights? Let me see. Turkey... lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender people in Turkey face legal challenges not experienced by non-LGBT residents through general climate for LGBT people is considered to be less repressive when compared to most other Muslim majority countries. Let's see. Legality of same-sex relationships. Gay sex conduct between consenting adults in private is not a crime. The criminal code also has vaguely worded prohibitions on public exhibitionism and offenses against public morality that can be used to harass gay and trans people. Individual towns and cities are given some leeway in enacting local laws designed to protect public morality. So you don't have LGBT rights in Turkey. It's just that the society in general is better than most Muslim majority countries. What was the other one you fucking said? Trying to find your comment. Lebanon. Yeah. Bran? Lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender people living in Brown face legal challenges, discrimination. Vague laws against indecency are used to target... Same shit. Same-sex activity was illegal while it was British protectorate. However, a new penal code enacted in 1976 removed any laws prohibiting consensual acts between adults, regardless of gender. Attempts have been made to restrict the rights of LGBT individuals. However, none have gone through. Individuals have been able to change their legal gender since 2007. Homosexual acts are first criminalized 1860, new penal code. So Bahrain, maybe, and Lebanon. Various courts have ruled that Article 534 of the Lebanese Penal Code, which prohibits having sexual relations that contradict the laws of nature, should not be used to arrest LGBT people. Nonetheless, the law is still being used to harass and prosecute LGBT. So you're full of shit. And yeah, I see some of your comments, but, oh, it's not in their legal doctrine. Yeah, well, why don't you fucking go there and, like, fuck some dudes or something and see what fucking happens. I know, I've known personally someone from Lebanon who's a trans woman, and she had to flee the country because her life was in danger. So you're full of fucking shit. Mike donated $2. As much as you hate Trump, you have to admit he can be quite the comedian at times. Let's see.
Between you people, don't talk to me that way. You're just a lightweight. Don't talk to me that way. Don't talk. Between you people, don't answer.
Well, I can guarantee you Trump has never benched 225 in his entire life, so...
Full guide to build...
Yeah. Thanks for the donation though, Mike.
It's done throughout the war, the world.
When we illegally invaded Iraq,
well, I know that. I agree.
Well, should we have been banned then?
Probably.
But you didn't boycott. You didn't call for a boycott.
Yeah, so Eris, if you're gonna fucking tell me that Lebanon and Egypt are as friendly to LGBT people as Texas, you're actually fucking retarded.
I didn't call for a boycott.
I'm not even sure you were
Eurovision
born.
this year either,
Hang on,
actually.
were you
so-
born then?
Was I born when?
2003.
Yes, I was. Thank you, though. I'm glad you think I look so
You were
young.
young,
Piers.
right?
This isn't about
But I
me.
opposed the Iraq War, for example, as editor of the Daily Mirror, and I don't remember anyone calling for the UK to be banned because of the invasion of Iraq.
Right, but that's what the dehumanization of Israel and Israelis has gone to, that a 20-year-old girl is being held in her hotel room. This Bambi thug is demanding that she would be moved from the room that she's at because she doesn't want to see her in her presence. A European girl asking a Jewish girl to leave to a different room because she doesn't want to see her. We know when that happened last in Europe. And you have a mob of tens of thousands of people sitting chanting outside her hotel room. You had helicopters around her. For what? For going to a music festival? To singing at a music festival, and then they're putting out the kafia, and they're upset that Israel and Israelis are triggered by that. Of course, the last time that people came with the kafia to a music festival was on October 7th.
Right.
And we know exactly what happened
And
there.
several hundred innocent young people were butchered
And
by
raped.
Hamas terrorists. All right, Michael, let me bring you in. You wanted to jump in earlier. What do you think of this?
Well, I found your line of questioning, why should they be banned because they've been subjected to a terrorist attack? I mean, no one's claiming that's why they should be banned. People are saying they should be banned because they are fighting what now looks to many people like a genocidal war, right? You've got 13,000 kids who have been killed. Now, the argument you seem to be making there was, why are we bringing politics into Eurovision? You know, we didn't kick out Britain during the Iraq War. Now, I was too young to have an opinion on it then. Probably I would have agreed if people had said we should have done that then. But what we do have is a very recent example of us saying Russia can't engage in this competition.
Such a false equivalence.
Well, it's not a false equivalence.
Well,
And the reason I said
really
is, actually, I think there's a stronger case for kicking out Israel than there is for Russia. And the reason I say this is very specific. Israel has...
What? Is this guy out of his fucking mind?
Killed more civilians by quite a considerable degree in 6 months.
According to
in
whom?
Gaza.
The UN
By the way, I don't even think that's true.
says that the numbers are false. Today they
Ukraine-
came out and said, fog of war,
So, by the way, Russia has deliberately targeted civilians and civilian infrastructure that was knowingly not a military target and nowhere near any military targets or installations. Israel has not done that. So he's saying there's a better argument for banning Israel that's abiding by the Geneva Convention and the laws of war than Russia, which is actually committing a fucking genocide. They're stealing fucking tens of thousands of Ukrainian children. They've killed thousands of fucking innocent Ukrainian civilians, deliberately targeting civilians and civilian infrastructure, nowhere near any valid military targets. And they're talking about like wiping out the Ukrainian culture, language, like these people are just absolutely psychotic.
They can't
So
tell
there are
if the
two,
numbers are right.
there are two different sets of numbers going around at the moment. So one is how many people have been identified, so sort of names, social security numbers.
Right.
Now, if you're looking at names and social security numbers, it's 8,000 kids, 5,000 women, right? Now, the
That is
UN
identified
said,
immediately, right? After every attack, they know exactly the exact same number.
Oh, right, Eris. I'm all for Israel killing all Palestinians. Right, that's why you see me every single stream suggesting that Israel should use nuclear weapons in Gaza, right? You're a fucking retard. Get the fuck out of here. Why don't you go in Destiny's stream and try to convince Destiny that Egypt, all these Middle Eastern countries have robust LGBTQ rights? Fucking jackass.
Hang on. Look, I'm moderating this. Here's what I would say. Let's not quibble about how many thousands of a lot of civilians.
I never said I'm in favor of committing eugenics for Palestinians. You're fucking retarded.
Have been killed in Israel's response to a terror attack. Now, the Russia illegal invasion of Ukraine, to me, the idea that that is not as bad, given they illegally invaded a sovereign democratic country and have ravaged large parts of it, stolen a third of Ukraine.
Let me see. Ukrainian civilian casualties. As of 22nd February 2024, latest data available, 30,000 civilians were killed and wounded, including 10,000 civilians killed in the conflict, including 587 children. Total of 9,241 people have been killed by explosive weapons with wide area effects and mines and explosive remnants of war. So, yeah, kind of hard to argue that Russia is better than Israel with those stats. Sarah for Palestine donated $2. VG never said he wants Palestinian civilians to get hurt.
Israel.
Yeah, we've all seen that clip. Haha, yeah, okay, I get it. Thanks for the donation, dumbass.
Killed countless civilians in the process. Why would you somehow think that that is morally less disagreeable than what Israel's been doing responding to a terror attack?
Well, so both are absolutely terrible, right? Russia's in.
Is there any other way they could go about this other than bombing? No. There's no practical way to fight Hamas other than using explosive weapons. You're talking about a military force of roughly 30 to 40,000 people in a densely populated urban area where they have terror tunnels that protect them from bombs. They also have military installations set up in practically every apartment building, every sort of public utility like hospitals, mosques, churches, shit like that. Like, this idea that you can go from house to house, room to room, like it's just not possible. You're talking about a situation where there would be an unconscionable amount of Israeli military casualties in a situation like that. And again, like a military operation like that would probably end up being unsuccessful. Sarah donated $2. Why didn't you play the clip? Dishonest liar. There's no other reason, but let's all hear you cope. It's because you're taking me out of fucking context. Everybody knows it's a fucking joke. Fuck you. Thanks for the donation, Sarah. You're a dumbass.
Invasion of Ukraine was a war of aggression. It was illegal. They have killed less civilians than Israel have killed, but they have killed a lot of soldiers, and those weren't people who wanted to go fight the Russians, right? I don't think actually provoking a war with a country and then killing a lot of their soldiers, you know, that's morally outrageous.
Done worse?
Okay, well, the reason, I'll put it this way, because I think saying
which is worse. I'm curious why.
I'm saying there is more reason why they should be kicked out, because I think the biggest evil and why so many people right now are incredibly passionate that Israel shouldn't be engaging in these kinds of competitions is because people don't care that much about politics. They don't like to see women and children bombed, right? They don't like to see people kicked out of their homes time after time
But they're
after
not
time.
as bothered by seeing innocent Ukrainians killed.
Well, the issue with Ukraine, right, was that our government was pretty much in line with a fairly moral position, right? So most people on the left thought that there were some exceptions, but most people on the left thought Russia's invasion of Ukraine was completely outrageous. And then what did our government do? They put sanctions on the Russian regime, right? Now, most people on the left, and actually the general population more generally, if you look at polling, it's much more representative than who votes in Eurovision contests, right? People are incredibly outraged at what Israel is doing.
Sarah donated $2. The full context, clearing not a joke. Show everyone how you're joking. Yeah, you're a fucking idiot. People kept asking me the same question over and over and over again. Why are you okay with the genocide? Blah, blah, blah. And then I just said, oh, okay, yeah, kill all Palestinian civilians is a joke. But yeah, apparently, if you say anything, it has to be taken perfectly literally because you're all fucking retarded. Thank you.
Richard. Have you ever done parkour, free running, gymnastics, acrobatics or tricking? A lot of vegans do those things, and a lot of free runners are vegan.
Never done free running, never done parkour, acrobatics, or tricking. I did gymnastics when I was really young, and I fucking hated it. crazy wacko gymnastics teacher that I had would get us to stretch, and if you were attempting to do the splits, he'd literally force you to stretch further, and it would hurt like fucking crazy. I swear, there were more than a few occasions where I almost tore a muscle because of that fucking whack job. Thanks for the donation, though, Parkour Vegan Master.
Because they are seeing civilians being killed. They're seeing.
Were you
being killed.
outraged by October the 7th?
Yes.
What did you tweet about it?
So my position on October the 7th is, I think...
What did you tweet about it?
Well, I tweeted very early on that Palestinians have a right to self-defence, which they do.
Well, hang on. What did you tweet about the terror attack?
I can't remember exactly
Anything?
what I tweeted. Well, I tweeted that they shouldn't have killed the civilians, right?
Well, what did you tweet about the October the 7th terror attack?
Well, okay. This isn't particular...
I'm just curious.
Well, I don't really understand the line of questioning. If you're asking me...
The line of questioning is asking if you condemn the killing of civilians.
You're saying that everybody was outraged by Israel's response. Okay, a lot of people are, I get it. But were you as outraged by what happened on October the 7th? And if so, you're in a public platform, you're well known, you have a lot of followers. What did you tell your followers about it?
So I think the ultimate root of what is going on...
Answer the question.
No, well, I don't. I'm going to answer. I'm going to answer the question as I want to answer it. Okay.
You're not going to answer the question.
Well, I'm going to say what I think about this particular issue, which you're asking me about.
Why don't you come? First of all, answer my question. Then expand.
So what is the question?
What did you say publicly about October the 7th terror attack?
So first of all, I said something along the lines of Palestinians have a right to resistance.
That was your response.
Yeah, right after the October 7th terrorist attack. So this guy is a terrorist sympathizer.
Yes.
So you thought it was justified?
Okay, can you let me finish a sentence? Okay,
I'm stunned by what I've just heard.
It's because you're not letting me finish a sentence.
You think that 1,200 people being butchered, raped, burned alive, babies being kidnapped, Holocaust victims being kidnapped. You think that's somehow justified?
No, you haven't let me finish a sentence.
You said that your first response was to say Palestinians
Can you
are allowed
please
to
let me
resist?
finish a sentence? This seems a little bit pointless, okay? I have a very coherent position. If you would like to listen to it, I could have expressed it in about 20 seconds, but
Oh, congratulations, Eris. You're fucking banned.
you kept interrupting
You said that
me.
was your response.
Okay. You didn't let me finish the sentence. Okay. Palestinians do have a right to resistance. That's enshrined in the UN, sort of in international law. They don't have a right to target and kill civilians. So the moment it became clear that they had targeted and killed civilians,
That was some excellent top-tier spam, 9014. Appreciate the donation, dude. Kid Boo donated $2, Trump 2024. Let me see. Trump support among black voters. Then versus now. Well, I guess black people have become dumber. Thanks for the donation, Kid Boo.
I condemn that. I think you shouldn't. I don't think any. I don't think any
was it a
cause,
terror attack?
I don't think any cause. Yes, I think it was a terror attack.
Okay, are Hamas a terrorist organisation?
I think pretty much. I mean, there are levels of it.
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough.
The bar is so low that we would accept even that. I mean,
well, let me look. We're going to lose Crystal. Let me bring in Crystal, who is a drag artist. Sadly, not in your costume. I noticed, Crystal. A little bit disappointing for people like me that love a good drag queen. But you boycotted Eurovision over Israel's inclusion. Why?
For the reasons that have already been outlined, I'm outraged by Israel's behavior in Palestine, and I think that when you are killing innocent civilians, you shouldn't get to promote a cultural message.
So just to be clear, every country in the world that kills innocent civilians should be banned from Eurovision. Who could qualify?
I think we are in a very specific situation this year because.
Well, no, hang on. I'm just taking your criteria. If killing innocent civilians is your position, that's fine. I respect it. But how many countries in Europe do you think have killed innocent civilians in the last 20 years who, by that criteria, should be banned from Eurovision?
We're seeing mass casualties on a scale that is pretty unprecedented in modern history. So
500,000 German civilians were killed during World War II, so no, that's not true. So would this guy think like, oh, America bad? They killed 500,000 German civilians. How could they? You know, maybe America should have like negotiated a peace deal with the Nazis and seen if the Nazis could have like, you know, agreed to some sort of ceasefire.
I think it's justified.
Okay, you presumably, are you aware of the Iraq War? Are you aware of the Afghanistan War? Are you aware of what's happened in Syria?
I am curious.
Are you aware of what's happened in Yemen?
I wasn't living in the
actually,
UK, and I wasn't even actually aware of your
far bigger death tolls have been
the Iraq
seen.
War was taking place.
Far
so I don't
bigger
really have
death
a
tolls have
position
been
on
seen
these
in
things,
all over the world now in the last 20 years. It just never got its attention, which does come back to one.
What was the death toll in the Syrian war? I remember it was fucking crazy. Civilian deaths, Syria. Yeah, the report reveals that no fewer than 230,224 civilians, including 30,000 children and 16,319 women, were killed at the hands of the parties to the conflict and controlling forces in Syria between March 2011 and March 2023. So, you know, it's funny how there wasn't this public outrage during the Syrian war. All the fucking crazy, like, mass executions that happened in Aleppo and are still going on. Funny, like, how there's no outrage about that, but, oh, when the Jews do it, you know, the colonizers. It all just comes down to anti-Semitism. The only reason people are outraged is because they hate Jews. It's not because of the amount of civilians being killed. They just hate Jews.
Sentiment that Jewish people feel, which is they get singled out. And it's actually hard not to conclude that when you hear people just airbrush all these other conflicts like they never happened.
I mean, you just said that I did that, but I didn't do that.
Well, by all means, correct me if I'm wrong.
I wasn't living in the UK during the Iraq War. I hadn't even heard of Eurovision. So frankly, I don't have a position on
But as an artist, targeting a young 20-year-old woman who's living her dream, representing her country at Eurovision.
I would say that anyone who
like
targeted
would
you like me to answer? I would say that anyone who targeted her personally I think that's a mistake. I do see, however, that she was representing her national broadcaster and essentially there as a propaganda tool for the Israeli government, singing a song.
Talking of propaganda tools, Ollie Alexander, the UK's contestant, who managed to get no points in the public vote, which is quite an achievement, actually, although from what I hear, he's dreadful, and Bambi Thug, they've supported the Queers for Palestine movement, which is such a touching movement, given that actually if you were openly queer in Palestine, Hamas would have you thrown off a roof. What is the Queers for Palestine movement all about?
Well, I don't think that the right to life, I don't think the right to queer liberation is not more important than the right to life. And I think...
Dude, Hamas executes gay people. They throw them off of rooftops, and they also drag them by ropes through the street while they're attached to a fucking truck. So, gay liberation isn't as important as the right to life. Gays are being fucking killed, you retard.
I think that's just a reasonable position to hold. You know, if you're queer right now in Palestine, you're not going to die because you're going to be thrown off a roof. You're going to die because of an Israeli bomb. So,
did you ever care about them before?
Oh boy, what a fucking moron. Jesus fucking Christ, what an absolute retard.
Disingenuous line of questioning to say that we're suddenly caring about queer people in Palestine when those people
So
are
you
being
only care about them
blown
being
up
killed
right
by
now.
Israelis. You didn't care about them being persecuted before Israel responded to the terror attack.
What? No, I didn't say that.
But gay people being killed left, right, and centre in Palestine.
Yeah, and I condemn any government
Have you said
murders
anything
gay
about
people. Of
gay
course I do.
Palestinians
Did you go on
killed?
television programs like this and publicly
I
express
would
your
go on a
outrage? Did you
television
pull out of
when I'm given the opportunity
competitions?
to do so.
Did you pull out of competitions and
Frankly,
protests?
no one asked for my views on on Iran's treatment of gays or Russia's treatment of gays.
But now they're asking you. That's the interesting part.
No, I think, I'll defend what Crystal's saying there. I'm the same. You know, sometimes you forget to tweet things and others you don't. But ultimately, we're not that narcissistic that we think that queer rights are more important than the actual lives of people. Like, people's lives.
What did you tweet on?
Again, that makes no sense. Gay people are being fucking murdered.
More important, I was horrified. I don't remember exactly what I tweeted, but I was absolutely disgusted.
Do you remember the kind of general context of what
the context would have been how disgusted I was. It was awful.
You did?
I have friends that work in the music industry. It was at a music festival, Piers. It was horrendous and so upsetting. But it's really hard to talk about it because as soon as you say anything, you're thrown under a bus by someone
serious point,
arguing
James,
lots of ridiculous conversations about the war in Iraq. Like, of course we should have being told we couldn't be in Eurovision because of that.
Here's my point. Once you bring politics into these things, where do you
Politics
stop?
was always in Eurovision, and I think that's the lie here. I think the EBU is so entrenched with national broadcasters who are entrenched with public...
I think the whole thing's a lot of crap. I wouldn't watch Eurovision if you literally held a gun to my head, ironically. And of course, a lot of politics is in play in there. But if you're going to start singling out countries for elimination and boycotts and treat young women like that.
No one should
reprehensible
be
manner.
No one, because all of it. But it wasn't just.
You were crying over the fact there wasn't a boycott of that young woman.
That's not exactly what I said. I was crying about all of the people that are working for that event who are unfortunately beheld by the decision that the EBU didn't make and therefore look bad as well.
Right.
And actually,
you weren't crying for her. You were crying for the fact she wasn't boycotted.
I genuinely do feel very sorry for her.
As soon as you're very obsessed with what people tweet on any particular day, what did you tweet when Russia were kicked out of the Eurovision Song Contest?
I think it was completely justified.
You think it was completely justified?
Yes.
So you are happy with politics being brought into Eurovision?
No. Here's my point about
that's political, right? I agree that it was good that they were.
I think if you illegally invade a sovereign democratic country, absolutely you should.
What about if you illegally occupy?
I thought they shouldn't compete in sport.
There's nothing illegal with Israelis' occupation of Gaza. Again. They've been at war with Hamas since, like, what, 08? So what the fuck is he talking about? Like, I don't even think he knows what he means. This is just a buzzword that all these fucking tards throw around all the fucking time. They've heard this word occupation in Israel, and they don't even know what it means. Are they talking about the blockade around Gaza after the Hamas terrorist attacks? Are they talking about Israel just being, you know, an occupying country because they think Israel shouldn't exist, period? Like, he probably doesn't even fucking know.
What about illegally occupied Gaza? Gaza was not occupied, though. Stop with this. Come on. Everything is just, you love to throw in facts that are just wrong. And it's all false. And we have a gay British guy, a drag queen, being out here advocating for Hamas. Okay, not supporting Hamas.
Okay, that is not what I've said. I have never once said that.
Making the case for them. I don't care. Okay, sure, you condemn Hamas, but at the end of the day, all you care about, you said it, and the drag queen said that, both of you, that all you care about is what people tell you to care about, right?
That's not what we said.
You said, why didn't you speak about Iran? Why didn't you speak about gay people being killed in Iran? Why
I have spoken about that. I've actually spoken about that a lot. I've spoken about gays being thrown off roofs a lot.
A Palestinian gay person that was beheaded in the West Bank 2 years ago. Why didn't you talk about all of this?
Let's bring this back to
all you do is just feeding.
It's because they hate Jews, that's why.
I want to bring this back to be anti-Israel. That's what it is.
I am not anti-Israel. I'm anti the death
international law, because I think you made a really important point there, where the reason that you think it was sort of justifiable for Russia to be kicked out of the Eurovision Song Contest was they had, you know, it was a war of aggression. That's one of the ultimate war crimes. Now, another really important war crime is occupying someone else's territory and settling your people there, moving in your people. Now,
oh, here we go, the West Bank, right. So Palestinians have such a huge problem with the quote-unquote illegal settlements in the West Bank, even though they were offered land for peace deals that they fucking rejected. And they constantly commit terror attacks out of the fucking West Bank and then cry like little fucking babies when the IDF shows up and fucking kills the terrorists. And then they call them settlers and colonizers and shit like that. Yeah, fuck you.
Whatever sophistry you might try and employ, I think you're going to struggle to deny that the West Bank is under Israeli occupation.
So there's Hamas in the West Bank? You're saying that there's Hamas in the West Bank? No, so it's Gaza, right? We're talking about Gaza. Don't conflate. Speak about each area specifically. We're speaking about Hamas attacking from Gaza, not about the West Bank. Leave the West Bank,
We're actually now...
Speak about Gaza.
Maybe it's you guys who should leave the West Bank. Right, okay. It is, if we're talking about international law, which I think is very important. We need a framework
It is important.
as to how we can understand the world and how we can hold people to account. Now, you're absolutely right. Russia did conduct a war of aggression against Ukraine. That was against international law. Israel has also been conducting an illegal occupation for 57 years.
In a different area.
It doesn't matter, right? It doesn't matter what area you're committing your international war crime, right?
Wait, so there is a Palestinian state? It's in the West Bank and Gaza? Or is it... any
I'm
war
talking
crime
about...
that you commit?
I'm saying it's uncontroversial that Israel's been breaking international law
Michael,
for
here's my
57
response
years.
here's my response. The UK broke international law with the illegal invasion of Iraq. That was 2003.
Yeah.
That's a much...
This is quite interesting.
Let me see, adios.
If you have citizenship in two countries and you commit a crime, threatens the Swedish system, then you can revoke that person's citizenship. These pro-Palestinian protests, they're openly supporting Hamas. I saw that in one of these demonstrations they were collecting money for Hamas. I have seen that they have been collecting money for Hezbollah. If they do not want to be a part of this society, somehow they have to go back.
Fuck yeah, dude. Revoke their fucking citizenship and deport them back to the shithole fucking country they came from. I have a little kitty here. Mwah. How's my Prim Prim? Mwah. Love you so much, Prim Prim. You're a good boy.
בילתה שנים בשוליים. כמו אחרות דומות באירופה, גם במקרה שלה עבר נאצי בהחלט לא עזר לקרב אותה לקונסנזוס. אלא שבשנים האחרונות הציבור השוודי זז לכיוונם. מפלגת השוודים הדמוקרטים היום היא המפלגה השנייה בגודלה במדינה, תומכת מבחוץ בקואליציית ימין, היא סופר פרו-ישראלית, גם עכשיו, ובנושא ההגירה, אומרים פרשנים פוליטיים, היא זו שמכתיבה את הטון. יש כבר שינויי מדיניות, ויותר מזה, בשוודיה היום, בניגוד לעבר, מדברים בגלוי על אסלאם רדיקלי, על אנטישמיות מוסלמית, ועל אזורים שלמים וזה ציטוט, נכבשו.
Us, Israeli journalists, to go to Rosengard, for example, is that safe?
If you tell them that you're a Jew, that's not safe. I wouldn't think that you would last there, 5 minutes if you would say that you're a Jew.
Really?
Yeah, they have. There has been journalists who have worked they have gone into Rosengard and said that they were a Jew and they have been attacked directly. So this has happened in Sweden and a lot of Jews have left Malmö.
אלו שכונות ששוודיה...
Vegan Gains, you've been challenged to a debate by Christy. If she's drunk enough at some point she will go on Streamlabs. Her position is I like chicken. I assume her position is animal rights are logical extension of human rights. Will you accept the debate?
No, I think I'll just shove a drumstick down her throat and have her choke on it. I don't really see much point in debating. Thanks for that donation, Christy Fiji. Oh, Prim Prim. How's my little baby? How's my little baby? You're my baby. You're always gonna be my baby. You're my baby kitty.
יהודים לא נכנסים עליהם בלילה ויהודים שוודים גם לא ביום. אבל זה לא קורה רק שם. בכל רחבי מלמו יש את מה ואת מי שהזכיר לנו מי כאן נחשב הטוב ומי הרע.
שים לב לנרטיב בפוסטרים האלה שתלויים פה בשכונה. כמה? יש פה 6 רובי צלפים על רעול פנים עם דגל פלסטין אחד. במקרה הזה פוסטר שמזמין להפגנה נגד חימוש הג'נוסייד, רצח העם שישראל מבצעת בעזה.
אגב, אותו נרטיב גם בשטחים, תמיד, אותו צעיר פלסטיני שעומד מול מכונת המלחמה הישראלית לכאורה, אבל שים לב.
Well, I'm never gonna go to fucking Sweden. Seems like a fucking shithole, and they let in too many of the shithead immigrants. Imprint, what are you doing? What are you eating here? They're crumbs?
Shorter time period than the one you're talking about. So why?
No, because it's not a shorter time period. This is important because I'm not talking about something that happened 57 years ago. I'm talking about something that's been happening for 57 years.
Right.
So Israel is still expanding settlements in the West Bank. I wanted to clarify that.
And for the record, I've been challenging them about the expansion of settlements. I think it's completely indefensible. Right. I think the issue whether they're committing war crimes in their response to the October 7th attack.
What do you mean it's indefensible? Palestinians didn't take an opportunity for a land deal, so okay, well, it's Israel's land then.
But expanding settlements is a war crime as well, right?
I believe expanded settlements are completely wrong.
But it's a war crime.
Well, I'm not a lawyer, but I think it's completely wrong. But I do think that we need to focus back on this, which is Israel is being punished in this debate because of its response to a terrorist attack. Russia illegally invaded Ukraine. There was no provocation from Ukraine whatsoever. I mean, there were political posturings, but nothing that warranted an illegal invasion of their country, right? So to me, there are completely different things. And I just wonder how far you take it. If you start to say, as Crystal said, that actually if you kill innocent people, you shouldn't be allowed to compete in Eurovision. Okay, well, that's pretty much, most countries in Europe would have blood on their hands. Mm-hmm. The ones who took part in the illegal invasion of Iraq, France, Germany, and so on and so on. So my point is, once you fly this moral halo over an event like that, there is rank hypocrisy.
But I don't understand how you can both make that argument and then also back Russia being expelled. Either you have a non-political Eurovision or you have a political Eurovision.
No, I think if you illegally, well, because I see a moral distinction.
As I'm saying, is Israel has been breaking international law for 57 years.
But that's you're talking.
Oh right, yeah, here we fucking go.
Like international law.
I think the war in Iraq was illegal.
Okay,
yes.
so you think now, does the UK has any issues at all?
So the issue here, I think,
is there any issues with international law that the UK
continuous? So I'm not aware of the UK. I mean, I'm happy
you're not
to be
aware
told.
of anything.
I'm not aware of the UK currently breaking international law. I think we have done in the recent past. I think Israel is currently breaking international law, and they have been, wouldn't it, for 57 years.
And you don't think any of the countries in the Eurovision in Europe are not engaging in any violation of international law in Darfur, in Africa, in Asia, anywhere around the world? You think there's no engagement at all? All those countries are perfect. There's only one country that has an issue, and it happens to be the Jewish state.
I don't think any country is perfect, actually, and I think.
Do you think America's broken international law?
Well, I mean, I think the war in Iraq was illegal for a
So America's hosting the next World Cup, for example, right, with Mexico and Canada. Should that be boycotted?
But then,
should it be boycotted?
We're going back to the same issue, which is it happening?
We are,
right?
yeah.
Is it
We're saying, how far do you fly the moral flag?
Is it happening right now? Right? So Israel has continuously been breaking.
Did you start caring about Israel the last 8 months, or did it start before? Did you advocate for Palestinians?
There's nothing in international law that actually suggests the settlements are illegal. There's no territory. There's no real Palestinian territory. They were offered a land for peace deal. They fucking rejected it. So, again, what are Palestinians' argument in the West Bank against the Israeli settlements? There is none. They don't have a nation. They don't have a state. They were offered a land for peace deal. They fucking rejected it. So if you made your bed, fucking lay in it.
Advocate for people following international law. And as I keep saying,
I'm sure if we'll measure your tweets, you have been heavily focused on Palestine, right? In the last how many years you've been doing this work?
I mean, heavily focused.
So to pretend that it's about the war that is happening right now, to pretend that it's about the occupation in the West Bank.
For the last 10 minutes, I've been talking about the occupation in the West Bank, and you're saying, well, if you tweeted about it before October.
Right, but I'm saying your interest is not started because of the war. You're saying because there's a war right now, that's why you think Israel should be banned. Did you support the BDS movement before October?
Yeah, I support the BDS
movement. You did, exactly. So you supported boycotting Israel long before the war that is happening right now.
Okay.
So how is that making any sense?
Okay, so
because you're saying you care about it because of the war, right?
Do you want me to explain?
Yeah, please explain.
So I think lots of people have this question. Why do progressives and young people care so much about Israel and Palestine? Right? Relatively small part of the world.
It's because they hate Jews.
The reason is, one, that Israel is heavily backed by, for example, our government, so people feel implicated. Somewhat different to what's going on in Sudan and Darfur, where our government sort of opposes
is there other countries you support, the UK support, or is it just Israel?
Let me finish.
No, just say, but make sure that you include all the facts.
Okay, well, I think this would be simpler if you let me finish my sentence.
No, but
you can say
the point is that we're talking about a single standard.
Let him finish his point. I'm going to explain why. Before October the 7th, you're quite right, lots of people cared about the Israel-Palestine issue. The reason is they think that our government, and I think this is true, has given Israel pretty much unconditional support to continuously break international law in expanding settlements in the West Bank. And one reason why people find this so sort of objectionable is because it's
the UK
done on the basis of ethnicity.
The
right?
UK,
we
the
rightly
UK
have a big taboo when it comes to racism and
years.
kicking people out of their homes because of their ethnicity and replacing them with people of another ethnicity. Now that's been taboo for a long period of time.
What ethnicity are you talking about?
Jewish and non-Jewish.
Jewish is an ethnicity.
Well, I don't know what you want to call it.
So,
I mean, it's a basis
and
of citizenship.
Palestinians are an ethnicity as well. They're not Arabs.
Well, it doesn't. So
is it Jews versus?
Okay,
so, tell me your world of the race science here. I'm trying to understand.
Well, no. So I'm talking about Israeli law.
So the issue is with Jews, right?
No, the issue is with the fact I'm explaining how the colonization of the West Bank works.
Where did the Jews come from?
Well, this is a completely separate question.
No, it is important. You're talking about ethnic cleansing and replacing population with other ethnicity. You're talking about Jews as an ethnicity replacing Arabs,
okay,
right?
Well, you might be talking about
where the Jews came from.
So you might be talking about 2,000 years ago.
Where did the Jews came from?
It doesn't make a difference.
Because
it doesn't make a difference where anyone came from.
No one wants to see. You're talking about liberating the land. I'm with you. You're talking about liberating the land of Palestine.
So you think when you kick a Palestinian out of their home and replace them with a Jew, that's liberation?
No, I'm asking you. You're talking about liberating the land from Jews, right? From the ethnicity of Jews. You're saying the Jews replace Palestinians. And
no,
fine.
I'm talking about the act of replacing Palestinians in the West Bank with Jews. Okay. It's completely irrelevant.
Right. The interesting question, we're moving slightly off topic, which is there is an interesting question about the double standards of this, right? I mean, you raised it about Russia and so on. And James, I mean, where is this line going forward? There's been a huge kerfuffle here, right? I feel very sorry for this young female singer who had her big night ruined.
But you have to feel sorry for all of the other performers who've also had their dreams ruined too. Because everybody has been affected by this. Everyone is affected by this.
But they were affected by the specific...
People in Israel, people in Gaza, people around the world are all affected by this, no matter what side you're on.
By Eurovision.
Or you're trying to both sides it, wherever you're at.
By Eurovision.
No, by the situation.
That's my point.
And the boycott thing, like, everyone is entitled to boycott something if they wish to. That's totally fine.
Targeting a young woman like that?
We've condemned that, Piers. We don't need to keep coming back to it. That's obviously awful. You shouldn't target anybody.
On a separate issue, what about the fact that some of these people putting their halos on, right? Bambi Thug, who put on what many thought was a satanic performance, right, involving a lot of spells, black magic, dark clothing, satanic symbols, voodoo dolls.
Do you believe in all of this?
I just think it's odd, given there's such a very young audience watching around the world, kids, right? And then
okay, we're done with that.
There were a lot of different problems with me that were going on that I've been talking to doctors for 10 years.
What? I didn't know the range went that high. That honestly explains a lot. When I saw Dana, I thought that the situation was pretty bad. That makes a lot of sense. Wow, that is a serious situation. The secret to Dana White's body transformation superhuman protocol. That's a lot of promise in a title. First, the secret, what are we going to discover? And second, a superhuman protocol. That's a big lift. Is he going to deliver? All right, let's go.
What's up, everybody? We're here at UFC headquarters, and we're here in my gym that is actually connected to my...
His gym? Holy shit. This is enough for like 45 people. Is this all for him? If he is, I'm so jealous. My gym has 5 pieces of equipment. He's got 40 or 50 here. What does it say on the wall? If I can see it and believe it, then I can achieve. He's limiting his own potential. He's just saying the things he can see and believe in, but if he can't see it, he can't do it. I don't know. You walk into this gym and I feel like there's some reality distortion stuff going on that I actually feel more myopic. Let's carry on.
So this June will be 2 years that I started this health journey that I'm on right.
Okay, I'm actually pretty relieved. Dana White's a pretty cool guy. I've seen him in various press conferences. He does not look well. I was fearful that I was going to see a headline like Dana White has a stroke and dies. He's actually a really cool guy, and I'm really happy he's doing something about his health. Being unhealthy is a very very easy thing to slip into, and so good job, Dana, for doing something about it.
There were a lot of different problems with me that were going on that I've been talking to doctors for 10 years. None of them could fix any of my problems. I had sleep apnea. I had problems with my legs. I had problems I didn't realize I had that doctors didn't even...
You're obese, eating like shit, and drinking. I don't know why he thinks this guy Gary Brecka is some sort of genius. Like, anybody could have told you to lose weight, stop eating like shit, and stop drinking.
Tell me. So a friend of mine, Kerry Kasem, came to me and said, you have to meet this guy, Gary Brecka. He's incredible. He's a human biologist. He'll change your life. And
He's got a BA in biology. That is not anything spectacular.
I didn't believe in any of this stuff.
God, he looks intense, right? Like you pull up there, that guy's not messing around. You walk in there, the ultimate human, he's wearing a shirt, the ultimate human. Is he the ultimate human? Or are you going to be the ultimate human? Who in this situation is the ultimate human? But he's definitely not around.
We finally ended up connecting, and he did my blood work. Through that, he blew me away. He said, give me...
What? Triglycerides are 764? I didn't know.
I've seen triglyceride levels in the thousands, so that's high as shit, but I've seen even higher.
They could be that. I didn't know the range went that high. That honestly explains a lot. When I saw Dana, I thought that the situation was pretty bad. That makes a lot of sense. Wow, that is a serious situation. Those are some bad markers. Kudos to Dana for making this public. It is not easy to face your problems. It is not easy to make your problems public. You know, we all want to put our best face on, so good job him for being transparent.
Give me 12 weeks, and I'll change your whole life. It didn't take 12 weeks. A few weeks into it, I started to feel better, started to have more energy, started sleeping better.
That's so true. If you make a change today, tomorrow you're going to feel the effects. Like if you feel in a slump and you need to get going, then just start. One baby step to get you the domino effect of the power law. Just start going. So that's cool. He's getting momentum right off the bat. Look at that. He's determined. I respect climbing out of a hole you're in, and he's at it. He's after it. Good job.
So today, I'm going to walk you through my facility here that I have in my office and show you what I do.
Wait, what do we say? What's the statement here on the wall? Okay, because you might as well be dead. What? Seriously, if you always put limits on what you can do, physical or anything else, it'll spread over the rest of your life. I don't know if that quote, it's way too long to put on. Give me something. It's not like I can be like, oh.
There are 4 components to the superhuman protocol. The PMF pad, cold plunging, red light therapy.
It's like the Cybertruck turned into a cold plunge. Like someone scrapped the Cybertruck so they can make a cold plunge. So now they're doing cyber cold plunges.
So this here is the PEMF pad.
Is this a massage parlor? What's going on here?
I actually have this at my bed at home. So this goes in your bed. The machine right next to it here, you turn it on, and you literally just lay on this thing. I sleep on it every night.
PEMF stands for Pulse Electromagnetic Field. A pulse electromagnetic field is really mimicking what we get from Mother Nature, and that's the magnetism, the low Gauss current that we get from the surface of the Earth.
So with the PEMF,
wow, that is a fucking scam. Holy shit. So there's just an electromagnet there, and that's it? He probably sells that thing for like 20 grand. Are you talking about Brian Johnson or... Oh wait, never mind, that wasn't directed to me.
PEMF, I don't know the science behind it, and they just strung together a bunch of words about what it is, what it does, what endpoints it's supposed to have. I've learned in my years at Blueprint it's very hard to determine the efficacy of a given strategy. Some things emerge and the evidence is very strong, like extra virgin olive oil. Good evidence, very solid choice. When you get into other areas, it's very difficult. And you can have experts look at technologies and both read the same literature and come up with entirely different conclusions. And so I don't have an opinion. Maybe it's a good thing, maybe it's a bad thing, but I would be interested to know what are they measuring to assess whether it's working.
A cold plunge.
This is like
I go in at 50 degrees for 3 minutes. So when you start cold plunging, it's very hard at first. It's very mentally challenging.
Yeah, for those of you who haven't cold plunged, it is very challenging.
My drug of choice, I don't think anything makes you feel better for longer. It can actually benefit you by indirectly affecting insulin levels, by activating cold shock proteins, by turning on thermogenesis for brown fat and exchanging calories for heat, as well as increasing your mood by releasing endorphins and dopamine.
Yeah, so same thing with cold plunge is we have not incorporated cold plunge into Blueprint because the evidence doesn't meet the criteria for our specific objectives of longevity. It seems like Dana is doing this for his mental well-being. It makes him feel awake. You can spend so much time doing an infinite number of things that are worthless. So know what you're trying to achieve and then make sure you're achieving that.
Once I'm done cold plunging, then I do the oxygen therapy.
So this is called EWOT, exercise with oxygen therapy. It's based on a well-researched principle called multi-step oxygen therapy. And at about 10 and a half, 11 minutes, you've completed putting 900 liters of this oxygen through the body. And that is doing your cells good.
Yeah, same thing as before. This is the challenge, of course, when you're watching this is there's this idea that, Dana White is a successful person. He is in a position of power with the UFC. And so there's this idea that if he's doing this and someone else is saying that he's doing it and it's a good idea, but in none of the therapies so far have they offered up what biomarkers they're isolating and what they're trying to see for effect. And so again, this is the thing is you can spend a lifetime
It's a fucking gimmick and a scam.
doing things without knowing if they actually work. And so the important thing is measurement, knowing the biomarker you're after, and then seeing its effect.
The next step is the red light therapy bed. I do it for 20 minutes.
I do red light therapy 12 minutes, 3 times a week, and I have 2 panels, and it's okay. It's not the top of the list for power laws, but it definitely is good for various things. Let's see what they say.
Therapy or photobiomodulation uses infrared light and near-infrared light, different wavelengths of light, well known for reducing inflammation, improving eyesight, improving collagen, elastin, fiber in the skin. It's very good for empowering the mitochondria, the powerhouse of the cell, to actually improve its metabolism. It's a great way to recover. It's the rage in athletic performance, in anti-aging and longevity.
Where he was going was good. Like it helps on mood, it helps on elastin, it helps on energy, but anti-aging and longevity, like those 2 words were just dropped in, like magical words. It's kind of like it's the soup of everything. And red light therapy has a specific set of benefits, but it's not this thing is going to solve all things. I think it's a good health practice, not a power law. But again, just be careful. When you hear these words strung together, you might be led to believe this is a panacea. It's not the case.
10 minutes a day if you use it every day, or 20 minutes 2 to 3 times a week seems to be the sweet spot. This is an incredibly therapeutic tool. If I only had one biohacking device in my life, it would be a red light therapy bed.
So
Oh my
the last thing I
God.
do is the red light, and then
Yeah, by the way, I think that thing costs like 80 grand. Let me see. Gary Brecka red light therapy bed. Let me see if I can find it. Yeah, I know. Where's this fucking therapy bed shit? Oh yeah, here we go. Why is this shit not loading? Holy fuck, his website sucks. He's selling fucking shit that's like 100 grand and he can't make a fucking good website that actually loads images? So the red light therapy bed and all this shit together is 133,000. I don't think he has images for all the products. Yeah, what the fuck? Maybe you have to buy it as a set? But yeah, he's selling that therapy bed for like something around 80 grand. It's fucking crazy.
Off my workout.
I don't think that would be my number one longevity thing. I would probably say sleep. Sleep is the powerhouse of our conscious existence, and when you're well rested, life becomes manageable. When you're not, it feels really challenging. And so if you want to do positive things in your life, like eat well and exercise and be a good friend and a good person at work, then sleep is kind of the thing that's going to power you through. The other things, like if you're relying upon cold plunge and red light therapy to compensate for a poor diet and bad sleep, it's just not going to do it. It's not powerful enough. So get the basics right. Sleep leads to exercise, which leads to diet. So just kind of in a cascading format. Okay, great. I'm just still looking at that quote again. If I can see it and believe it, then I can achieve it. But like, again, there's 2 conditional statements. Like,
Year and a half, getting in the best shape that I could possibly get in, and now
So I appreciate Dana's humility here. He said, getting into the best shape I could possibly get into. A lot of people would fill that sentence with a platitude of I'm in the best shape of my life. And precision is important. So I appreciate Dana being accurate here.
I'm looking to take it to a whole nother level in 24.
I wonder what he has in mind. If it's a whole new level in 24, the framing of the video is superhuman. And I think it's a cool idea. What can we humans aspire to? I'm 46. And so like, you know, not a spring chicken in terms of like, I'm not 20 at peak athletic performance. So it'd be cool if we could legit all express that.
Since I started taking my health seriously almost 2 years ago, my life has completely changed. I'm more active, I have more energy, I'm more productive at work, I'm more productive in life, period. I swear to God, I feel like I am 25 years old again. When you look at me and you say, oh yeah, well you got money, you can do this and that and everything, it's not about money or not having money, it's about...
Money really helps.
You guys can join a gym, and Gary can walk you through protocols that you can do. If you don't have all the equipment that I have, there's no excuse.
Sometimes there is, like life is pretty hard. And I think the idea that this full on, like no excuse, David Goggins like thing, it can be problematic.
So those days you don't want to do it, guess what you gotta do? You gotta suck it the up and do it. Stay hard.
Can we be real for a minute? Like this is not a situation where you just put out a platitude like anyone. People are in shitty situations. They sometimes need serious help. Sometimes it can feel awful when others put the expectation on you that it is your fault. I know when I was chronically depressed, I felt paralyzed to do anything. And it wasn't if someone pulled up and gave me a fancy quote or patted me on the back of like, get your shit together, Brian. I was paralyzed. Like I just wanted to lay down and die. So for those of you out there who are in that spot, and there's a lot of you, because you know, like this is a very common human occurrence, I would take a much softer approach with you and say, it's okay. Like it is very hard to be human, and a lot of time in life, it just feels miserable. You are not the misery you feel. That's something outside of you, and you can make small baby steps. But yeah, just maybe a slightly different coaching or motivation approach between Dana and myself.
So we just finished a whole explanation of the superhuman protocol.
Oh, by the way, I'm pretty skeptical of the superhuman protocol. I get that it's a marketing frame, but we basically learned about PEMF, cold plunge, and oxygen therapy.
Question from Vegan Power Lab, Richard, how did you increase so much in lifting weight? I did 531 and got to bench 250 pounds for 3 reps, but I'm plateauing a bit. Also, where are you up to in Breaking Bad, and when are you planning on doing IRL activism?
Probably gonna start doing IRL activism sometime in like June, July, when it's warmer. I got up to the end of season 5 in Breaking Bad, and I just quit after that. It's a terrible, terrible show. I don't think I can motivate myself to finish the final season. That is one of the worst TV series I've ever fucking seen. I'm convinced most people are actually fucking retarded, and they do not understand, like, what good storytelling is. Breaking Bad made no sense. The characters did things that were completely and utterly illogical given the knowledge they had and the set of circumstances they were in. And there are massive plot holes that make no fucking sense. I just couldn't stand it.
VG Power Lab is here, have him on for a discussion? Or arrange some other time?
Who the fuck is Power Lab, and why would I want to talk to him? Thanks for the donation, though, Riley Jones. As far as increasing your bench, you can't do the same training indefinitely and keep getting stronger and stronger. You're going to have blocks of training that focus on specific adaptations. So you can run a program like 531 to improve strength adaptations specifically, but you're going to eventually have to focus on hypertrophy and just get bigger.
Hello VG, what's up bro? Take this donation, my friend. Can you make some prayers to your vegan god of gains? Say help Omar making more gains. And say some prayers to Christy in the live chat. Make her become vegan.
Oh, dear vegan god of gains, please bestow Omar with more gains, for he needs to crush his enemies, and please help Christy become vegan. If not, just let her choke on her next meal. Amen. Thanks for the donation, Bosvin. Yeah, so I would recommend, if you've hit a strength plateau, spend at least 6 months on a dedicated hypertrophy routine, where most of your rep work is going to be in the 8 to 15 rep range. Thanks for the donation, though, VGAG. Hope that helps.
I meant Vegan Power Lab. He's a vegan activist. Just thought it would be nice for you to have a chat and stuff if you want.
If he wants to talk about anything specifically, I can have him on, but otherwise, unless he has like some specific ideas of what he wants to talk about with me, or if he wants to debate, I'm not going to bother. Thanks for the donation, though, Riley.
I don't know. What we did at Blueprint is we combed through all the scientific literature and we tried to find the best evidence for health span, lifespan increase, and then we applied those power laws. But we were extremely rigorous about the scientific analysis. I do want to say, however, I think the superhuman protocol is a bit of a stretch of a promise.
Really, really clear. You do not need all of this fancy, expensive equipment. Sure, if you got 120 grand lying around, I would buy that equipment before I bought a Range Rover.
120 grand, that's a lot of money.
Yeah, that is a lot.
Have that kind of money to spend. So
True.
let me tell you how you can do it for free. If you don't have the money for a fancy PEMF mat, then by all means, take your shoes off and touch Mother Earth. The second thing you can do if you don't want to buy an EWAT machine or exercise with oxygen therapy is learning how to do 8 minutes of breath work. You can get all of the benefits of exercise with oxygen therapy without spending a dime, just learning how to breathe properly. And then the final thing is, if you don't have the money to spring for a red light therapy bed, expose your skin to sunlight.
He's shedding so much, and so much of his hair is going into my eyes.
You do not need all of this fancy, expensive equipment. Sure, if you got 120 grand lying around, I would buy that equipment before I bought a Range PEMF mat and exercise with oxygen therapy without helps to regulate cortisol, helps to regulate melatonin. It will do more for your circadian rhythm and to help you sleep that night than you could possibly imagine simply by exposing yourself to sunlight in the morning. Those are 3 things you can do to change the trajectory of your life that will not cost you a dime. Touch the surface of the earth, do breath work, expose your skin to sunlight, and that is just science.
So I'm sure everybody came out of the holidays, gangbusters and New Year's resolutions. And if you've fallen off already, March means that spring's coming.
Yeah, it's true. Everyone around New Year's, big ambitions for life, but then by the time April arrives, it's a different game.
And here comes summer. So put together your program, be consistent, get after it. I guarantee you, you start doing this, you're gonna have the best summer of your life.
All right, so my summary of the video, good job, Dana White. He took control of his health. He was in a bad situation and he's making positive steps. He looks a lot better. We started off with his biomarkers being really bad. I didn't know that triglycerides could be that high. I've never heard of that before. So it would have been cool to see at the end of the video, doing these things, we neither have biomarkers or do we have literature to say that what we're doing is a good idea? So on the science, it's like, you know, a 3 or 4 out of 10. And then finally, you know, the take homes of this were walk on grass, do breath work, and look at the sun. Those may be fine, but they're really not the power laws that drive our day-to-day consciousness. It's sleep and diet and exercise. These are the hard things. And if we want to make meaningful change in how we feel and how we look and what we're trying to do in life, I mean, Dana talks about him feeling great and wanting to be a top performer in life. I would go after the power laws. That's really where the money's at. So I'd say overall, good job, Dana White, for being public about his expedition to health. I think it fell short for a superhuman protocol. I don't think there were any secrets in there that are novel, but it was a cool video. It was fun to watch. Hopefully it serves the purpose of encouraging others to adopt more healthy habits. If you want to check out
Well, I'm glad Brian Johnson said that Gary Brecka is a charlatan in the nicest way possible. Well, somebody wanted me to play Call of Duty, so I guess I'll do that now, because why not?
I'm an existential nihilist. I think that, much like yourself. And, I'm curious to discuss the culling predators thing.
Okay, well, if you want to discuss culling predators, I can open up the Discord, if you would like. Let me see. Alright, I'll put the link in chat, and you can just join.
All I'm doing is challenging you to a martial arts competition, okay?
Where the hell is he? Gotta find him.
Love, the kind you clean up with a mop and bucket, like the lost catacombs of Egypt. Only God knows where we stuck it. Hieroglyphics, let me be Pacific. I wanna be down in your South Seas, but I got this notion that the motion of your ocean means small craft advisory.
In 1975, quite a number of students just dropped whatever they were doing and went across the country for 9 months.
Fuck, I don't know why I do that. Hey, what's up, dude? You gotta unmute your mic. Fuck. Yeah, make sure you check your audio settings in Discord. Oh, are we in the waiting room? Am I fucking stupid? Okay, whoops. I put us in the waiting room. I'm an idiot. What's up, dude? I don't know why you went back to the waiting room. Hey. The fuck is he doing? Why the fuck do you keep going back into the waiting room? Okay, well, I tried. Let's play some COD. I'm taking nicotine lozenges. I'm not chewing on them, I'm sucking on them.
Vegan Power Lab is confused with how to use Discord. Maybe you could walk him through it?
No, I'm not gonna bother. Thanks for the donation, Riley. I don't know why he kept going into the waiting room. That made no fucking sense. I think he might just be trolling. Oh, that was a bullshit death, but at least I got the point. Fuck.
Enemies taking Bravo.
Grenade! Get back!
Fuck.
We control 2 objectives. Enemies taking Bravo.
Enemy KIA.
Enemy securing Bravo.
Fuck.
We're losing Alpha.
That made sense.
Enemies taking Alpha. We're taking Charlie. Enemies taking Bravo.
That was... okay, give me a break.
Vegan Power Lab said he clicked join voice and it put him in the waiting room. He's a legit activist and not trolling. He even previously talked with Harry about the Predator issue. Here's his channel BTW.
Okay, after this match, we'll try doing the Discord thing again. How about that? Thanks for the donation, dude. Holy fuck, bro. Just over and over again in that same fucking little corner. That was crazy. Okay, well, might as well just stay here, I guess. That was weird. That one dude should have died. Yay, Wilson. Oh, god damn it, fucking stupid teammate. Alright, this might actually be pretty hilarious. What an asshole. Fuck you. And a teammate runs in front of me. Wait, why the fuck did I...
Just forget it. You sound scared. Didn't expect this from another animal activist. Maybe next time, but I doubt it. Heard you can be difficult sometimes.
Yeah, sure. Thanks for the donation, dude. Appreciate it. Yay, Wilson. That's right. Feed me. Feed me. Come on, feed me. Damn it. Damn it! Fuck you! Wow, what a dumbass. Oh, this is such a stupid match. 96, not quite 100. "96 kills, 20 deaths, 50 defends." That is funny. Okay, let's try again.
Which COD game is this? I played Infinite Warfare and enjoyed the science fiction combat upgrades and space locations. It was the only thing that brought me back to the series after lost interest. That wasn't Vegan Power Lab, it was a troll dono, plus do the talk.
Yeah, I know. Alright, here's the Discord link again. Try to jump in. And we'll see if this works. I was playing Modern Warfare 3. Thanks for the donation, Call of Duty.
I am against animal cruelty. You know the case. I don't think animal cruelty. Lactate. They can't have that.
Them run after their babies. None of them want their babies taken from them. All of them, they feel. Okay.
Modern Warfare 3 was originally going to be a just DLC for Modern Warfare 2, but then Activision decided to technically make it a separate game, which it's really not. So yeah, it's basically the same thing, just with new maps and new weapons, but not much else. Where the fuck is he? There he is.
Hi.
Hey, what's up?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yep.
Oh, nice. Okay. Okay, how do I turn on the camera also?
I don't know if you can here.
Oh, okay. I'm still using the browser because the app didn't allow me to copy that link or add it to it. I don't know. It's such a confusing UI.
Yeah.
Okay. So, I had some questions about the whole culling predators thing, right?
Okay, sure.
So as far as, first of all, let me just prefix this by saying that I don't know if I have a strong opinion either way. I do think that we should be concerning, we should try and stop even wildlife suffering and wildlife rights violations.
Sure.
However, the culling of the predator thing just seems overly simplistic to me, if you ask me, because in a ecosystem, there isn't a food chain, but rather a food web, right? So there is no odd predator. There is just one part of the web, not a whole. Like, I understand the need for odd so that, you know, animals don't attack each other, but I don't think that would work out. I don't think that's a solution.
Okay, like, again, the idea is if there was a predatory species that regularly predated upon humans, like if xenomorphs existed, we'd eradicate that species to protect humans. Why wouldn't you do that with, like, wolves or lions or cheetahs or tigers?
I don't know if I agree that we should even eradicate that species, right? It's not like, I mean, I know, for example, in the Netherlands, people, they have tried to eradicate wolves and now they're trying to bring them back, right? Wolves were attacking people at some point, and they try to bring them back because they are part of the ecosystem. So yeah, maybe we should defend ourselves against certain species, but eradicate a whole species? I'm not sure I agree with that.
Right, but I mean, if you could have ecological engineering that could prevent like things like overpopulation, why wouldn't you eradicate a species?
Yeah, I see your point. So your point is that if there is a solution where we could eradicate a species that poses a threat to us, why shouldn't we do that? Because, well, is this species a moral agent? Do they understand morality?
Oh, I don't see how it's relevant, whether they have agency or not. They're violating the rights of others.
They are violating the rights of others, but the question is, can they stop violating the rights of others without them being exterminated?
I mean, hypothetically, we could develop some sort of technology that would separate predator and prey species, but we're probably not going to have that technology until after we have the technology to just eradicate a species, and again, just do things like population control.
Okay, and why would the solution be to eradicate them in that case and not just contain them up to a point where we can make them not attack us anymore?
Well, again, we'd probably have the technology to be able to eradicate a species and deal with whatever consequences that might create, like overpopulation of certain prey species, before we'd have the technology to contain them, feed them, like, I don't know, some sort of lab-grown meat or artificial animal or something.
And in this hypothetical scenario, is there a way to protect ourselves without killing them?
Well, I mean, conceivably, but the issue is, if this prey species is existing, they're going to try to kill whatever species they see as prey. So you're not going to be able to, if you just have like some, like if you're just going to, say, shoot a xenomorph if it just comes near you or starts attacking you, there are going to be circumstances where a xenomorph is still going to be able to attack and kill a human. So the idea would be to eradicate the species, because in order for them to exist, they're going to violate the rights of another species. So same like with the xenomorph example, we'd want to eradicate xenomorphs, we'd want to eradicate like lions, tigers, shit like that.
But I'm not sure that we want to eradicate the species, right? What we want is for our species to be protected. What we want is for each individual of our species to not be attacked by these people. Yeah, I call them people, okay. But that means maybe each and every person has to wear a weapon that is good against this certain xenomorphs, right?
That's not a solution. That's a band-aid. Like, again, if you could eradicate the species and you know you're going to kill them every time they try to violate the rights of another organism, why wouldn't you just eradicate them?
Because the reason why I ask if they're moral agents is because if they don't know right for wrong, right? If they cannot assess or choose differently, then that means they are a victim of circumstance, and it's not necessarily their fault.
Yeah, who cares?
That they have to eat.
I don't know how that's relevant.
Well, it is relevant because then maybe we should apply a band-aid, as you call it, until we have a solution.
Okay,
right?
so we should just let them like starve to death, slowly die of starvation, maybe end up killing a few people, but in circumstances when we can kill them, we'll kill them. Like, how is that a better solution?
But why would they starve to death, right? Like you said, we could be feeding them
you're going to
lab-grown meat.
Okay, but we're probably not going to have that technology before we have the technology to just eradicate the species.
I see what you mean. So your hypothetical is that we're in this, I don't know, 20-year period, not like in our very near future. And in our very near future, we don't have the technology to eradicate the species, by the way, in our very near future, unless...
Well, sure we do. I mean, we've eradicated plenty of species.
We have, but like to eradicate a whole species means to hunt, like literally hunt down absolutely each member of that species and kill them, right? I mean, yeah, we could theoretically do it, but I'm not sure that we have
We've
the
done
technology
that
to do
with
that simply.
dodos. We've done that with thylacines. We've done that with certain species of wolves. We've done that with plenty of species.
Sure, but how long did that take? Did that take 20 years? Because if that whole
Yeah,
eradication
it
takes more
literally
than...
only it literally only took like what, roughly a decade.
I don't know about that. Okay, if you say it only took a decade. Okay, but still, like, I mean, I do think, like, you see, there's all of these side solutions that you call them band-aids. And yeah, sure, maybe they are band-aids, but shouldn't we apply band-aids until we have a solution where we don't violate their rights?
No, because in the meantime, they're going to be violating the rights of others.
Okay, I see. So, I mean...
Like, if we were at war with Nazi Germany, would you have just said, you know, rather than trying to eradicate all the Nazis, let's just all carry guns and, you know, only shoot them when they come near us and shit, and maybe we should just give Jews, like, weapons so that, you know, just in case they come across Nazis. Like, no, you don't want to eradicate all Nazis. Like,
Okay, that's
I'm
a good
sure
point.
I'm sure in the future you could come up with some, like, crazy technology using AI and robots and shit that would be able to trap Nazis and put them in a cage and feed them and everything, but like, why would you let them murder, like, just murder innocent people in the meantime up until that technology is created?
Okay, I understand your point of view. But like what we're talking now is practicabilities, right? Are we talking about whether this is a practical solution, or are we talking about whether this is a moral solution?
Well, it's more about if it's a moral solution or a moral imperative.
Okay, but then if the question is whether it's moral or not, then I think even killing Hitler is immoral, right? The moral thing
No,
to
it's
do
not.
would be to stop. Well, the moral thing to do would be to stop him, right? To contain
Yeah, and
him,
if the
not to
only way to
necessarily...
stop Hitler was to kill him, then that would be the moral thing to do.
I completely agree. But in this case, the moral thing to do would be to place band-aids, and until we have a better solution where we don't eradicate the whole species, maybe we just kill certain individuals to protect ourselves up until we don't eradicate the whole species, right?
Yeah, why would you do that when they're going to be violating the rights of other organisms?
Because they violate the rights of other organisms because they don't know any better, right?
Yeah,
It's
who
their right
cares?
to survive also.
That doesn't matter. Like, again, if the Nazis were some sort of crazy, deranged lunatics that didn't have moral agency, would you have this position? Well, let's not kill Hitler. Let's not kill the Nazis. Let's just try to keep them alive as much as possible and have these weird band-aid fixes that's guaranteed to result in innocent lives being taken away until we can come up with some sort of no. The moral agency doesn't matter. What matters is that they're violating the rights of other individuals.
Okay, so but then let me throw a hypothetical at you, right? If we find children who violate the rights of others, should we eliminate those children because they violate the rights of others?
Sorry, ask that again?
So if we find children who violate the rights of others, right, because they don't have moral agency, they don't know any better, should we?
Well, yeah, if killing's the only conceivable option, like if a 15-year-old kid takes an AR-15, brings it to school and is going to commit a mass killing, then yeah, kill the kid.
Okay, but what you're talking about is a situation, it's not a premeditated situation, right? Because the problem that I have with calling predators is the premeditation of it, right? Where we go, before they even attack us, that we go and kill them.
Yeah, because
right?
we know they're going to do it.
Okay, okay, so what you're saying is that if you see a child with an AR gun, even if they're not, even if you don't know for sure that they're going to attack somebody, or you assume that they're going to attack somebody, right? Because it is premeditated, you should kill that child.
Yeah, if I saw a kid walking into a school with an AR-15, I'd fucking shoot him.
Okay, not try to stop him, not try to take the gun away from him. Just
excuse me, what are you planning to do with that gun? Turns around, shoots me. Yeah, I'm not going to take that risk.
No, I get it, but like, you could argue that there is a solution where you go from the back, I don't know, try to pin him down, try to take the gun away from him.
Right, I'm going to try to pin down a guy with an AR-15 that can shoot you from 600 yards away.
Yeah, okay. I don't know what to say. So okay. So let's just put it this way. I think that in the situation that you mentioned, in the hypotheticals that you thrown, maybe it could make sense that you could eradicate the whole species, as you say, so that you don't violate more rights of other individuals, right? Although I still disagree that that's the solution. Maybe we should eradicate, I don't know, 30% of them, and then try to see if until we get and put a band-aid on it until we have a solution. That's what I would think. But
Why?
let's say I
They're
can
going to
agree with-
violate the rights of others.
Yeah, but there is again the same thing. We keep coming back to the same thing.
Like,
right?
in order for them to be alive, they have to commit murder. So why would you want murderers running around?
They have to commit murder, but it's not their choice that they have to do.
Yeah, that doesn't matter. The agency doesn't matter. A kid walking into a school with an AR-15 might have some sort of social disease or some sort of brain deformity or be in psychosis and doesn't have the moral agency to be in control of his actions. That doesn't mean it's wrong to shoot the kid to prevent those rights violations.
Okay, but then let me ask you this: why don't we kill all the meat eaters after all?
Yeah,
right?
I
Like
would be in favor of that.
You would be in favor of?
Yeah,
killing
why
all
would
of them?
why would I want meat eaters to live?
I don't know, man. That's a pretty extreme position to believe, right?
Well, what's extreme about that? Killing all the meat eaters, which might be like, what, around 6 billion people, or letting 6 billion people kill 1 trillion animals per year.
Yeah, but out of those 6 billion people, how many don't know any better? How many have been?
Well, who
coerced into a
cares?
position
Well,
that they
guess
did not
what?
necessarily choose.
Well, who cares? They're killing 1 trillion animals per year.
Well, the reason why you should care is because it's the same thing as the golden rule, right? You yourself could be coerced.
Yeah, and
into
if
a
I was
position
committing
without
murder,
knowing
I'd want somebody to murder me, so I stop committing murder.
So you're saying that if you unknowingly commit murder, you would want somebody to
Yes,
kill
I would
you?
want somebody to kill me and stop me.
Even if you would otherwise want to stop, you would say, no, kill me.
Okay, well, like, again, with human beings, you can go up to them and say, hey, if you don't go vegan, I'm going to kill you. And if they refuse, then yeah, kill them.
Okay, so there is a form there that a bit of communication or, I don't know.
You
moral
can't reason
agency.
with a tiger.
No, you can't reason with a tiger, but like, okay, so as far as I understand, okay, I'm not, I can't go down this because I feel like this is your position. I don't necessarily agree with your position, but
What's the
as far as I
disagreement?
understand, well, I don't think I would go the ultimate solution of killing somebody before I don't try every patch available. That's just how I am. Right?
Okay, so if you saw a kid gunning down all of his classmates, let's say there's 20 kids in the room, you're on the other side of the door. Are you going to try to reason with that kid as he one by one executes each of those fellow classmates, or are you going to rush through the room and just shoot that kid before he kills anybody? Like, as you're trying to reason with somebody, if they're committing murder, is it better to try to reason with them, and then by the time they're at their 10th murder, oh, finally they've made the choice to stop committing murder? Or is it better to rush into the room and kill them before they kill a single person?
I mean, in a situation where they are already committing murder, yeah, you should stop them, right? If I see a lion trying to attack a gazelle, perhaps I'll try to stop
Well, you
them.
know they're going to
It's
do it in
the
the
same-
future. It's the only way they can live.
I mean, yeah, the way I see that, it's premeditative, right? And I mean, with animals, yeah, maybe you know for a fact that lions will kill to eat, right? But then let me ask you, because in a scenario where you don't have moral agency and where you don't have options, the question is, what is the moral thing to do if it's your life versus their life, right? What is it? Why is it that you should kill one or the other, right? That's what I don't understand in this scenario.
Okay, you're going to have to explain that a little better because I'm not understanding what you're trying to ask or argue.
So let me see how I can put this. So in all of these scenarios where you're in a situation where you see somebody attacking somebody else, it's good to try and stop them, right? Either by killing the attacker or by just somehow intervening and trying to stop the attack, right? But with animals, when let's say a lion would die if they don't eat a gazelle otherwise, right? Then the scenario is the lion's life versus the gazelle's life. So who are you to say that I'd rather kill the lion than let the lion kill the gazelle? Like, why would the life of a lion be more
Because
valuable than the
the
life
lion's
of a
the
gazelle?
one who's violating the rights of another being.
Okay, so, but the lion, okay, the lion is violating the rights of another being, but the lion does not do that knowingly or in a moral or immoral framework. Like they don't know that what they're doing is wrong.
Okay, we keep circling back to this, so let's just squash each point one by one. So you're talking about moral agency being a factor. Let's actually list this out. So we've got.
I'm gonna write it down too.
Let me make a text document here. So you've got lions do not have moral agency, therefore they can not be held responsible for their decisions. Thus, it's immoral to kill a lion to stop it from eating a gazelle. So, for the moral agency issue, if there was a deranged child who's 15, let's say he's under psychosis, or has some other sort of like mental health issue that would make him not a moral agent, and he's about to kill 15 of his classmates with an AR-15. He's lacking moral agency. Would it be moral to shoot and kill that kid to prevent him from committing 15 murders?
Yes, it would be, but that is not the same situation as the lion.
Okay, what's the symmetry breaker?
Well, the difference is that, or the symmetry breaker, as you put it, is that the child doesn't need to kill those people in order to survive, whereas the lion would be in a situation where they need to eat the gazelle to survive.
Okay, let's say this kid is just recently turned into a vampire, and he needs to kill 15 people in order to live. Would it be okay to kill the child?
In this situation, what I would say is I would take maybe more of a utilitarian approach, and it's 1 versus 15, right? So in that situation, again, it's different because it's 1 lion versus 1 gazelle, not 1 lion versus 15 gazelles.
Well,
if it's
it is
1 lion versus 15 gazelles.
Well, it is one lion versus 15 or 100 or 200, depending on how long the lion lives. Like, a lion can't live off of one single gazelle its entire life.
Yeah, I understand that, but the issue is that maybe a gazelle will be stepping on bugs or will be killing also some.
You could make that argument for the lion.
So
So we know the lion is going to exist. We know the lion's going to step on bugs. So the lion's certainly going to commit more murder throughout the course of its life.
That's true. Okay. Yeah, but I just don't agree with the premeditation of it, you know, and with the premeditation.
Wait. We're not done with this yet. We're specifically on moral agency. So premeditation is another thing that you're mentioning. So if let's say a kid was bitten by a vampire, becomes a vampire, and has to kill one person each day to maintain its existence, would it be moral to kill the kid who just turned into a vampire?
This kid has moral agency, as you mentioned, and this kid does the kid have alternatives?
Well, let's say being a vampire removes moral agency, and you just become like a ruthless killing machine.
Okay, and is there an alternative for the
child? You have to drink the blood from a full living being, like human being, and you have to kill them.
Okay, so then in this scenario, the way I see it, right, there's what would happen to the kid is either if we isolate the people from him, he would starve to death,
Yeah.
or if
Yeah,
we
he'd starve
kill
to
him
death.
directly. Okay, I see your point of view on this one. Yeah, maybe in this scenario, it would be better to just kill him directly rather than let him starve to death. If there is, of course, if you are 100% sure that he will be killing regardless.
Yeah, the only option is you can either let the vampire live and murder countless humans, so one every single day to maintain its existence, or have him starve to death.
Okay, yeah, in that situation, then maybe it would be better to kill the vampire before they attack more.
Right, okay, so we're done with that. Moral agency doesn't matter, so now we're on to the premeditation issue, so why don't you describe the premeditation argument?
Let me, before we go there, I want to think if we're done with the moral agency situation, if there is absolutely no reason to, okay, let's say we're done with the moral agency, okay. Premeditation. Well, I think we kind of smashed that also with this example, right? Because we're obviously going to premeditatively kill this person. But in a real life scenario, right? I mean, in all of these hypotheticals, yes, it works. But in a real life scenario, we don't know for a fact that somebody's going to kill somebody else, right?
Well, you absolutely do. Either a lion starves to death, or it's going to commit murder to maintain its existence. So, given that lions typically want to live and don't want to starve to death, we can be sure with pretty much 100% certainty that the lion is going to at least attempt to kill another animal.
Okay, then I'll give you this. In an isolated ecosystem where by removing the lion from the ecosystem, we would be eliminating more deaths, then yeah, maybe in that system, it would be better to kill the lion beforehand. But I still think eradicating the whole species would not necessarily be good, right? Because we could still kill a certain percentage or each individual up to a point when consider it a patch, up until a point when we can no longer need to kill them or eradicate the whole species.
Okay, so let's say vampires existed and they predate on humans specifically. So each vampire is going to have to kill one human being per day. So if there's let's say there's 100 vampires living in society, that means there's going to be 100 murders every single day until we kill the vampires. So what would be the argument against eradicating the vampires?
And the vampires don't serve any part in the ecosystem whatsoever.
Yeah, sure. Let's assume that.
Assume that. Okay, maybe there's no reason not to eradicate all the vampires, but
right. So if we could identify a predatory species that doesn't fulfill a necessary ecological niche, so like the wolves in Yellowstone Park, they were actually gone completely from Yellowstone until recently. They were recently introduced for no fucking reason. Why wouldn't we eradicate all the predatory animals from that ecosystem?
That's the thing, right? If we know for a fact that a wolf are not absolutely needed in any ecosystem, and by needed, I don't mean that, because obviously when you eradicate a species from an ecosystem will be thrown out of balance, but it will find balance again. And I don't mean that, but I rather mean that, let's say the ecosystem maintains the same balance, right? Because I don't know. I feel like whenever we eradicate one species, there will be another who take their place.
Right? Look. When you say throw an ecosystem out of balance, like, I mean, what does that even fucking mean? I don't really care if there's more beavers or more deer. Like, if they can live just fine, so what if a certain species population increases? So what if there's like, I don't know, a more dominant species in the ecosystem? As long as they're not violating the rights of other animals, who cares?
So the reason why you should care is because all these other species, even if they're not violating the rights amongst each other, they do share resources, right? So if one species multiplies more than other species, especially if it's a species that eat or consumes more resources to stay alive than a species that consumes less resources, then that means from a utilitarian point of view that you will probably, by eradicating this species, you may end up in a scenario where you take more lives of individuals.
Okay, well, I'm not a utilitarian, so I don't know why I'd particularly care, but let's have a hypothetical scenario. Let's say if we removed wolves from Yellowstone, that means the deer population increases, and they might have resource competition with rabbits, let's say. So the deer outcompete the rabbits, and that reduces the rabbit population. So there's more deer, less rabbits than there were before. Why would that be a worse alternative than having a vicious group of animals that brutally murders all of these other species by ripping their living guts out?
Trying to think. I don't know if it's necessary. Like, of course, when you put it like that, obviously it would be weird for me to say that, yeah, okay, well, there's no issue there, right? But when we discussed all of these hypotheticals, right, one of the other solution towards them not eating was starving to death, right? So then the question is, because I feel like there is something there.
Okay, well, I think I'd personally rather starve to death than get hunted down by vampires and have my guts ripped out of me while I'm still conscious.
Okay, I see your point of view, right? But that's your preference, right? Like, that's just, I don't know if anybody would prefer that, because I also don't know that they are always alive and conscious as they're being eaten out, right?
Yeah, they usually are.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe in this scenario, it wouldn't necessarily be bad to be killing the predators, but all of this. So let's assume that we've established that if we could eradicate a species from the ecosystem becomes whatever it becomes, and no rights violations are committed onto sentient individuals. But does that mean that no rights will ever be violated amongst
No, it doesn't necessarily mean they'll never be, but again, we know for a fact deer don't rip apart other animals and eat out their living guts.
Okay, but this ecosystem is in isolation, right? Because could it happen that certain species from one ecosystem would bleed out to a different ecosystem, and while we are calling odd predators, yet again we reach a situation where there are predators? Or do we just kill absolutely all the predators in the world?
Well, ideally we could kill all the predators.
Okay, so what you're saying is that the predators don't really have an evolutionary role in an ecosystem?
I'm not saying that. I'm saying, morally speaking, it'd be better to live in a world without predators, if that were possible.
Okay, yeah, I don't disagree there. Yeah, it would be better to live in a world without any predators, but does that mean we should be killing the predators, right? That's the question.
Yeah, it probably does.
Yeah, I don't know, because see, this is where I disagree. Most of my disagreement comes from this, because I think it's kind of like an overly simplistic view, right? Because again, I think there's all of these other issues that could just make it so that we like we as human beings have intervened in so many ecosystems so far, and every time we do, we realize that we don't know enough about the whole ecosystem, right? So why would we assume that we know enough about these
Yeah,
ecosystems
so
to
I'm not
intervene?
saying we know enough right now where we could reliably eliminate predators and assume we don't cause like massive ecological collapse. This is just an intellectual debate on whether or not we should be moving towards a world where we use technology to engineer ecosystems in a way where we could eliminate all predatory species. Because one day we will have the technology, certainly. So if we're going to come to that moral conclusion that, yeah, predators shouldn't exist, then once we have the technology, we should absolutely use it.
Okay, but then I found the symmetry breaker, as you call it, right? Because as I said
Okay.
it before, then if in the future we have solutions, if in the near future we have solutions where we don't need to kill them, but rather just contain them and feed them, like let's say lab-grown meat, then why would we choose to kill them right now? And you said because right now we have the technology, and now right now you're saying we don't have the technology to do it. So
Yeah, so again, I'm assuming the technology that we're going to have in the future is going to develop, and we'll probably have the technology to engineer an ecosystem that requires eradicating predatory species before we develop a like even more advanced technology where we don't have to eradicate any species and we can force them to like live in walled off containers in large areas where we can feed them like lab grown meat or something.
okay, so what your solution is that we right now at this moment in time, and I don't mean today, but like in the present moment, that we invest our time in technology that could kill and remove the predators instead of investing our time in technology that could not kill the predators, but rather contain them and feed them somehow. Why is that the moral solution when both of like the options are to either invest in one that kills or one that contains them? Why would the moral solution be the one that kills?
Well, again, the assumption is we're going to have the technology first that would allow us to eradicate them. So,
but you don't.
So if we have that technology first, then we should use it first.
Okay, but we don't know that we'll have that technology first, right? So,
sure.
and you proposing that we, because at this moment in time, right, the solution of calling the predators is merely about what do we want to invest our time and effort into, right? Do we want to invest our time and effort into the solution of calling predators or the solution of containing them? We know the problem. The problem is predators exist and they infringe on others' rights. What I disagree on, and we agree on the problem, what we disagree on, I see, is the solution, right? Because I think we should invest our technology in containing them and then trying to find a way to not kill them. And you say we should invest our solution into our money and time into killing the predators.
Okay, so let's say we were living in 1940s and we know that Nazis are trying to kill Jews. Should we kill the Nazis or should we invest technology into finding out some sort of way to not kill a single Nazi and try to make some like happy la peace land where we have, you know, magical wands that can just make everybody love each other? Like again, chances are the more expedient solution is going to be to just eradicate the Nazis.
In this hypothetical scenario, are we in a time where Nazis have already started killing Jewish people?
Yeah. So should we invest in technology so we can make magic wands or science wands that make everybody love each other? Or should we just use the technology that we already have on hand to just eradicate Nazis?
In this hypothetical scenario, I will ask you, shouldn't we first, let's say, try to stop them without killing them, and then if that doesn't work, then we kill them?
No.
why not?
So again, with a school shooter example, if there was a school shooter and you are on the other side of a door and he's going to one by one execute his classmates, are you going to try to negotiate with him while he's executing each of his classmates one by one?
I mean, if I'm with a gun in front of him and I can stop him with the gun, I will probably shoot him, right? That's the case.
Yeah, right.
But
So
if,
the issue is, while we're talking about, well, we can find some other strategy to not kill anybody, the perpetrator that we're trying to stop is currently committing murder.
yes, and you should stop the perpetrator from committing murder.
Right, and the technology that we're likely going to have on hand requires murder, like eradication.
Okay, so what you're saying, okay, because from all the, I got a bit confused from all these hypotheticals. So what you're saying is that, I'm bringing it back to the whole calling predators thing. What you're saying is that the technology for calling predators will most likely, for calling all predators, would most likely be there faster than the technology to containing them and
Yeah,
trying
exactly.
to keep them alive. Yeah, okay. So, but then I ask you, because does it, I actually, honestly, like in this case, does it matter what the difference in time is between when we reach one technology or the other?
Yeah, it does. Because if it's not at the same time, then why would you allow for rights violations to occur when you could stop it? Like again, okay, so let's use the school shooter example. Okay, so there's a school shooter, he's locked in a room with 15 of his classmates. He's going to execute them one by one. So it takes him, let's say, 30 seconds between each killing to, kill one student. And you have a gun right now that you could use to shoot and kill him, but it will take you 2 minutes to come up with another technology, like, I don't know, some sort of special taser or something, to stop him. So in 2 minutes, you'll be able to have another technology that will stop him without killing him, but in the meantime, he'll kill four people. But right now, you have a gun that you can use that would, kill him immediately before he could kill anybody. What's the moral solution?
That's a very interesting question. I don't know what the moral solution is.
Well, the moral solution's fucking obvious. I'll answer it for you. It's killing him before he can kill 4 people.
Obviously, that's what I would do, right? I can't be dishonest and say that that's not something I would do, but I don't know if that is necessarily the moral solution, right?
Yeah, it is. Because, if you value the rights of others, you would prevent a greater amount of rights violations from occurring. And even if you're a utilitarian, obviously from a utilitarian perspective, 1 person dying is better than 4 people dying.
Yeah, so I'm not a utilitarian. The reason why I mentioned the utilitarian views was because it just seemed to me like more of this is kind of a utilitarian approach. But like the biggest difference between this hypothetical scenario and the scenario where the calling of the predators are is that there is a moral agency and bad intent, right? Where the child has bad intent, right? Whereas in the other situation, all of these animals don't know any better. So,
well, again, it's assumed in the hypothetical with a school shooter, he had a psychotic breakdown and he doesn't have moral agency. So again, we've already gone through the moral agency question, and you conceded that it doesn't matter. Okay,
but there is these situations aren't equivalent because so I'm gonna try to find the situation. Okay, let's see. Let's say we have this situation, right? Russia versus Ukraine. It's clear that Russia is attacking Ukraine, right? It's clear that should we as human beings all unite and eradicate Russia from the face of Earth because they are violating the rights of others?
Well, it would only be the Russian military.
The Russian military and anybody else to otherwise violate the rights, right?
Yeah, sure.
even premeditative, even if we know that maybe if we kill half of them, we could somehow contain it and then stop it later on.
I don't know what you mean by that.
I also no. It's based on your I'm trying to go based on your hypotheticals, and based on those hypotheticals, that doesn't make sense. You're right. Okay. Well, yeah. I don't know. I got your point of view. I understood what you mean, and I think so. Coming back to the predators thing. With the technology thing again, what you're saying, let me pose the hypothetical back at you to see if I understand it correctly, right? So this child shooter shoots a person every 30 seconds, and the technology takes 2 minutes, right?
Yeah, so like to make this sound as practical as possible, there's a school shooter locked in a room. You can burst in and shoot him with a gun that you have right now. Every 30 seconds, he's going to execute one kid. So you can either shoot him right now, but there's another police officer at the other end of the school who's going to take 2 minutes to give you a taser, which you could use to incapacitate the school shooter. So what's the better moral decision? Should you just burst into the room, kill the school shooter, or wait 2 minutes for the taser, in which four kids will die in the meantime?
Oh, of course, bursting into the room and killing the child would be the most moral solution. But the question is then, what, like as you said, it takes 2 minutes to give you a taser. Then my question is, if it takes 30 seconds to give you a taser, and it takes 30 seconds for the person to shoot another child, then the question is, should you tase the child? Should you wait to tase the child?
No,
or should
you should
kill
burst
the
in and
child?
kill him before you can kill a single student, because he's the one violating the rights of another kid. I don't have some like weird retarded utilitarian ethic where I treat the murderer the same as the victim.
And you shouldn't treat the murderer the same as the victim. And this is where I think the moral agency thing stands, right? Because if the murderer doesn't have moral agency and doesn't know that they are committing murder, then it's their life versus the other life.
Yeah, I don't know why the moral agency matters, because they're the ones perpetrating. I don't put the same moral weight on the perpetrator as the victim, regardless of whether or not they have moral agency. They're the ones perpetrating.
Yeah, I guess the problem I have with this, they're the ones perpetrating, is that like if in their mind what they're doing is what their mind was designed to do, or what they think is right, then you on the outside as an external viewer deciding that whether to kill them or to kill the other, I don't know. I mean, I don't know which one is moral, to be honest. I think like it's kind of
okay. Well, let's put you in the victim's shoes. Let's say some crazy person broke out of a mental hospital. You were the first person they came across, and so the police have prior knowledge that this person is a crazy, deranged lunatic. They have a knife. They're a few feet away from you. The police officer can take out his gun and shoot the guy. Or the police officer can run a few feet, let you die at the hands of this deranged lunatic, but pull out his taser, and then tase the guy and just arrest him and put him back in the loony bin. Would you want the police officer to not take the shot, let you die, and then just tase the crazy, deranged lunatic and put him back in a loony bin?
Well, obviously, if I'm the victim, I would want them to stop, right? That is 100%
right.
clear.
So can you give me a symmetry breaker between you being the victim and other victims in a scenario where you would be okay with the police officer killing the person that has no moral agency, but you wouldn't be okay with a police officer killing a person that has no moral agency, and you letting them kill the victim?
Okay, but what I want to say with this is, like, if I try to put myself, let's say, if I'll throw a hypothetical out there, okay? If I'm in a scenario where somebody has drugged me in a sense, and I go into a scenario where without my knowledge, I kill a person every 30 seconds, and the police officer has either the option to kill me or the other person, and then somehow I wake up or whatever, then obviously I would rather they kill the other person, even if I would, if that they would tase me and stop me rather than killing myself, right? So
Okay, no,
you see
no,
why?
no, 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 no. I want the symmetry breaker. So if there was somebody who was about to kill you who lacked moral agency, you would want a police officer to shoot and kill that person rather than let them kill
Yes.
you. So what is the symmetry breaker between you being in that situation and somebody else being in that situation where you wouldn't be comfortable with a police officer using lethal force to protect a victim?
There is no symmetry breaker. If I was in the position
Okay,
of the
cool.
victim,
So
I
then you would,
always want
if there's
myself.
no symmetry breaker, then you would have to admit that it's moral to kill somebody, even if they lack moral agency, to prevent them from killing a victim.
Let me think. Is it, because the question is it moral? I mean, I definitely want that to happen. I don't know if it's moral or not. That's the thing, isn't it? Because I can, as I said, I can pose a hypothetical where I'm in the position not of the victim but of the perpetrator, where I don't know what I'm doing, and then in that position I still would not want myself, because I would see myself as the victim in that situation, right? If somebody drugs me and makes me kill a person every 30 seconds,
Okay,
then I'm the
okay, like, what's the threshold for this? Because if somebody drugged me and turned me into a deranged lunatic and I was about to kill an innocent person, I'd want the police to kill me. So, like, let's scale this. Let's say somebody drugged you and you got access to a nuclear bomb where you are about to kill, let's say, 3 million people. Would you want a police officer to, like, intervene and kill you?
worse, but the
So,
scenario.
so does the scale, like, is it okay if you kill one person, 2 people, 10 people, 20 people, 100, 1,000, a million?
I think the only thing that matters is not necessarily the scale of it, no, but it's rather that if it's 1 versus 1, right? If I am, if in this scenario, like the hypothetical that I'm trying to say is that if you're drugged and you happen to not have killed anyone before that, but you are about to kill somebody, right? And it's very clear, it's 100% sure that you're about to kill somebody, and the police can either try to let you kill that person and then tase you, or then or kill you directly, right? The question is, which one is the moral thing? Because you are in a situation where you are also a victim because you've been drugged to do so. You don't know any better. And there's also the victim where you would otherwise be killing, who's also an innocent person, right?
Right, you can recognize both as a victim. You can see carnivorous animals as a victim of circumstance. But the moral, like, in my opinion, the moral thing, especially if we scale this, where we know a carnivorous animal is going to kill many victims over the course of its life unless we intervene, the moral thing to do clearly is to kill the carnivorous animal. And I think it's pretty clear that even if somebody's a victim of circumstance where they have a psychotic break or they're unknowingly drugged, and then they have, like, some sort of breakdown where they end up killing somebody, like, in my view, it's ethical to kill the person even though they're still a victim of circumstance.
I see what you mean. Yeah, I get I guess I agree with you partly. I don't know. Like, I feel like because with morality, right? It just boils down to when you get into these situations, it just boils down basically to what the heck even is morality, right? Because
Well, it's
if you're
personal
in,
preference. I mean, you can have a personal preference for
Okay.
everybody to be exterminated and be an ethylist.
Okay, so then if it is personal preference, then in the hypothetical that I presented to you, where, and I'm sorry for coming back because I feel like you haven't responded to that, but like in a situation where you're drugged and you're about to kill somebody, and the police can either choose to shoot you or you shoot that person and then you're incapacitated, would you say that to you is your personal preference that the police shoots you or that you shoot that person and then you still keep your life? What is your personal preference?
My personal preference would be for the police to shoot me.
Oh, interesting. Interesting. So if you were, okay, so then if you were in a desert island scenario where you were either faced with killing one person or the other person killing you, is you would let the other person kill you to survive, not you kill them to survive.
Like, it really depends on, okay, so you might have to frame that in a certain way. Like, if we're on a desert island, is it assumed that if neither of us kill each other, we'd both die?
Yes.
Okay, well, if it's assumed that if neither of us kill each other and we'd both die, then, I'd probably just kill the other person if we're both gonna die anyway. So if the choice is between both of us die or one of us die, I have a greater interest in myself living than the other person living. So I'd kill the person. But if it's a circumstance where, say, there's 3 people,
but can I
wait, let me think of it. Let me just
before we dive.
Okay, go ahead.
I still have some questions about. I'm sorry for interrupting you. Before we have all of this, I'm still have because I feel like that's where I see a bit of an inconsistency, right? Because the choice isn't between both of you killing or both of you dying or one of you dying, right? Let's say that the hypothetical scenario has it predefined that if you do not eat the other person or the other person doesn't eat you, you will both die, obviously, right? So, but your choice is not whether both of you dying or one of you dying. Your choice is between you dying or him dying. So it's the same in the scenario that I presented when you're drugged up and the police can either shoot you or you shoot them. It's either between your life or their life. But you see that in one scenario you choose your life and in the other scenario you choose their life.
Right, but in the police scenario, I'm the one who's the perpetrator. And
But
it's
you
not
are
and the decision that can be made is either we allow the perpetrator to live and the victim to die, or we kill the perpetrator and we allow the victim to live. In the island scenario, it's either we both die or one of us lives. That's a different set of circumstances.
Yeah, I mean, you choose to see it that way, but in this...
No, that's the way it is. That's the way you outlined it in the hypothetical. So in the one hypothetical, it's either or. In the other hypothetical, it's both or one.
Trying to think. Okay.
So
I see what you mean, because
it's either it's one person dies in the first hypothetical, or it's both die or one lives.
But let me tell you why in the desert island scenario it's not a choice between both die or one of you dies, right? Because in that scenario, your choice, and we're talking about your choice only, right? We don't have to look at the system as a whole, but rather your choice, right? So in that scenario, your choice is either you act and kill that person, or you don't act and that person kills you.
Right, but these situations are asymmetrical. Again, in the psycho scenario, it's either he dies or I die, but one of us lives. In the island scenario, we either both die or one of us lives.
If you look at it like that, yes. But if you look at it like from the action that you can or cannot do, right? Because that's what we're questioning here, right? We're questioning which one is the moral action to be done, right? Is the moral action for you to not do anything and let the other person die? Or is the moral action for you to do something and kill the other person, right?
So on the island scenario, it's either is the ethical option for us to both die, or is it for one of us to kill and then live?
But you're not in charge of what the other person will do. You're only in charge of what yourself would do. So you cannot say that it is moral for you to it seems like you're trying to make the choice also for the other person, where you can either choose for both of you to die or he dies. For it's not that's not the choice, is it? The
Well, that
choice
is the
is
choice.
you can either this. Well, the way I see it, your choice is either you chose to do something and then the other person dies, or you choose to not do something and then you die.
Well, we'd both
You
die.
don't know if the other person. Well, you don't know if the other person dies or
It
not.
was assumed
It's
in
your
the
choice.
hypothetical.
Well, no. In my hypothetical, I said that it's either your life or his life, right? If
I asked you to clarify in the hypothetical on the island scenario, if we choose not to kill each other, do we both die? And you said, yeah, you'd both die of starvation. But if one of you kills the other, then you live.
Okay, I see. Okay, then I'm sorry for posing the hypothetical. It's my bad. Okay, no. Then let's say you're in a hypothetical where you cannot communicate with this other person. I don't know why. There's just a lack of communication between you and maybe let's just even put an animal in the other place, right? I can have absolutely zero communication with that animal, and you're put in a scenario where you're almost both hungry, dead hungry. So you can either choose to kill that person or you can choose to die and that person kills you. So the question is, what would you choose in that scenario?
Yeah, so if the option is we either both die of starvation or I can choose to kill the other person or the other person could choose to kill me and one of us lives, then at least depending on the person, I would probably choose to kill the person so I could live.
Yeah, but I think the way you frame it isn't the way I mentioned it just now, right?
What do you mean? You just said in the hypothetical we're both going to starve to death unless one of us kills the other.
No, I just said in this scenario, you can only you're with the individual who you cannot communicate with. So you don't know if they're gonna starve to death. All you know is that if you don't kill that individual, you're gonna starve to death. And if you die, that individual could theoretically eat you, and they're not gonna die.
Okay, so I know that I will certainly starve to death. I don't know if the other person will starve to death.
You don't know if the other person will starve to death if you choose to do nothing. Most likely, the other person will eat you if you do nothing.
This is assuming after I die of starvation.
After you die of starvation or the other person killing you, yeah, one or the other. I don't...
okay, then then I guess it would depend on my my view of fairness. So if they, I don't know, have more food than me, then I don't know, if they're not willing to share their food, then yeah, I might just kill them.
Okay, so, but there's no, if they have more food, they don't have, none of you have food, right? Both of you are
Then
somehow,
why would I assume that I don't know if they're going to starve to death?
I mean, you don't. I think like we're looking at different point of views, right? Because your point of view is that
like one way to make this work is if they're a colossal fat ass and they could maybe out survive me just because they have more body fat. Like in that case, then I guess I'd be okay with like just starving to death and letting them live.
I see what you mean. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I don't think we're going anywhere with this hypothetical. I'm sorry. It's but it's anyway the only reason why I mentioned this hypothetical and I try to tie it to the other problem is that I do believe that there are situations when it's either your life versus another life, right? Like that's kind of where I was pointing at. And the question is, when you're in a situation where it's your life versus the other person's life, is it moral for you to kill that other person, or is it moral to do nothing and have the other person kill you, or you die somehow? I don't know.
If they're the one who's violating my rights, then yeah, I would say it's worthwhile to kill the person.
if I'm the one violating your rights, right? But like, okay, let's suppose a hypothetical where there's this evil genius. I'm just going around by hypotheticals. If there's this evil genius, they trapped you both into this incredibly complex machine. Both of you have guns, and he clearly mentions it very clearly that either one of you, either you kill the other person or the other person kills you. There's no way around it, right?
Yeah, like a Saw movie, sure.
Sure. Yeah. So in that situation, which one would be the ethical situation? Would it be ethical for you to kill the other person?
Well, if we're both gonna die, then sure.
I see. So your scenario is only if we're both going to die otherwise. Yeah. Okay. I see. And I think I understand that point of view. You're right. And that's not necessarily related to the culling of predators, because in that scenario, not both of them die, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah,
that wouldn't be a contradiction.
Point. That wouldn't be a contradiction. I guess my only, the way I see it is that, but you already debunked that and we already discussed that. Like if the lion is starving and the only way for them to survive is to take the life of a gazelle, that in that situation, it's either the gazelle dies or the lion dies, and we should, I think in that particular situation.
Yeah, we should kill the lion.
Because they're the predator.
Yeah.
Even if they're put in a situation just like we would be otherwise be put in a situation where...
Yeah, I don't see how agency matters.
Yeah, okay, interesting. I don't know, I believe morality is strongly related to intent, and I don't think that if I accidentally run over somebody, I necessarily did something immoral, right?
Well, you did something bad. You just can't be held responsible for the action.
Okay, so what you're saying is that the action is immoral, but I'm not responsible for it.
Well, you could consider the action a rights violation, but you wouldn't be responsible for it necessarily. That doesn't mean you shouldn't intervene before you commit the action.
Okay, yeah, I see what you mean. Yeah. But if you do all your best and you still accidentally kill them, then is it moral or is it immoral that you kill them?
Like I don't know exactly what you mean by that.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm kind of all over the place right now. So my point, I guess, in this other thing that I was posing is, if I am driving with my car and I accidentally run over somebody, if I did my best to try and not do that, of course, like I would normally do, then me running over this person, would that be considered moral or immoral?
If you did it by accident?
Yeah.
Well, I don't think I'd call it immoral or moral. It's an accident. Like, there's no intention behind it.
So intent does matter.
Like, it kind of depends, like, what exactly you're talking about. Like, what's the situation in which you'd run somebody over?
What's the situation? As I said, I'm just driving and I accidentally run them over, right? My intent was never to run them over, but I just accidentally killed the person.
Well, like, if the brakes on your car suddenly fail, then you're not responsible for that. If you're on your cell phone or drunk, then there is a level of responsibility. Like, it just kind of depends what you mean.
Yeah,
like, there's accidents, there's like, if there's no responsibility, so like if the brakes on your car suddenly fail because there's a manufacturer defect, then yeah, you're not the one responsible for that.
Okay, so then in that scenario, right, I kill a person, it's not my fault, it's not my intent, and somehow the action of me killing a person is not immoral. However, the lion killing a gazelle is not their intent to kill a gazelle. They just want to survive. They just they don't know any better, so they don't actually perceive that idea of intent and them killing. They just see food, right, or whatever. I don't know. So I kind of see them as similar situations. Am I wrong to see them as similar situations?
No. Because we know the lion is going to keep doing it. So, like, if you were to keep running, like, kids over on the road because you didn't stop at a red light, I mean, the obvious thing to do would be to stop you through any means possible.
Okay, and let's say if it's if for some reason you know that the lion is gonna die afterwards, for whatever reason, because they're very old or something, I don't know. You just have some intel that in this hypothetical scenario where,
like, the analogy to make here would be like if you're in a Tesla with self-driving and suddenly the system malfunctioned and it just kept running people over and there was no way to shut off the car. The ideal thing to do would probably be to, like, blow up the car or kill the driver or something to stop the car. So, yeah, I mean, even though that's basically the idea.
Okay, I see what you mean. Yeah, but to me, maybe I am wrong about this, but to me, and that's why I called it a utilitarian view, to me, this is kind of a utilitarian view, right? Because to me, if the person in the Tesla doesn't have any bad intent, tries to do their best, and yeah, you should try and stop them, but I think somebody killing the person in the Tesla is, yes, overall doing better for everybody because there will be less rights violations. But I don't find that the person who is killing the person from Tesla in the Tesla being a moral thing to do, because the person in the Tesla is a victim of circumstance.
Okay, like, again, what outcome do you want to see? Would you prefer the guy in the Tesla to keep running over children again and again and again and again until the car runs out of battery? Or would you prefer to kill the guy in the Tesla by blowing the Tesla up? If those are the two options.
Well, am I an external thing? Am I the guy in the Tesla, or am I one of the people who's about to get run over?
It doesn't matter.
Well, the way I see it, the only situation where I would not want the car to be blown up is if I'm in the person in the Tesla.
Then what's the symmetry breaker? Like, the symmetry breaker is you're just more important than everybody else?
I don't think I'm more important than anybody else, but I also don't think that if I'm a victim of circumstances where I'm put in a situation that accidentally.
Okay, so if you're in a runaway Tesla that has a malfunctioning self-driving and it's going to keep running over children until the car runs out of battery, would you prefer to run over 20 children or have the car blow up and kill you?
Yeah, obviously I would prefer to have. I would, if I could choose myself to press a button and blow up the Tesla before they run over more children. Yeah, of course I would probably do that. But yeah, you're right. Maybe I would probably do that. I don't know.
Right.
I think
and a tiger is a runaway Tesla that's going to keep killing until it dies.
Yeah, it's I understand the perspective and the overall view. I do. I just have trouble because when it comes to morality and empathy, I try to look at it from different perspectives, right? And if you were in the shoes of the lion, where you do something that you don't know that.
Well, what's the symmetry break? Like, again, what's the symmetry breaker if it's you personally or somebody else?
I don't know what the symmetry breaker is. No, there's no. I just think, like, I don't know if we can. If you look from the outside in, it can be simple to find. That's why I call it a utilitarian view, right? It's a utilitarian view of it, right? Because you look from the outside in and you say, well, one victim versus more victims, right? That's all that it is. But the reality is that if we were to kill a lion that's about to attack 100 gazelles, right? If you're still the moral thing to do, unfortunately, would be to let the lion starve to death. You stop them from killing any of the gazelles, and then because you don't want any rights violated, right? You also don't want the lion's right to eat or be whatever they are.
Yeah, I mean, in an ideal
violated.
world, nobody would die, but that's not the option that we have. We can either kill the lion or let the lion run amok and kill a gazelle.
Yeah, but when we talk about morality, shouldn't we strive for the ideal world? Shouldn't we talk about morality in an ideal world, or right?
Well,
I mean,
we don't
I
live
feel
in an ideal world. Like, I mean, in an ideal world, we wouldn't have had to kill Hitler and the Nazis. Like, why can't we just all get along? Like, again, that's not what makes these moral issues difficult. Okay, who the fuck is
Yeah,
this?
I get-
Wait, I don't know who Enk is, but Scare Theater, I think, wanted to jump in.
Yeah, wait, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, sick. Okay, cool. Awesome. Okay. Power Lab, you here too?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm here. But by the way, before we go, I only have maybe like 10 or 15 minutes left because I gotta go eat something and I'm super hungry. So let's
Okay.
go.
Yeah, I don't mind if you stick around. We can like tag team this shit. But basically, I guess I mean I don't really want to see this as like a debate because I just don't like the whole like winning losing thingy. I see it more of like a discussion. So
yeah.
But yeah, that aside, okay. So I guess I'm sort of on the fence about the whole like culling all carnivores thing, and the main reason is because I feel like when it comes to survival, ethics are just thrown off the table in almost every situation at that point. Like I know that Beacon Power Lab earlier was saying that there might be some situations where even Richard, you would agree that morality probably doesn't really apply here, like the island situation where you're on an island with one person.
Well, morality does apply.
Okay, well, so in that island
like
situation,
I don't have infinite value.
So let's look at that island situation again then. So it's you and one person on an island. You're probably both gonna die unless one of you kills and eats the other. You said that you would kill and eat them because you value your own life, yes?
Yeah, and if we're both gonna die, I value my own life more than the other person.
Would it be morally wrong for you to kill that person?
Not from my perspective, if we're both gonna die.
So would it be wrong for them to kill you?
No.
Great, okay, I agree. And the reason why is because you had no choice. You literally had to do it. You were going to die otherwise.
No, you don't have to do it.
Well, in order to live, you do. That's for me. When I say necessary, I mean if you don't do this, you're going to die.
Well, again, how do you okay? Are you gonna die in 10 days? Are you gonna die in a year? Are you gonna die in 10 years? Well, but, again, necessary is a really weird term, even when you're talking about whether you're gonna die or not.
I mean, in this island situation, it's part of the hypothetical that if you don't kill this person, you're going to die on this island, and if you kill them, I mean, let's just say that will buy you enough time to be rescued. Let's just say that we know this for some reason. So I guess that's one of those situations where it's like, even if I'm the one being harmed, I can still be harmed by someone and still acknowledge, like, objectively, I don't think what they did was wrong. Like, any given situation where someone either had to kill me or kill themselves, obviously I want them to kill themselves, but I also understand they're probably not going to do that. So,
well, we're not infinitely valuable, so if you were on an island and you had to kill 1,000 children in order to survive, would killing 1,000 children be ethical?
See, that's where it gets tough, right? I know that sounds.
Well, it doesn't get tough. You're not infinitely valuable.
Yeah, I would say it probably gets a little more clear there, because I do think the right option there would be to kill myself, right?
I don't think I would do that. I don't know.
Well, it's harder if you don't want to die, but I mean, yeah, of course, the more virtuous thing would be to kill yourself and save 1,000 lives, clearly. But the point that I was more getting at was that, like, when it comes to eating meat, is the only reason I don't eat meat is because I don't have to. I won't die if I can live off just eating plants and stuff. But if the situation were that human beings had to eat meat to survive, I would probably just eat meat. Richard, I think you said that if that were the case, you would gladly die, right?
Yeah.
That's really interesting to me. Like, you truly think that if tomorrow circumstances changed and you had to eat meat to survive, you would die for this?
Yeah. I'm not infinitely valuable, so if I had to kill, I don't know, say 2,000 animals over the course of my life to live out my existence, I don't think that justifies my existence.
Huh, okay. Well, maybe I'm just viewing this from an emotional point or something, but I mean...
Well, let's say, you just said you wouldn't kill 1,000 children in order to survive, so what's the symmetry breaker here? Like, name the trait that's lacking in animals that if lacking in a human being, you'd be okay with murdering thousands of human beings to stay alive.
Well, that isn't what I said. I said that I think it would definitely be more virtuous for me to kill myself over the 1,000 people. But it's just, it's harder to do that because dying is such this scary thing. I understand the logical point, but there's this emotional point that is very, very real. And likewise, let's say I were part of that 1,000 people that were going to die unless this one guy killed himself. Obviously, I want him to kill himself, and I can try to reason with that, but it's so hard to blame someone for not killing themselves.
But yeah, I mean, you can sympathize with the situation, but we're talking about an ethics situation, not just, well, I do something wrong out of my own interest.
Well, that's what I'm saying. That's why I think that when it comes to survival, I don't know if anything is really wrong. I mean, that part comes.
Okay, so would you damn an infinite number of people to infinite torture for all of eternity, just so that you can live?
Okay, I guess no, probably not.
Right, so you're not infinitely valuable.
No, yeah. There is a line that I would draw somewhere, I suppose.
But I have a question here, right? Because I've been questioning, I feel like morality is something, it's definitely not objective, right? We can all agree that morality is not objective. So in that sense, morality sort of derives from who we are biologically as individuals, or how our brain has developed, or whatever. I don't know, necessarily can pinpoint why we think some things are moral and why we think some things are immoral. And that's kind of what we're trying to do right here, right now, right? Discuss this. And the question is, if we were, say, in this scenario, we were carnivores, we were carnivorous beings, we would still have somehow higher intellect, and we would be carnivorous beings, and we would still be moral agents. Would morality be different for us in that scenario? Would it be because it would be within our nature that we would have to engage in killing other individuals to survive? Would morality in that sense be something else than what it is now?
No, I'm sure people would try to rationalize why it's okay to kill, but I don't think it would change the actual moral landscape.
Because morality is in itself also logical, right? What we do is...
No, it doesn't have to be logical, but I mean, logical consistency is a moral value, so you might not value logical consistency.
No, but I mean, if you're... Yeah, okay. But the way I see it, right, we say it's wrong to kill others. It's wrong because we don't want that done unto us, right? That's kind of I think the golden rule is kind of the baseline of morality for us, isn't it?
No, it might be for some people, but other people it's not. It just depends on your own set of preferences.
Well,
fair enough, but we can...
Oh. Okay, I'll go. One thing I wanted to ask was, so, okay, you mentioned the whole, culling all carnivores, but you also acknowledge that, at least at this moment, that isn't something that's really possible. This is just, a thought experiment on, what ethically would be the best thing to do. But while we're talking about impossible scenarios, why not just change it and say, okay, well, instead of culling all carnivorous animals, why not put them into an environment where they can all only kill each other, or where, I don't know, we can somehow
Well, if they're
modify
killing
all
each
so now
other,
they're
they're
no longer
still
carnivores
committing rights violations.
against each other, even though they're all murderers.
Yeah.
But but you still want to kill them, though.
Why would I want murderers to kill murderers?
Well, 'cause you're saying
Like,
you
I
wanna
just
kill them
murder
anyway.
all the murderers.
Why is it only a rights violation if they kill each other, but not if someone else kills them?
What do you mean? They just be violating each other's rights?
Well, yeah, I know what you're saying. Yeah, I get that, but you said it's okay to kill them anyway.
Yeah, it's okay to kill them to prevent rights violations.
Yes. So why does it matter who's doing the killing? Whether it's like two killers killing each other, or it's me as like the moral agent here just killing them both.
Well, the idea is to prevent rights violations, so if killers are killing each other, I'd preferably kill all the killers, so that the killing doesn't happen.
So it did happen. You just did it all at once.
Yeah, exactly.
Wait, what's the point being made?
Well, how did we got here? Because I was talking about alternatives to simply killing all carnivores. Since we're talking about these situations that aren't realistic anyway. Like, okay, let's say that at some point, in the distant future, let's say we have two options that arrive at the exact same time. One is that we can kill every carnivore, or we have some other option that also addresses the issue, but they don't have to die. Surely
Yeah,
you're gonna choose
the
latter,
preferable option would be for nobody to die.
right? Okay. Yeah. All right, well, that's pretty much all I had for you. I only had like 3 things written here, so.
Okay.
All right, good talk, good stuff.
All right, take care, man.
Okay. Okay, so I'm also gonna go soon, Richard. So as far as I understand, just to be. By the way, my name is Chip. If you wanna call me something not other than my handle, so the way I see it, what I got from this discussion is this, and maybe tell me that I got something right or wrong. I just like to summarize what we discussed. So we're in the current present, we don't have the technology to kill all predators anyway, right? So the question is, at this point in time, is it moral to invest in technology that kills all the predators, or to invest in technology that stops them from killing? But what you said is that probably the technology to killing all predators would be reached faster, and therefore less rights violations would happen. But when we kill those people, I think we're still committing rights violations, right? When we kill those lions or whoever don't, even if the intent is to stop them from committing even more rights violations. So I would still, if you ask me, I would still advocate for the second option. So that's kind of my position. I understand your position is on the other side. But I think we can both agree that we don't want any wildlife suffering also, right? So that's kind of what I got from this discussion.
Okay, but you do acknowledge if the technology existed first to kill all predatory animals, it would be the moral thing to do to kill all the predatory animals.
I do acknowledge that if we do have the technology to kill all predators, then at that point in time, a very complex calculation needs to be done as to whether we should be killing all the predators then, or should we be delaying the moment until we can stop them, right?
Because well, we already answered that question with the police analogy, waiting for the taser and the kids in the classroom.
Let me see. Did we?
Because yeah, so you have a gun right now, and on the other side of the door, there's a kid with an AR-15. Every 30 seconds, he's going to kill another child. Or you could wait 2 minutes for another officer with a taser to come and tase the kid, but in the meantime, he's going to kill 4 students. So I think you said the moral thing to do would be to just burst into the room and kill the kid before he can kill anybody else.
Yeah, that's true. But I guess then the only thing that I don't find it I don't. The only situation where I don't see this hypothetical working necessarily for the predators in the wild thing is that there's a lot of predators. There's a lot of prey also for them, right? So if in the end we calculate that we would be killing 100 predators that would otherwise kill, let's say, 110 prey, right? It would obviously be better to kill 100 predators, right? But if we find that if we kill 50 of them, we still save 5 lives, but then in the end, by the time we kill all 50 of them, we have the technology to stop the other 50, then we would be theoretically killing less lives. But we would killing less lives or taking rights violations, same thing, right? In this case, I don't know if you understood my point.
Okay, so you're saying if there were 4 school shooters, there's going to be a kid killed every 30 seconds, and it takes 2 minutes. You could have a situation where, by the time the taser gets to the classroom, you could end up with the same amount of deaths or possibly fewer.
I'm saying that there's okay.
Yeah, so if there's 4 school shooters, you can either burst through the door, shoot the 4 school shooters, or you could wait for the taser to come, and you'd only have to kill 2 of the kids, and then you could tase 2 of them. That would result in like fewer deaths overall. Yeah, maybe.
I don't know. I don't know. Also, I don't know. I think like it's such a complex thing to think about because obviously I think that's why I keep bringing moral agency. I don't necessarily mean moral agency, but rather intent, right? I think intent matters. I don't think we should ever be considering.
Well, agency is part of intent.
Okay, I'm not very versed in all of this lingo. I'm sorry, but like if the intent is if it's bad intent, then obviously the person with bad intent has less moral value than the victim, right? So, but if both of them are victims of circumstance, then that's when maybe we should approach it in a strictly numbers way. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe, but I think it's obvious the moral thing to do would be to kill carnivorous animals if we had the option to do it.
Yeah, I mean, if we have some form of calculations that said, like some incredibly complex calculations in a hypothetical scenario where we have the technology, we have the calculations, we know what we're doing and everything, and then we realize that killing the predators, it's between killing, like infringing on the rights of 100 predators or letting the predators infringe on the rights of 110 prey, then yeah, maybe infringing on the rights of predators is probably better. But we would need to have all of this technology, all of these calculations beforehand.
Yeah,
Otherwise,
yeah.
I feel like we would be just premeditating something that's not necessarily valid.
Yeah. All right.
Okay,
Well, thanks for coming on.
Hey, thank you so much, man. I appreciate the talk. I like to understand my position better also, and yeah, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, no problem. Take care. Okay, Dodo gave me a link. I think he's been waiting patiently for me to
I woke up
react.
this morning to an interesting piece of news. It was essentially that President Biden had declared an arms embargo on Israel, or at least what is effectively an arms embargo that actually kind of isn't. I want to talk to you about the kind of weapon systems that were delayed and how it could affect the fight, and how this is actually a pretty darn brilliant geopolitical move by the Biden administration. It was some 4D chess, and you're going to see that in a moment. Long story short, there's 4 or 5 battalions of maybe 2,000, 2,500 militants remaining in Gaza. Israel recently dropped leaflets in Gaza telling people to go to one of these 2 areas where supposedly they have tents set up. I actually tried to find satellite imagery of this, but I couldn't find anything of a resolution of less than 10 meters per pixel. And And unfortunately, I don't have the money to task a satellite as opposed to buying other people's satellite footage. I'm a YouTuber. I am famous, not rich. And tasking a satellite for yourself costs a lot of money. So maybe there are humanitarian areas set up in these locations. Maybe not. But again, this has been the problem with Israel since day one. They're about as transparent as a brick freaking wall. So here are the basics of this embargo that actually isn't an embargo. There's a pending shipment of 2,000-pound bombs that was held up. There's also a shipment of 500-pound bombs that was held up. And Politico is claiming that JDAM, or Joint Direct Attack Munition kits, and small diameter bombs that were part of the deal were held up as well. The JDAM is a kind of aftermarket kit that you put on a dumb bomb to make it more accurate. Now, when I say dumb bombs aren't as dumb as you think. With modern targeting computers, the fighter plane can calculate where that bomb is going to land with pretty darn good accuracy. So with a dumb bomb, you'll hit the house. But with a JDAM kit, you'll hit a specific window that you want it to go through. So note that the Wall Street Journal reported that the Biden administration was sitting on a deal to sell tank and mortar rounds as well. Now, here's what this all means, at least regarding ammunition and weapons. 2,000-pound bombs have very limited utility in an urban area. These are the kind of weapons that take down entire apartment buildings or penetrate multiple meters of concrete to blow up a bunker. 500-pound bombs and small diameter bombs are a little more surgical, especially with JDAM kits installed. Tank rounds are pretty darn surgical. You can put a tank round through a window and take out a sniper in a room. Now, mortars, and that's if it's mortars, I think the Wall Street Journal might mean 155 artillery. Mortars would be used to support infantry assaults, but I think this might be a mistake in the Wall Street Journal. I think they might be talking about artillery rounds. Now, essentially, about 6 weeks or so ago, President Biden told President Netanyahu, don't go into Rafah without a humanitarian.
When Asmongold is the reasonable one, look, it's everyone you hate to death all in one video. Regarding that debate, you were defending your proposition. If one is to take nihilistic anti-life proposition and you were to attack it, you would have nothing.
If somebody were to have a position that I don't care about anything, I'll do whatever I want, and like I don't know, might makes right type of thing. So whatever anybody can get away with, do what you will. There's no inconsistency there. So you can try to argue how that would negatively impact that person's life, and how like these moral virtues not only protect society but protect the individual and they can personally benefit. You can make arguments like that to try to sway somebody into holding moral values because it ultimately benefits them. But if they're just going to say, I don't care, yeah, it's a logically consistent position. Like, there's no objective way to prove they're wrong. Thanks for the donation, one.
Plan. Now, Israel's plan for entering Gaza was kind of like the Joker's plan in The Dark Knight.
Do I really look like a guy with a plan?
And Israel had a pretty solid military plan for entering Gaza, but not a very good humanitarian plan. You know, as you're clearing areas, you need to be building infrastructure, letting people back in, providing aid, and that really didn't happen. Israel kind of outsourced that to non-governmental agencies, and you can see how well that worked out. Now, is the delay or denial of these weapon systems going to hurt Israel? Probably not going to hurt them. You know, people who don't know anything about weapon systems or procurement say things like, Israel has a blank check with the U.S. government. And that isn't even remotely true. Stuff has to be ordered ahead of time because the U.S. has to make sure it has enough stuff.
Quilink didn't go through. No more of a position to end all life in the universe as he sees that to be morally positive to him, sectarian Satanists aka pure evil villains.
There's not really a good argument against ethylism. I mean, again, it's like arguing for pineapple on pizza. It's just personal preference.
Hassan thinks some swords are okay. What is this? Is this about the cracker thing? Holy shit.
Context.
So I personally donated 10K because I think it is worthwhile. And if you guys got some extra bread, I would recommend you donate. But I won't throw it on you. You know what I mean? No thanks. And some people are going to say that. You know what I mean? That's why it's the difference.
This is a cracker take.
About whether that's worthwhile?
Take. And if you're not against genocide at this point, like, keep your fucking money. Keep your $10,000.
Ludwig donates $10,000 to the cause that she agrees with, and she calls him a cracker. Come on, man. What the fuck are you doing?
Two wrongs don't make it right. He was bad and trying to appeal to everyone and not take a real solid stance, but Frogan should have called him that. No, I don't give a shit about like someone being called a cracker, okay? As someone who is white and has like used that word myself, I think that people that are using that to be like, this is a racial slur against white people is like fucking ridiculous.
So here's the thing. Cracker is not a racial slur. But if you call a white person a cracker whenever you're referring to their race, it is. Monkey isn't a slur. But whenever you call a black person a monkey when you're referring to their race, it is. Was Johnny Somali a racist whenever he went to Japan and was spamming Hiroshima and Nagasaki?
Hiroshima, Nagasaki!
I would say, yep, that's racist. Absolutely. It's not even a question. Any normal person is going to come to that conclusion. You would have to be from like 7 or 8 different levels of disconnect to think that this is anything else other than racism. I don't know why Hassan is doing this. Like, he did this the last time with Bruce. Why do you do this? It makes no sense. What is this? Hassan, oh God. Oh my God.
Hassan makes fun of a chatter for being bullied and racially abused in high school.
Oh. Dude got bullied in high school and thinks reverse racism is real. Can't make this up. My man thinks racial discrimination is simply putting mean words that hurt my feelings and not an entire system designed to keep a whole ass group subjugated, and the mean words are secondary to this perceived grievance. It's a fundamental misunderstanding of racism and the way we conceptualize it. I don't know if he's confused and a little hurt by his personal experiences, but it's like talking to an atheist in America about how they were discriminated against for not being religious. Dude in high school thinks reverse racism is real? Well, it's not real, by the way. It's just racism. If you treat somebody badly because they're a race, it's racist. There's no defending it. No normal person is going to see a defense like this and be like, okay, now I'm on your side. It's crazy.
Well, that's Hassan.
Stuff for training and war reserves. And there might be a little extra that we can move quickly if we have a surplus and you're going to call in a favor. But it's not like Israel just played skee-ball and they have a bunch of tickets that they can redeem for any weapon they want on the shelf. It doesn't work like that. So I think the weapons that Israel wants aren't necessarily to finish the fight in Gaza, but to replace the weapon systems that they will expend in the final fight. So those weapon systems won't necessarily be critical until 2, 3, 4 months from now, and maybe by then people will have forgotten about the whole Rafah attack. So this arms embargo probably isn't going to stop anything. And that's kind of why the president's plan was so brilliant here. This is an election year. And to my foreign viewers, in the American political system, we don't vote for the president directly. We vote for each presidential candidate to get a certain number of electors who will then vote for the president. And each state has a certain number of electoral votes, which is based on population. Reach 270 electoral votes and you win. The U.S. state of Michigan has 16 electoral votes, but it has something else, another critical resource. Muslims, American Muslims. Dearborn, Michigan has one of the largest mosques in North America. And right now, former President Trump is leading President Biden in Michigan by basically.
Yes, let's vote for Trump, who has openly stated that he hates Muslims. That'll definitely help. Oh my God, these people are so fucking stupid.
Basically a margin of error. So believe it or not, this could actually be a play by the president to kind of shrug his shoulders and say, well, we tried to stop the assault on Rafah, but darn it, it didn't work. And if you're Muslim, please vote for me because I tried. Now, the president can look like he's tried to stop the war when denying weapons wasn't going to have an effect on the outcome one way or the other. The fate of the militants in Gaza has already been sealed. We're just waiting for the day and the hour. Hey, if you want to support the channel, you can get one of my...
Yeah, so that was obvious. I already knew that. Oh, here comes a kitty. Hey, Bimo. How's my Bimo? Do you guys see this cat? It's a good cat. Hey, Bimo. How you doing, little kitty? Mwah. Yeah, that's a good kitty. Oh, yeah, that's a good cat. Jesus fucking Christ, that's a good kitty. Son of a bitch, that's a good cat. If you're gonna get a cat scare theater, make fucking damn sure you feed it a vegan diet, or else I will fucking come after you. Hexacorn donated $2. Can you rate these 1 to 10? I'd give that a 7. I'd give that a 10. That was good. Thanks for the donation, or sorry, Hexagoon. Yeah, that's fucking dope. Fuck. Damn it. What a fucking bitch. Yeah, okay. Fuck you. Bemo's farting. Thank you, Bemo. Love your cat farts. Fuck, damn it, I didn't expect him to be in the middle there. Okay. That was a little weird. What in the fuck? Oh, okay, like, dude, if you're gonna spawn them right in front of me like that... What in the... Oh my god. What a load of fucking shit. Yeah, it's an absolute pant load. Fucking eat shit.
Where do I learn more about feeding cats a vegan diet? I thought they were obligate carnivores.
They're not. I feed all my cats vegan, so if you just feed them good quality vegan cat food like Benevo, they'll be fine. I've made videos on the topic before, and I showed what I feed my cats. If you want more info, you can contact the people at Vigor and ask about it. They'll probably get back to you and answer any questions you have. Thanks for the donation, Scare Theater. Yeah, sweet, got a Wilson. Okay, well, you know what? Fuck you. Got a BMO here. Nice kitty. Where the fuck even was he? Okay, I'm gonna mow these fuckers down. Fuck out of my way, bitch. Take the fucking hard point, you stupid fucks.
Hey man, are you familiar with the John Bennett Ramsey case? It's an old cold case that no one can solve. Any theories? Thanks.
Well, it's easy to solve. The mom fucking did it. It's obvious. There's enough circumstantial evidence to convict the mother. It's just that because she's a woman and because of the time that the case took place, they didn't consider her as a serious suspect, but the mom did it. It's fucking obvious. Her handwriting was clearly used to make the ransom note. And it makes no sense. Like, clearly, somebody from within the house, killed the kid. Thanks for the donation, Pika. Okay, yeah, like, that's the game. Thank you, teammate. That made no sense.
Couldn't it be a situation where the brother or father killed her and the mom covered it up by writing the note? Also, is there any chance someone outside the house did, or was it definitely the family?
It was definitely the family. There's no physical evidence whatsoever, no DNA evidence. The killer used an object inside the house that only family members would be familiar with, and again, circumstantial evidence would probably be a weapon that the mother is most familiar with. It's entirely possible that some other family member did it and the mother helped to cover it up, but again, the fact that she's the one who wrote the note, the murder weapon is something that the mother is more likely to be familiar with and use. And on top of that, what was I gonna say? The mother probably has the most motivation than any other family member to be the murderer, so yeah, the mom did it. Could be another family member, but it's absolutely somebody from within the house, and all signs point to the mother. Thanks for that donation, Pika. Okay, this is getting stupid. Damn it. Fucking motherfuck shit. Oh no, fucking, like, I love how they spawn right next to the thing, too. It's great.
Would you kill your so-called vegan cat if he killed 2 rats for fun? You kill flies, why are you better than the lion? Are you doing this vegan LARP for money?
If my cat killed 2 rabbits, I just make sure that the cat never killed another animal, so I'd make sure that I don't have any other, animals in the house that the cats could kill, so I wouldn't get, like, rabbits again. I'd make sure the cat doesn't escape, things like that. If there were a situation where, I don't know, it'd be impossible to... Thank you, teammate. Where it'd be impossible to stop the cats from killing again, then sure, yeah. Thanks for the donation, dude. Damn it. I don't even know how, but it happens.
Revenge isn't using my food. Don't bring it up! Hostile, eliminate target area. Update. Move to the hard point. Loading fresh mag.
Fuck off. Fucking stupid bitch.
The mission's complete. Good work.
Well, I got way more time than that other guy.
Ah yes, here comes Richard with his arrogance claiming to know who killed John Bennett with 100% confidence. There's conflicting evidence. For all we know, someone from the outside did it. Suck a fat cock penis licker.
Sure. Thanks for the donation, N-word. I'm not gonna play Overwatch. Overwatch is just pure fucking garbage. I have a kitty sitting on me. Oh my god, she's sleeping on me. It's funny how she comes down here to sleep on me. How come you don't want to sleep on your mom? BMO's a really nice, sweet kitty. Love BMO. You're a sweetie. I love you. Once the animal holocaust is over, would you be in favor of teaching it in school like the actual Holocaust? Yeah, absolutely. Recommend me the best PS3 headset. All headsets are garbage. What you want is a set of headphones and a separate microphone.
Not even trolling, I always thought it was the father and the brother. Do you think there's any chance that's possible? Also, why do you think the family covered it up, and is there even a 1% chance someone in the family didn't do it? Or no?
Am I? Yeah, again, the fact that the mother made the suicide note, I think that is pretty powerful circumstantial evidence that she did it. What's also weird is they found pineapple in her stomach when she died, and the mother was really into getting her daughter into the beauty pageant things. It just seems far more likely that the mother did it. And again, if the father was the one who did it, it would kind of make more sense if he was the one who wrote the suicide note, because women's handwriting is pretty distinct. So, again, it could be anybody, but I'm leaning towards the mother. She seems to be the one most likely responsible. It's possible that the father or brother or something did it, but, again, I think it's most likely the mother. Thanks for the donation, Tool. Great. Fucking hate that stupid smoke shit. Tear gas, whatever the fuck it is. How in the fucking dick balls? Shit, fucked it. Like, oh my god. Just have to do this to me.
I don't forget. Securing objective Charlie.
Wow, okay. Fucking asshole. Oh my god, it just, oh, it's so frustrating.
Securing objective Bravo. Stun grenade out.
Okay, I see how this works here. Damn it, son of a bitch. Thought I was at a good angle where it wouldn't shoot me.
Dusted him. We're taking Charlie. I'm hit.
Oh boy.
Target sighted. Got your six. Enemies taking Bravo.
You just can't win with this game. Holy fucking balls, dude. Isn't that the best spawn point where enemies can just pick you off from like this awesome vantage point where they have so much cover? Fucking asshole. Get fucked, get fucked. Is it possible to recomp bulk from skinny fat to lean starting at, yeah, you can. A lot of the time when you try recomping and just gaining muscle while losing fat, it doesn't work out so well, so, you know, you can try it, but if you're not making progress you're satisfied with, just optimize for a particular goal, either fat loss or muscle gain, and then, you know, make decisions from there. How is that not exploding? Fuck you, buddy. God damn it. I think we're winning. Yeah, we're winning. Ugh. They just keep spawning in that area, and it's so fucking hard to just move forward. Because they know exactly where you are, they know right where to shoot when they turn the corner. I totally hit that guy and he just didn't fucking die. That's some bullshit. Yeah, whatever. Okay, get fucked. Just hold one position like a bunch of fucking pussies. Yeah, get dominated, fucking assholes. Yeah, and they're just gonna spawn there. Damn it! Fuck. Shit, he's on top of the stupid thing. God damn it. An asshole.
I don't forget.
Ugh!
KVG, someone in the chat is saying we should release the horses we breed into the wild instead of looking after them. Thoughts?
Yeah, that's fucking stupid. I don't know why you'd want horses to live in the wild where they can starve to death, freeze to death, die of heat stroke, not get enough water, and die of thirst. Get eaten by mountain lions or wolves or coyotes or something. Like, that's fucking dumb. Thanks for the donation, Riley.
Come on, I need medical.
Oh shit, yeah, and then he turns the corner right when I turn. It's like they have a sixth sense to annoy me. How in the fucking shit fuck? I think that guy's still camping on top of the fucking crate like a jackass. Great, there we go. Yeah, well, we win. Fuck you, losers. Can a noob build muscle on 1 gram protein per kilogram? Yeah, you can. Might not be ideal, but you can. Yeah, fucking losers. Yeah, I don't know why they play these sorts of game modes when all they're gonna do is just camp in their spawn and just be idiots. I think we'll play one more match, and then I'll go to bed. The Zodiac Killer died. They know who he is. He was the guy they arrested, the first guy they arrested in the case. They know it's him. Every time he was arrested, the killing stopped. He is a crazy fucking whack job weirdo. He's like the perfect suspect. The fucking guy like ate squirrels, was a kiddly diddler, fucking pedophile. He had the Zodiac watch, which is probably why he called himself the Zodiac Killer. And after he died, the killing stopped. What was the other evidence? He was the one sending the threatening messages to the journalists and shit. So he died. They know it's him. Teammate. Fuck out of my way, jackass. Is this just normal TDM? Yeah, I think it is. Fuck! Totally impossible shot that makes no fucking sense. Again. There we go. Dude. Thank you! Yes! Kill a teammate right when he spawns with a melee attack. That's like a special type of stupid to kill a teammate with a fucking melee attack. And I get shot by a teammate again. Nice. Lots of good team killing going on. Wow, this has the dumbest spawns. Like, holy fuck, they're stupid.
Now they are saying animal snatchers would be where we could put horses and not ride them. They are also saying you can't ride a horse without breaking them in. I'm sorry, but I'm sick of these excuses.
Yeah, that's not true. That's just coming from people who don't know anything about horses. Thanks for that donation though, Riley. Like, what is going on? What? Just... There's no logical basis to these spawns. Like, look at this! Holy fuck, that's stupid! Okay, get fucked, assholes. Here we go. Here comes the pain. That's a good match to end off on. 2.77 KD, we got a Wilson. Not bad. Alright, I've been streaming for a long-ass fucking time, and it's pretty goddamn late. So I'm going to end the stream now, but big thanks to everybody who donated on Streamlabs, really appreciate it. I should be streaming later tonight around the same time, so I'll see you all then, and sweet dreams.